Welcome to today's special school board meeting. We are happy to have you join us, and we are thankful for your time and dedication to our district. This special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Please be reminded of the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed the building safe to return. Thank you for your cooperation. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Board Member Leonardi has requested a moment of silence. Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. Richard Grable was a student that had an infectious smile. He was kind and caring and would ask his teachers, "How are you today? Is there anything I can do to help you today?" as soon as he walked into class. His personality drew everyone to him, and he will be missed dearly by his Fort Lauderdale High School family and this district. Please keep his family, friends, and community in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Thank you. I would also like to request a moment of silence for Kara Ann Kearns, a wonderful graphic artist and a 20-plus year veteran of the district. Kara worked at Beacon and most recently in the Office of Communications, where she designed marketing materials, newsletters, and many iconic logos for departments, schools, and events. In fact, Kara personally designed my newsletter and the logo for the Hickson Hero Award. She fought valiantly against cancer for 6 long years, but never stopped working. Even from the hospital, Kara would join weekly Teams meetings and continue to support the district's marketing efforts. She will be missed. Her distinctive designs are her legacy and will continue to be part of our district for years to come. Please join me for a moment of silence in honor of Kara Kearns. Thank you. As we prepare to begin our special school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all our students. As an A-rated school district, our vital task is to sustain this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's special school board meeting will operate in accordance with the School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to section 120.525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. All in favor of closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. The agenda is now closed. May I have a motion and a second on item 1, Classic Learning Test CLT for seniors?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any registered speakers on item 1?
No, ma'am.
Is there any board debate? Okay.
Wait to do that. Yes, I'm actually going to be supporting this item, but I wanted to ask if I could have access to a copy of what the test would look like for our reading students.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, thank you for the question, Ms. Rupert. Yes, we'll send a copy. I think there is a practice test on the DOE's website. We'll get that and send that
Okay,
out.
perfect. And I don't believe I saw the passing rate on this item. I know it was on the couple other softwares that we did. So as a follow-up, if we could see that, just in case I missed it, because it was a lot of stuff to go over. just a follow-up would be fine with that.
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Any other board debate? Okay, although the question is on the approval of item 1. Those in favor of approving item 1 say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it unanimously, and item 1 is approved. May I have a motion and a second on item 2, Imagine Language and Literacy Software Program?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Is there any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay, is there any board debate on item 2? Okay. The question is on the Oh, Dr. Zeman.
Chair, thanks. Just a question that popped up in reviewing this. It seems that we provide this to both traditional public schools and to charter schools. Do they reimburse us from the public charter schools, or is this something that we do on their behalf as well?
Dr. Hepburn.
No, this is something that's either included in the contracts that we have with the charter schools, or an additional service that they may be paying for through their venture design within the Stratton Innovation Department.
It'd be interesting, just as a follow-up, Superintendent, if we can get a list of things that our operating funds pay for that support public charter students. I'm not opposed to doing those things. We do a lot of things for the students in public charter schools, but it would be good, I think, particularly for board members to know the major things, maybe the top 10 things that we do. Would that be okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks so much, Chair.
Ratify it all.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Yep. Go ahead.
If I could just clarify with that one. Good afternoon, Vicky Saldala, Director, Bilingual ESOL. Because it's funded to Title III grant, the charter schools are entitled to grant dollars. And so what we do is we put out a survey asking who wants to participate, because they're all eligible. And then based on the responses is who we purchase licenses for. But it's Title III that they are entitled to use.
Terrific. And just to clarify my question, and I really appreciate federal funds, they go for all students, and there's 250,000 of them in Broward County, and I appreciate that. There are other things, though, that we spend our operating dollars on to support charter school students. And again, I'm not judging whether they're right, wrong, or other, but I would like to know what those things are and to clarify, and thank you for your illustration there. It's really just the state and local funds that we get for traditional public school students. I'm curious what funds we use to support public charter students.
Thank you. All those in favor of approving item 2 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The ayes have it. Item 2 is approved unanimously. The next item of business on the agenda is item 3, Select Workers' Compensation Third-Party Administrative Services. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Is there any
No, ma'am.
public comment? Okay. Any board debate on item number 3? Mr. Sever.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question, and then I guess depending on what the answer is, a comment. Are we invoking both the first option to renew, which will cover 2026, and the second option to renew, which also covers 2027?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Johnson.
Joe's coming in.
Oh, go ahead and proceed.
Good morning. No, just the first option. We just did the budget allocation if we do decide to do the second one-year option.
So the option for the second renewal year, which will cover 2027, is not being voted on, and presumably will be brought to this board in and around this time next year?
Yes, and my understanding is by allocating that money a year ahead of time, if with the proper approval from procurement and CFO, it may not have to come back next year. That's my understanding. That was the suggestion, to allocate for another year.
I'm sorry, now I'm confused.
Sorry. This item is only for the one-year renewal for a service, but we did request budget allocation for next year within a certain amount. I think it's like a 7% increase. And my understanding from procurement, and if they can chime in, is that if we have that funding, there is approval available if it's in the best interest of the district financially, that I don't believe that has to come back to the board next year.
Ms. Shuck Adams.
Yeah, and Ms. Andrea is about behind you too.
Ms. Shock Adams.
So as a point of clarification, even though staff is asking for that allocation for the second option to renew, the agreement is still going to have to go to our office to legally review, and anyone who has board delegated authority to sign off on that agreement can. They set it up that way so that they can have the option of having the superintendent, for example, if he has the delegated authority, to sign off on that second amendment to extend the term of the agreement. But it still will go through our office to legally review, and then it will go to the appropriate person who has delegated authority, or it will come back to the board.
Okay, so just point of clarification, just so I fully understand, or I think I fully understand. This morning, we are essentially voting on an approval of a first-year renewal in the amount of $1.5 million and some change, as well as to also allocate the second one-year renewal for calendar year 2027 for $1.7 million. So we're voting to approve both those amounts this morning. However, if in fact it's decided that there's going to be that second one-year renewal, which will take place in 2027, that will not come back to the board. Somebody with delegated authority will just make the decision as to whether or not to enter into that second one-year renewal.
That's correct.
Pending the outcome of a policy that is coming before you this afternoon. So if that policy does go into effect and changes are approved, currently the superintendent does not have that authority and it would come back. But pending, again, any policy revisions or new policy implementation, and if the board gives the superintendent that authority, then it would not come back before you. He would be able to sign and he would transfer a memo to the board informing everyone of the renewal.
So I guess my question is, and I hate to jump the gun here because I'm obviously familiar with what you're referring to and what has to occur for that to happen. But if I vote yes right now and I'm approving the 1.5 for the first year renewal and the 1.7 for the second year renewal, and that policy fails and the superintendent doesn't have the authority to delegate, okay, what happens at that point? We've already approved the 1.7. Is it just a formality to have to come back and ask for the formal permission, or is it essentially approved because we've already approved the money for the second one-year renewal?
It would not be just a formality because you've only approved the funding. So if for whatever reason the board did not approve the agreement, the item would still fail and they would not be able to move forward.
Understood. Thank you for the clarification, folks.
Thank you. Any other, Board Member Bowman?
Thank you, Mr. Cervera, for your questions. Just to clarify, just to follow up with what he was asking, why is this set up like this? If we already have the contract, the original 3-year, is this just in anticipation of that policy passing, or is this how we usually do it? Because it seems to me that we're usually getting like the last amendment when we're approving something, not approving for a future amendment.
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Andrea.
Thank you, Board Member Bullman. So the policy 3800 was amended, and that was, again, after hearing the feedback from the board on trying to be more efficient. So we didn't want to keep bringing items back before the board that the board had approved for, be it 2 years, 3 years, because that's why we're having 30-odd procurement items every month. So in order to be more efficient with the board's time, we wanted to be able to approve items for the entire period and the spend authority for the entire period. However, when we met with legal, they did inform us that each agreement had to come back annually and be amended. And so that is why we're only approving the spend authority for possibly that extension of fiscal year 27 and not the actual agreement all the way to 2027. Did I answer your question?
So we're approving up to 8 million and some change, but maybe not because it's going to come back next year?
If this is approved today, the agreement would come back, but we would not have to ask for additional spend authority.
Mr. Sever.
Thank you. For the record, and listen, I'm all about efficiency, right? I think we saw at our last school board meeting with the amount of items we had and just the sheer volume of paper that I had to print to prepare for that. I'm certainly a fan of anything we can do to expedite procedures. I'm just very uncomfortable with approving nearly $2 million on something in the future that's triggering a second one-year renewal that is not even on the forefront right now, and on something that could potentially not even come back to this board. Let me ask you this question. Is there any cost savings in us doing this now? Or if we come back this time next year and vote again, it's still going to be the same $1.7 million? Is there any benefit to us doing this now other than just convenience and efficiency?
Through the chair, no. The item would still be 1.715. Sometimes there may be on some of the goods and services, but on this particular item, I don't foresee a change in the cost.
Yeah, I don't know, this just doesn't sit well with me for some reason. While I'm certainly in favor of making sure that the proper workers' compensation policies and procedures and finances are in place, I'm not comfortable voting on a second renewal option that has not come to fruition yet, with the possibility that this doesn't maybe even come back to this board. And we're talking about almost $2 million. So while I support the first extension, the first amendment with the first one-year renewal, which will cover 2026, and the amount of 12 months for 1.5+ million, I'm a little uncomfortable with voting something in the future, which I may never see again for that amount of money.
Okay. Any other? Dr. Zeman?
I just think we should take advantage of the discussion that we're having and kind of decide if this is something as a board we're comfortable doing. The part that I'm not comfortable about doing is giving anybody the perception that they've already got something approved because we approved their spend authority. And that to me would be a misperception because we've not approved it next year. The contract's got to come back. And I like that from a governance perspective. Like, we're not saying, yes, we're going to execute the contract, but we are sending a pretty strong signal that we're going to. And I think we're creating an expectation for whomever we do this for that we are going to do that, when in fact, I don't have that belief right now. I would rather wait on every item and see what happens over the course of the year, enforce some progress monitoring, like get some real data back from whatever we're trying to achieve with every contract, and then see if they achieve what we want, or if another vendor comes up that does it better, cheaper, faster. So I don't like giving the perception to people that we're going to buy a 2-year deal by doing 2-year spend authority. So that would be my expression of interest. And I think, Chair, that this board ought to tell the superintendent whether we're comfortable doing this. I'm comfortable with this item. You know, this was staffed for a long time. It came up today. So I'm comfortable passing this item. But I think as part of this item, we ought to tell the superintendent, do we want to do spend authorities for multi-year? And my vote will be no. I don't want to do this again because of the perception in the vendor community that when you do this, they have inside track. It goes even to their competitors, I think, Mr. Severa. They would say, oh, why go call on Broward County to try and sell a better widget? They already approved the spend authority for this contract. It's in. Well, it's not in, and I know it's not in. It has to come back to the board to approve the contract. But why do we want to do that? Given that the item's got to come back anyway, have it come back with the spend authority and the agreement, and we'll do two things at once. I don't see any convenience, by the way, of doing this way. If we could do contracts multi-year, that would be different. We don't do that. And so I don't mind this item, but I don't want to do this routinely going forward, and I'd like the board to make their opinion known on that today.
Board Member Bowman.
Thanks, Dr. Zeman. I agree with Mr. Cervera about waiting on the second option. To your point, in terms of competition, I mean, I don't know if there is another provider that could do this, but we've already got spend authority, so if there was any kind of competition for the next year, if we wanted to get different pricing, we've already kind of told them what we're willing to spend. So that kind of kills that as well. So I would say I approve the First Amendment, but I don't. We should wait till next year for the second.
Mrs. Alhuda.
Yes, can general counsel weigh in on the recommended action because it speaks to approving the First Amendment of the agreement and then $1. And so can you weigh in on that?
So through the chair, so the way that the recommended action is structured is the board is approving the agreement, and the financial impact is within another section within the executive summary that there's a financial impact that ties to the agreement that's being approved, but the financial impact table is also the amount of money that the board is approving, not only for the agreement that is being approved, but also an option for the Second Amendment. And so what is being brought before the board is twofold: the agreement for the amount of money that the agreement is worth, and then the option for the.
So how would you recommend, based on the discussion with not approving the second part of the amendment, how would you recommend changing the recommended action?
So it would be that the recommended action is good as it is. It would be that the financial table that allows for the option to approve the finances, it should be clear in your decision today that you do not grant that amount of money for the second option.
Mr. Severe.
Thank you, Counsel, for that breakdown. Madam Chair, I'd propose a motion that we bifurcate this, that we vote to approve the First Amendment, which I believe is the actual agreement that was attached to our agenda package, and that we divorce that from this second option, and we table that second option for the second one-year renewal until a later time.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on the motion? Board discussion? Mrs. Alhuda.
Does it have to be a table to a specific date?
You can table indefinitely. Like, if your decision is that you are not going to make this, like you're going to say no to the second option, then you can table indefinitely.
Well, I'm not rejecting the second option. I mean, 12 months from now, I could be right back here, God willing, in this seat and be talking about this and say, hey, I'm all for this Second Amendment for the additional one-year renewal for the 1.7. I want to make it clear. I'm not killing the board's, or I'm not suggesting that the board kill the ability to invoke the second one-year renewal. I'm just saying we shouldn't vote on it today.
Okay, so through the chair, when this agreement comes back for the Second Amendment, it will be before the board as a decision to approve that Second Amendment, of course, with the amount of money that Second Amendment is worth. So not making a decision on that option right now indefinitely will not affect your ability to approve the Second Amendment for the amount of money that Second Amendment is worth.
So your motion is to separate them and leave indefinitely the second part of the second renewal.
Correct.
Okay. And you're still good with the second. Okay. Mrs. Board Member Bowman.
Already. Yeah.
Just to clarify, because I think, I agree with this, but there's already an original term of the agreement, which is the 3-year term, which ends at the end of this month. And then we've got 2 options. So we already agreed that we have 2 options in this. And right now we're exercising the first option. So I guess we're probably all confused about why the second option is popping up right now. It just seems untimely and unnecessarily confusing.
And I think we had a similar conversation in our board meeting last week because there was another item similar to this that Mr. Severa brought a question of. So Dr. Hepburn, can you address that?
Yeah, I think it's more of being able to exercise that second option without having to bring it to a board meeting. For efficiency's sake, to make that decision quicker so we can execute the agreement. Of course, the agreement have to come back, but we can execute the financial part of the agreement without having to bring that to the board.
Can you also speak to, because if I'm not mistaken, where you're already sending us a list of items that you're renewing without it coming
Correct.
to the board. So can you
Which is
explain
very-
how that happened?
Yes, which is very few because the authority for myself or the superintendent role, the threshold is very low, so you get very few. I think I can only remember one since my tenure of renewing an agreement and sending the board a memo about that renewal agreement because the threshold is so low.
And that is in policy. I'm
Correct.
just
That's in
trying to
policy.
help.
And the policy
Explain.
to increase that threshold will be coming before you today.
Okay. Okay, so there's a motion on the table to separate the renewal with the option for the second renewal indefinitely, to postpone it indefinitely in a second. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Back to the original item. All those in favor of item 3 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. The next item up is item 4. Yes, sorry.
So moved?
Yeah, sorry, scoreboard, my brain. Scoreboard video display purchase and installation. It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment on the item?
Yes, Dr. Lynch-Walsh.
Good morning, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. This seems a little odd, given that the original spend authority was for something like $165,000, and now you're adding $2 million when the contract actually expires in November of this year. It seemed like something that would normally have gone back out to bid. I'm sure they're probably going to say that you have options to extend, but the purchasing authority was for $165,000, and you haven't used it at all until now. Perhaps it's part of the larger lipstick on a pig campaign that Capital seems to be doing, where we're giving out a scoreboard to somebody or a number of somebody's, but this seems a little odd in terms of timing. And the amount, again, it was $165,000 was the amount of this original spend authority. Now all of a sudden we're adding $2 million to it.
Any other public comment?
No, ma'am.
Board member comment? Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much, Chair. A few questions on this. Why are we allocating $2 million in the last week of this fiscal year when over the last 3 years we've spent or at least authorized the spend of $165,000?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Wanza.
Good morning, Valerie Wanza. So, as the item indicates, this purchasing vehicle is actually utilized through PPO to repair scoreboards for not just football, basketball, some schools, baseball. So there are a number of things. And then as we start to upgrade some of the football fields, as you know, the board has approved turf fields starting on an installation schedule. There may be opportunities, or there will be opportunities, to upgrade some of those scoreboards, and at least the ones that are being looked at now allows for marketing opportunities for schools to generate revenue. But the procurement department would have to speak to why it's coming now, because I'm not certain. As I said, this is facilitated through PPO, and as schools call in work orders, as they need upgrades or repairs to their scoreboards, the work is managed and done through PPO.
Any additional info?
I thought Dr. Wanza was opening the door for someone from procurement to talk about it, but if there's nothing to add, that's fine. Happy to move on. Our athletic facilities are way out of date. When you go to a baseball game or a football game or a softball game, in my experience, a gross majority of the time you can't tell the score of the game when you get there. You can't see it at the end. It's rare when we have any of these things. So there is a pressing need, and I'm comfortable with that. Does this money come out of the school year 24-25 budget, Chair?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Wanza or Ms. Johnson?
Verminier Johnson, Chief Financial Officer. Is coming out next year budget, fiscal year 25-26.
Terrific. And continuing on that, if this contract ends on November 8th of 2025, does these funds need to be burnt over so July, August, September, 4.5 months, 4 months and 1 week?
No, it doesn't need to be burnt at that rate. It's a spending authority. Doesn't mean that we're going to spend all that money.
So this is confusing to me then. If this is being executed as part of a contract, and the contract runs out on November 8th of this year, how could we execute this money beyond November 8th?
Dr. Hepburn.
Projects could be initiated now as during the summer as PPO and athletics are out evaluating fields, updating facilities and things like that. So that work could be initiated now just to make sure that the scoreboards that need repair or replacement are ready for the season before it starts.
So we can, in fact, up till November 8th, obligate money even though if it's executed after November 8th?
Correct.
And these funds are for PPO staff time only, is that correct? Plus equipment that might be required?
Correct. Correct.
Thank you.
Mrs. Alhuda.
Thank you. So I have a school, Coral Springs High School, that has a scoreboard that is just sitting outside. Hasn't been installed. So would this then give them the ability to now have their scoreboard installed? And then also I have JP Terravelle High School that doesn't even have a scoreboard. So would they be getting a scoreboard? So how is it determined, who has a scoreboard, who gets a school scoreboard, and who gets one repaired? What is the cadence of that with this new money with the $2 million?
Dr. Hepburn.
It's a mouthful of a question, Ms. Allen. Thanks for the question. I don't know if it's. Go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
So schools do have work orders called in, right? And PPO prioritizes their work, and I'm not sure how they do that. And what I can ask Mr. Dorsett, right, for a follow-up of their cadence of how they prioritize their work when the work orders are called in. And how they determine if a scoreboard can be repaired or needs to be replaced, and then we can certainly give a follow-up to see when the scoreboard at Coral Springs High School will be properly installed and functioning for the school. And then as it relates to JP Terravelle, we can do a follow-up on that. I know that historically they did not have, I'm going to say, a home field at all, but now they're working toward playing their games at least in the daytime because they don't have lights, and then what it would look like through this process for them to be on some kind of a schedule to get an operational scoreboard.
Thank you. I think
You're
it's
welcome.
important to have that understanding of the cadence of our implementation of the scoreboard or repairs of scoreboard, and because schools, yes, they might be getting a beautiful new turf field, and then now they're going to have a beautiful scoreboard. Great, but it's not fair for schools that don't even have a scoreboard or scoreboard just sitting outside, getting rusty and not functional. So I appreciate the follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll finish. I had similar questions. The fact that in 3 years we spent less than $150,000 on it, and all of a sudden we're asking for $2 million with only 6 months left. So I would ask, sort of in the same spirit of the questioning of Mrs. Alhadev, can you please give us a list? I think it should have come with the item, especially asking all of a sudden for $2 million when in 3 years you hadn't spent that much. What are you asking that money for? I mean, I know it says in there it's a scoreboard, but there should have been a list of what schools are getting what, how much is that cost, because you just mentioned that we might not use all the spend authority, and I know I have this conversation over and over again. that money gets bundled aside when we ask for spend authority. If we don't think we're going to spend all of that money, I think it's unfair to have extra cushion and a spend authority when we could actually be using that money where it's needed. So I would have rather seen an item that spelled out where you wanted those scoreboards to be, who's getting them, what equipment, and what the total cost was, and the spend authority to be very clear what it is we're doing in the next 6 months, because that was a really big jump from 150,000 to 2 million. So if you could please, as a follow-up, send us a list of the schools that are getting this equipment and what the total cost per school is, so that we know what we're actually spending.
So noted.
Yes, we've noted that.
Thank you very much. Any other board discussion on the item? Okay, all those in favor of item number 4 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Passes unanimously. The next item of business on the agenda is item 5, proposed resolution between the School Board of Broward County and the Police Benevolent Association. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Bowman. Any public comment?
We have one, Dr. Lynch Walsh.
Good morning again. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Yesterday I sent everybody an email, actually at 6:02 p.m. Last week you approved the PBA agreement, and apparently this item was supposed to come at the same time, which begs the question, why didn't we just pull the PBA agreement and fix the internal control weakness that was identified? So today, it would seem you're approving 2 positions that you already approved the salary schedule for last week, which means you approved a PBA agreement with a salary schedule for salaries for positions that didn't officially exist because you haven't done what you're being asked to do today, if I'm reading it correctly. But furthermore, I'm not sure what legitimate reason your general counsel and your superintendent would have, because the problem does not seem to permeate below that, in terms of stitching up the fact that your PBA agreement which is referenced in policy 4.9, says you have to follow due process as outlined in collective bargaining agreements, but the bargaining agreement is silent as the grave as to discipline, as is policy 2050. So what your general counsel told you last week was misleading, inaccurate, and therefore untrue. You have an internal control weakness when it comes to handling complaints and discipline of police officers, the same ones that today you're approving as positions, because your PBA agreement is silent as to how to handle complaints and discipline, and having a process in place for handling complaints is required by state law. 112.533. 532 speaks to investigations, also silent in the PBA agreement. This would be the easiest thing to fix. There's no legitimate reason any objection anyone could have. And the problem is you can't get past your general counsel on this. So I do not believe the problem is staff, since despite general counsel's best efforts, I saw that they did put procedures in place for investigations, but the language surrounding complaints, which is how you get to an investigation, is missing. So I would ask, can we please do this the easy way and give staff permission to fix the internal control weaknesses that are currently in your PBA agreement, policy 4.9, policy 2050, and there's some additional language which the Fort Lauderdale Police Department has beautifully written policy related to this. And I even included a portion of it in my email. So please, let staff do the right thing. I believe they want to.
Any other public comment? Board member discussion? Dr. Hepburn, I have a couple of questions. So in the other contracts that we have for employees, is there a place in that contract that deals with complaints and discipline?
Thank you for the question, Chair. I can't answer that question with certainty. We will have to review all of those contracts just to make sure we're accurate in our statement if there is anything about complaints and discipline.
Okay, could we say the majority of them have it?
I would refrain from saying majority or even a few. I would rather have the team review all the contracts and see what language is embedded in those contracts. And if there needs to be updates in the second rounds of the contracts, we can do that. If there needs to be updates in the policies, we can also bring that forward too.
Okay, so I know that for a fact. Teachers have complaints and discipline, and I believe teachers' aides, and I would venture to say most of the contracts have that. And in the PBA contract that we have here, the police officers are our employees, so I think all contracts should have that referenced in there. We last week we were told that it was covered in a policy, but if you look through the policy, it's not really in there. But as mentioned, it is referred that it refers back to the bargaining agreement between the two of how things would happen. So I think we're missing pieces everywhere. I'd like to be able to have the policy come back so it's clean and has that information in it. And then when we have the PBA contract come back to us, that it also include, could just be a paragraph that refers to the policy. Doesn't have to be a big deal, but I think we had an issue. I think we need to make sure that we don't allow there to be any ambiguity about what happens if there's an issue, which we hope is never again. So, Ms. Batista, do I have to make a motion to have the policy come back to us? Or the superintendent said it was coming back already, so.
Yep, I've made a note to initiate that policy.
Okay.
Yep. Policy review.
All right.
And if I may, Madam Chair, just for clarification purposes, I think the issue. So what's before you here, you have already really approved this item as far as the salaries and the job descriptions. This is I don't want to call it perfunctory action, but this is something that is required by PERC. So you're approving the resolution. That's number one. Number two, I think there seems to be a lot of confusion as to whether there is a discipline procedure for police officers in the district. And the board in the policy 2050 approved the language in that policy. And, of course, if you, decide that you don't like that language and want to change it, that's fine. But in the first paragraph of that policy, you delegated authority to the police chief to come up with a process and guidelines and a procedural manual to address all of the issues related to the discipline of police officers. And so that's where it is found. That's where you have that information.
So you said that before, but if you look in here, it says the Broward County Schools, the Chief of Broward Schools, the Police Department, to develop and implement a Broward County Schools Police Department manual and procedures that provides a framework for the Broward County Schools Police Law Enforcement Agency, set standards and define specific roles, standards, and protocol for law enforcement personnel. It doesn't speak, it's loosely related, but it doesn't speak specifically to if there's a complaint. And that I would like to see another item that refers it back to that specific manual and state law. So that's why I'm asking. You said that to us last week, but it's not clear that that's included in that, and I would like to personally see that updated.
Yeah, there's nothing, no prohibition from that being added to the policy.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert, did you have your hand up?
I wanted to let you know my co-chair here wants to be added to the list. But on page 2 of the recent one, number 7, May 21st, the hearing officer issued an order directing a joint response, updating the descriptions, and making sure that the PBA is the exclusive bargaining agent for them. Has that been done? Or, yes.
Dr. Hepburn.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the document you're referring to.
It's part of number 5, and at the joint motion for extension of time. So I think it says page 1 or 62 on the bottom, on the right. I never understand why there's 2 different numbers, but there. And that's, yeah, last paragraph on page 2, number 7.
Yeah, I'm seeing. Ms. Nazarito or page 2 on the item.
Number 7, thank you.
Number 7.
Takes a village.
Ask Mr. Hernandez.
Mauricio Hernandez,
Yes,
Professional
sir.
Standards and Labor Relations. The May 21st order asking the parties to submit a recognition by the board
Right.
for the 2 classifications, sergeants and police officers. 1, as a community of interest with police officers 2. That was approved. That was extended until June last Friday. There was a subsequent motion filed. This should be in the packet. That was filed on Friday. It's pending to extend the time to submit the resolution that's before you. But the job descriptions, if the question is what happened to the job descriptions, we know that in December, the sergeants and the
Were
police
approved.
officers, 1 came.
Yes.
Last week, I believe there was an amendment to the sergeant's job description for some things. So that's already been done, but the hearing officer under PERC, as Ms. Batista said, is asking for, notwithstanding this is a joint petition, it's been around since July 1 of 24, they're asking for this final document so then that PERC could recognize everybody in the same contract.
Okay.
So the
Well-
job descriptions have been approved by this board. That includes both of those classifications we seek to acknowledge today.
Thank you. And the bargaining agent, so the job descriptions fail to demonstrate the school board's formal recognition as PBA as the exclusive bargaining agent. That will be somewhere in the verbiage?
I apologize, that would be somewhere.
In the verbiage, in the wording?
The resolution acknowledges, in compliance with the hearing officer's request, that this board formally recognize these 2, notwithstanding that this board has already approved job descriptions that moves sergeants from where they used to be or presently ESMAP to PBA, and the police officers 1 that for some time were not in the PBA. So this is sort of the board's recognition in a formal sense to comply with the PERC order.
Okay, that doesn't really answer for me. It must just be super early or something. I understand that the response that was finding whatever on May 21st, that yes, we've already passed the job descriptions, but they failed to recognize the PBA as the exclusive bargaining agent. So that is what I'm looking for somewhere.
Yeah, so that's the purpose of this resolution. That's to
Okay, so where would it be for me to see that part?
the resolution that is pending before this board just today.
The joint motion?
No, it's a resolution
Okay.
acknowledging.
Got it. I didn't get that delivered to me, so I didn't have that. So I appreciate it, and I will trust my colleagues on this. But thank you so much for answering my question.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks a lot, Chair. I just want to clarify what I think we're asking the superintendent, or maybe suggest to the chair that that we open the aperture a little bit. It's critical that, as a board, we're very, very comfortable with complaints brought by police officers and against police officers, and that we have a discipline process for those. I just don't want to limit his work in coming back to the board to policies only. If we have a policy, as our general counsel pointed out, Ms. Batista, that our police chief is responsible for a piece of it, I'd like to know what he's done. If we have policies that are connected to this but not explicitly in the main policy, I'd like to know about that as well. But I think that the best request to the superintendent is actually a little bit more general and just say, come back and talk to us about complaints and discipline with law enforcement personnel, whether it's policies, practices, procedures, personnel, whatever, because as a board, we have to be comfortable that, people who are entrusted with great authority have great oversight. And so if that's what you asked him to do, then that's great. If not, I'd ask if we can make that just a little bit more general so that we can get kind of a full report on complaint and discipline process for our law enforcement people.
Yeah, and the request was, in general, everyone to look at all the contracts to see, so we're consistent, and we include that in all of the personnel contracts.
I'm not, let me try and say this back in a way that might give clear direction to our superintendent. I'm curious about law enforcement personnel complaint and discipline as a general issue. And I want to feel very confident that there is a clear expectation on their behalf and a clear expectation with our staff and parents and students about how you would complain and how discipline would be handled for our law enforcement personnel. Is that covered in what you've asked the superintendent to bring to us?
I believe so, but I'll ask the superintendent if that's his understanding.
So my understanding is to review all of our employee contracts, employee group contracts, to ensure that there is some form or fashion to mention about discipline or complaint process, and also bringing back policy 2050, if I had the correct number, to ensure that it's embedded in there, either referring to statute or referring to whatever specific steps.
And the PBA contracts, that moving forward,
Correct.
that it would be included in the contract.
Correct, as with all the other contracts that may be absent of that language.
Let me just ask the General Counsel then. General Counsel, how would I affect what I just said?
So it sounds like what you're looking for is to have a very clear understanding of what the disciplinary process is for police officers, how you would file a complaint and how the discipline would be administered. That can be added on to in different places. One of the places is through policy 2050. There is that first paragraph that talks about the delegation of powers and of the crafting of police manual and whatnot. So that may already exist in the policies and the procedures that have been drafted by the police officers. So I think just having those brought back for review to make sure that they contain whatever it is that you feel needs to be addressed, and make sure that it's already being addressed.
I would not prefer to do that as a formal motion. I'd prefer to do that as a follow-up, and to just ask the question, Chair, if the superintendent can send a follow-up of the system related to discipline for law enforcement staff in Broward County. More than process, more than policy, more than procedure. For example, if the chief is obligated to put something together, we should see it.
Well, and just to that point, I asked Ms. Batista for it, and I asked her to share it with the whole board. So there is a procedure manual. I know Ms. Batista, has that been sent to the whole board?
So I'm not the records custodian of that, but I will ask the police chief to go ahead and send that to the whole board.
Okay, that was my request, but okay. Mr. Severa?
I'm still waiting for a response, Chair.
Dr. Hepburn?
I'm asking for a follow-up that describes to the board how discipline is handled as a system with Broward County law enforcement personnel.
Yeah, we could follow up.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Severa?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple things. The agenda item that this board is being asked to vote on now is whether or not to expand two different sets of classifications under the agreement that we've already voted on, correct? Yeah. Okay. So all this stuff about disciplinary procedures and that necessarily is not subject to what we're being asked to vote on. Okay, that's what I thought. Also, there was an allegation made from the prior speaker regarding the district not complying with a state statute. in regards to the PBA agreement that we voted on and approved at the last meeting. I did not get that statutory number. I don't know if anybody else did, but I'd like to pull that statute.
Ms. Batista?
I don't think she was here. I don't think she had walked in yet.
Okay, well, but she should know the statute that governs the
Assuming it does. It was an allegation made by the prior speaker. I was trying to take it down, and I didn't get it. I just wanted to look at the statute to see if it was applicable.
So
Chair.
Is the police Bill of Rights? I think that's what you're referring to.
Chair.
Yes.
Michael Gregory.
Yes, go ahead.
Michael Gregory, Chief Safety and Security Officer. Yes, I believe the speaker is speaking to the Florida State Statute 112. It's also referred to as the Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights, LEBOR.
There was a certain that's the chapter. There was
That's
a
the
certain
chapter.
there was a certain section of the chapter.
533 and as well as 532.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, all those in favor of item number 5, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no.
Aye.
Okay. Welcome, Dr. Holness.
Ma-
The item passes unanimously. Okay. The
Madam
next-
Chair?
Yes.
I just want to say really quick, I was trying to make a comment on item 4. There were some tech problems I've been on, and I was not able to be heard because they had technical issues. At a convenient time, I would like or request that item 4 be reopened whenever you see convenient so I can make my comments.
Okay, Ms. Batista? Can he request to have that come back now?
Well, you can have the item, motion to reconsider the item, or if the comments are not going to necessarily change the vote, Dr. Holness can make the comments now.
Okay, does he, because it's already passed, Dr.
Okay.
Holness.
Right, I understand that, but for the record, I wanted to have my input be there for the record. I was on, and there were tech issues where I
Okay, go ahead
was
and make,
speaking
go ahead
no
and
one
make
was
the
hearing me.
comments now, Dr. Holness.
Okay, so it's comments and some questions, and then depending on the responses, that will determine my vote on that item. So that's why I requested to open back the item, because it was a tech issue.
Go ahead and make a motion then.
Well, he can't make a motion. He
Okay,
didn't
I
vote on
motion
it.
to-
That's right, I'm sorry.
Chair, I'll make a motion to reconsider
Second.
item.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Dr. Zeman to bring item number 4 back to the table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. Dr. Holness, item number 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the opportunity. So I wanted to ask the superintendent, because this seems to be a significant increase in the spending authority for these display boards. It appears that $119,337 were spent from the previously approved $165,000, and there was a balance of $45,663. So I'd like to ask the superintendent, how did you come up, or your staff, with the $2 million? Was there any kind of a needs assessment that determined that we need to have this amount of spending authority, because this money will be tied up for this specific purpose? So if he could respond to how did they arrive at the $2 million?
Dr. Holness, I'm not sure if you heard, but we left this item with asking the superintendent to bring us that information back, to give a list of schools and what the cost was at each school and how they came up with the $2 million. So that was already asked as a follow-up.
Yes, I heard that as a follow-up, but the item was also voted on. So I still would like to have his response. Was there any sort of process put in place where they came up with the $2 million, or did it just come out the hat?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Wanzer.
Good morning, Dr. Holness. So I'm going to have Ms. Andrea, I think she's back there to assist, but I do know that there was an assessment done. As I gave in a previous response, this is to address scoreboards for football fields, as well as baseball stadiums, as well as basketball gymnasiums. So there are a number of needs across multiple sports as it relates to scoreboards. I do know that for at least two of the schools, and when I say two of the schools, I'm speaking specifically to Deerfield Beach and South Broward. They're with the renovation, the upgrade of their turf fields, and that those costs somewhere in the neighborhood of almost $300,000 just for those two scoreboards. But Miss Andreu can speak specifically how they broke down the financial analysis. But I know that PPO was very integral in this because the work orders for repairs and replacements are facilitated through PPO.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, is there a reason that the amount that was allocated before of $165,000, why all of that was not spent?
Dr. Hepburn.
From my understanding, this item was 22 or 2021, just like many other projects or that involve facilities, they've been stalled. So this is something that we're no longer stalling. We're trying to make sure our scoreboards are up to date, be it whatever activity or sport uses them, basketball, football, baseball, softball, and those entities. If you got anything to add, Ms. Andrea.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Dr. Holness, I would also just add, and this is an assumption, I will verify this with my purchasing agents and Mr. Dorsett, but again, this item, although it says it is expiring November 8th, I'm going to assume that there's extensions that go along with this invitation to bid, and currently through the policy, the board has authorized the superintendent to be able to utilize that extension. And so I'm assuming we're asking for this additional spend authority now, and we will be able to utilize that extension. Dr. Hepburn would notify the board via memorandum, as I stated previously, and then we would already have the spend authority approved so that we could, in essence, continue to work on improving, getting new scoreboards and fixing those that are currently not working until 2026.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, do you foresee needing a spend authority of $2 million?
That'll be.
I know that Ms. Board Member Hickson had requested that you come back with, what will possibly be the need to spend this money. But do you foresee spending this amount of money?
Yes.
On scoreboards?
Yes, absolutely. And just to think in the future, it will be more in the future, actually, to accommodate the needs of all of our scoreboards, because many of them are outdated. I know some of the board members mentioned you can't even see the score on some of them, and they've probably been sitting just out of service and not maintained for a while.
Okay. Madam Chair, thank you. My vote remains yes on this item. Thank you.
Okay, well, I don't think, you weren't on the line to vote, so we'll have to vote again. So all those in favor of, all those in favor of item number 4, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay, back to item number 6. The next item of business on the agenda is item 6, membership in Broward Metropolitan Planning Organization. Can I have a motion and a second? Then moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Is there any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Sorry, there's one public speaker, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Morning again. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I'm in favor of membership so long as they benefit the district and taxpayers, and I certainly have spoken to people at the Broward Metropolitan Planning Organization before. They have a wealth of data. So while I'm in favor, as long as we are getting data and using it and letting the public see it, because data is the thing we never seem to get from staff, no matter how many times and how many ways we ask for it. So I don't know how much this particular item is, and I'll be back on item 7. I signed up to speak because that's even more concerning. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No, Madam Chair.
Board member comment, Mrs. Alhada.
Yeah, so with all these memberships, I would like to see the attachment with the benefits that the school district is getting from the membership, because it's very important that we are actually using whatever we're connected with the membership. So it should be attached to the item, but since it's not, to my understanding, I don't see it, for all these membership items now and the ones in the future, if you could attach the benefits and then give a board follow-up with the benefits for the ones, I think there's 2 memberships for this board meeting today. Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn,
That request is noted.
any other comments? All those in favor of item 6, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Aye.
Motion carries. Motion approved unanimously. The next item of business on the agenda is item number 7, membership dues to the Council of Great City Schools. Can I have a motion?
So
and a
moved.
second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
Dr. Lynch Walsh.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Council of Great City Schools. Totally in favor of membership there, but again, more important that you use whatever benefits you're getting. For example, in 2019, the Council of Great City Schools did a review of PPO and had a number of recommendations that the district said would be a 3-year plan, and that was 5 years ago. So in theory, the 3-year plan from 5 years ago should be complete. But at a recent facilities task force meeting and in writing, we were told by the executive director of PPO that the superintendent had not directed him to do anything about the 3-year plan. So essentially, you did not use the benefit of having the Council of Great City Schools come in here and do a very, very thorough but brief review of PPO, which included things like get yourself a real facilities chief officer, do a facility condition assessment, do a facilities master plan, because that's an industry standard, which we seem to be doing Part A but not Part B. And then there were higher costs of PPO. If you haven't read it yet, it should be recommended reading. But that was a benefit of being a member of the Council of Great City Schools that was just brushed aside at a facilities task force meeting as if to say, well, that was 5 superintendents ago, so it's no longer a priority. We're not doing anything about it. We haven't looked at it. We know nothing. And they just brushed it aside, not once, but twice. All of those recommendations were things that hit home for anyone that's familiar with facilities and should have been addressed, and there was a 3-year plan. And had that 3-year plan been addressed, you wouldn't have so many open work orders, which I believe there'll be a request for all the open work orders again, because it sounds like we're now scampering to try to close some of those. But again, the public has to benefit, in this case, from $73,000 in membership dues. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Any board member comment? Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I've been very thrilled to be the rep, and I agree with the initial public speaker comments. This is an organization that represents us. These are the largest urban school districts in the United States. Every month, the superintendent and I sit down with other superintendents and school board members from the top 80 or 90 school districts. They have grown, by the way. They reduced their total membership count. So districts with students down to 75,000, I think, is the lower limit. Can now be members of the Council of Great City Schools, which just expands the number of people contributing and expands the number of people who read their material. Their material this year has focused on repurposing schools, on causes of academic success, on uses of AI, on how do you improve student engagement as something that is a very clear correlate with success across the board, not just in academics, but in our schools in general. So this is a group that is like us. As the 6th largest district, we need to be in this group. We need to contribute to what they want in terms of data that they'd like from us, and to make sure that we use their research effectively when it comes back. Last point on this, the Department of Ed's entire Department of Research was disestablished a few months ago. That makes this group the last kind of national group that collectively does research for large urban districts. On top of that, they continue to lobby for things that are good in general, not for political things, but things that are in general good for educating the future generation of America. So this is a great investment for which we get, to Ms. Aladef's point, tremendous feedback from them. I'd love to codify that too in the future so we can say, hey, here's exactly what we get from them. Because I want colleagues to know that this group exists, that does great research. The conference they're doing this year in Philadelphia is a must-go. It is the best professional development experience for a school board member in the country. And to Mr. Cervera, as our new member, this group has 400 training sessions in Philadelphia, covering 3.5 days, covering things specific to large urban districts. And the research they do and the experiences you learn from other people that are there, absolutely phenomenal. So look forward to seeing everybody there October 22nd to 26th in Philadelphia. And I look forward to moving this in a positive direction. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any other board member comment? All those in favor of item number 7 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. The next item of business on the agenda is item number 8, a Vigilon video surveillance equipment. Can I have a motion in a second?
Second.
So it's been moved by Mrs. Rupert, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay, any board member comment? Mrs. Alhaza?
Thank you. So my question is in regards to the replacing of the cameras and the cadence of whether our, I guess, first threshold is to replace areas with blind spots first, then try to replace the analog units and update them. I'm just trying to understand the thought process on how we're replacing cameras, knowing we might have blind spots that need to be, just get a camera.
Dr.
And if it's a working camera, then keep it.
Yep. This is a joint effort between safety and security and also IT. So whoever wants to jump in either party to start the conversation.
Good morning, Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Castaneda, our Executive Director of IT Operations, soon to be Executive Director, Analytics and Intelligence. Take it away.
Thank you very much for the question, and a very good question. Right now, our efforts working together with the Chief of Safety and Security is to take a look holistically at all the cameras that we have. One of the deficiencies that we have, without going into too much detail, is situational awareness, which is a term that's often brought up by our partners in safety and security. It's knowing which cameras are down so that we're not constantly reacting and waiting for a school to basically notice that a camera is down by logging into their individual systems. So a Vigilon, which is owned by Motorola, is at no cost providing us the ability to have a dashboard that allows us to see under one pane of glass the camera status across the entire district for the thousands and thousands of cameras we have installed. Now, although it doesn't directly address your question, that gives us a direct insight into which cameras are down, where the blind spots are, so we can have a better systematic plan for how to address them. Right now, we're in a reactive mode responding to camera down events as they're reported by schools or by the safety and security officers, and responding through a ticketing system in order to get them. This is going to allow us to respond faster and in a more coherent approach. So we're looking forward to operationalizing this dashboard. We currently only have it active for a subset of schools and are increasing it to district-wide in the next month or so in partnership with Motorola.
Thank you. And that is really super important. As we know, there was a 20-minute delay on the cameras on 214. So our cameras have to be functional and working correctly. The other part of this, and I don't know the answer, but with these cameras, is there going to be any AI technology to be able to identify if a weapon is drawn in a school, to box it and alert it, knowing that time is so important to get law enforcement to take down the threat, and the I guess lack of someone 100% of the time watching our cameras. We need this type of technology to alert if there is a threat.
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Castaneda.
Thank you. Another excellent question, and one I love to answer because it involves AI. Many of our cameras now have AI capabilities within the camera. There's also AI capabilities on the servers, however, not all of them. So part of our process is identifying cameras that are yet to reach that threshold and upgrade them to that capability. Now, AI provides the ability, as you just said, to basically make the cameras less of a passive system and more of an alerting or active system that can detect certain things. There's certain things that you don't want to do. You don't want to get into facial recognition and things like that. But right now, there is the capability, and these are projects that, again, we are working in partnership with Motorola and with our Chief of Safety and Security to at least get basic pattern recognition. For example, allowing our officers to do a search for a red car that was traversing the campus and having the system be able to detect red cars during a certain time period in order to assist in an investigation. So those are examples of the current technology that is available on many of the cameras. The first step is making sure that we upgrade cameras and servers so that they all have that capability and we can institute it district-wide.
So I'm going to speak to two things specifically that I don't know and hope our cameras can identify. One is that if someone jumps a fence, is that alerting? And two is if someone takes out a gun and is it alert there?
Those are two capabilities that are available on the cameras. We're going to have to give you a follow-up on whether any cameras right now are set up to detect that. But that is part of the plan of moving from a purely passive system, which would require a human being to detect that, to having a system that actually can trigger and alert when it detects a moving object in a certain view that is scaling a fence, for example.
So I've been talking about this for years, and I think this board should be very aggressive in. I hear it's available. So is it available, or can we actually use it? Meaning, like, it's available and we have the ability to use this, or no, it's available but we didn't pay for that part of the camera to be able to use it.
No, it's available, but the team is working to make sure that all these, use some common term, switches are turned on, because there are certain things, such as certain servers, that some schools have that some schools don't have. So that's the whole process of updating and scaling out all of this technology to ensure that we can do this in all of our schools over time. But yes, we're not holding back technology. We're not holding back dollars to not purchase a whole suite to dampen our capabilities. We're going full bore what we need to do to ensure that we have the best technology to do all the things that you just mentioned.
Okay, so I would like to see us be very aggressive about this, to be able to try to implement this for the start of next school year. I think that, we have to, as a board, understand, which schools have this technology, what doesn't, and what do we need to do to get there so all the schools have this ability and technology, and that we can implement this, because this is a huge process and layer of safety protection that we need to execute and implement in all of our schools. Thank you.
Chair, just a point of order. Would it derive from what Ms. Aladeff said that we set aside some time before the start of the school year for a closed security briefing again to get a full debrief? My question about that is largely based on the amazing acceleration of AI on the back end, and some new technologies, as Ms. Aladeff said, but some other new technologies she didn't rightfully talk about, because we ought not to talk about it in a public meeting. But would it make sense, Chair, given that it's been a while since we had that full closed room briefing, that we do that on July 22nd?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, sorry, I turned the mic off. Yes, we can accommodate that. I'm pretty sure the team is very excited to share all the things that they've been doing and are going to do.
And if I could, with your concurrence, I think the subject of that briefing is what is possible and what do we need to do? Because if there's a gap between what's possible and what we are doing in a closed-door setting, I would like to know more about that so that we can figure out how to maintain our well-known capability as the district that has done more for safety and security than any other in the United States. But we need to keep that edge. And so that, to me, I think it would be a useful closed-door session, if you don't agree. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other board discussion on item 8? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no.
Aye.
Item passes unanimously. The next item of business on the agenda is item 9, Telehealth Services, Hazel
So
Health
moved.
Incorporated. It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Thompson. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Any board member comment? I'm sorry, Mr. Severe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple questions. Is parental permission required for participation in these telehealth sessions by our students?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Hollingsworth?
Good morning, Simone Hollingsworth. Yes, parental consent is required.
And the doctor's notes that are made during these visits, are those HIPAA-protected notes, or do they go into the student's educational file?
No, they are HIPAA protected, pardon me.
Thank you, ma'am. I yield my time.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman.
I want to give a shout out to Hazel Health. I think sometimes these things come by, and last week we did 126 items. Today we're going to rip through a smaller number of them. But this is a free service to Broward County Schools, and yet it's an incredible service to our students. And so to the extent that our staff aids and abets them, and they come in and do these kinds of things times thousands of visits per year, is noteworthy because it doesn't cost us anything. These are things right now that are paid with the federal Medicaid program by and large. Just so that we also stay apprised of this, Chair, this service may be significantly impacted by the new federal legislation related to Medicaid. If Medicaid's eligibility is dramatically reduced, the eligibility for the federal Medicaid program to pay for this service could also be curtailed. And so we need to track this. So all I'm suggesting as part of this item is if, in fact, there's a historic change in Medicaid, that we progress monitor this in terms of finding out whether kids who used to come in and use Medicaid to get this essential care are now not doing it because they're not covered and because we don't pay for it. I don't think we can afford ever to pay for student health care at the scale that the federal dollars can, but I do want to be prepared for that in case there is a rollback of Medicaid.
Dr. Hepburn.
Noted.
Okay. Any other board discussion on item 9? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say
Aye.
no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item of business on the agenda is item 10, School Resource Officer Summer
So moved.
2025. It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Board member discussion? All those in favor of item number 10 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item of business is item number 11, continuation of the lease or maintenance of district software and hardware for 2025-2026.
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Bowman. Any public comment? Any
No,
board
ma'am.
member comment? All those in favor of item number 11 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Item carries unanimously. Next item of business is item 12, Title I Education Services for Private Schools.
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Any board member comment? Okay, all those in favor of item 12 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item of business on the agenda is item 13, turnkey solution for providing substitute teachers for
So
Broward
moved.
County Public Schools. Been moved by Dr. Zeman. Second. We can't, on a special meeting, they have to all go individually. Yeah. Yeah, we have to do them all individually on a special meeting. That's what I was told. So, okay. It's moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on the item?
No, ma'am.
Any board member discussion on the item? All those in favor of item 13 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item of business on the agenda is item 14, occupational and physical therapy services.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Any board member comment? Mrs. Alhadeff.
Yeah, so my question is regards to if any of these companies use therapy dogs. In students with IEPs, this could help reduce anxiety, encourage social interaction, communication, and focus, and help students feel safe and engaged.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Hollingsworth.
Good morning, Simone Hollingsworth. I'd have to follow up if the companies use the dogs, but I know for this particular item, it's for the gross and fine motor skills for students that have that as a related service. We do have therapy dogs in our schools if a student requires that for their unique need, as well as we've engaged with other community organizations that have provided reading pals and things of that nature, but that would be specific. But even so, the therapy dogs are typically provided by the individual, but I could do a follow-up to see if they utilize those, but that's not typically what this has been.
Thank you.
Okay, any other board member comments, discussion? All those in favor of item number 14 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item of business on the agenda is item number 15, recommendation to approve 7 authorized private provider child care program license agreements. A motion
So
and a
moved.
second. It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Board member discussion? All those in favor of item number 15 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item of business on the agenda is item number 16, School Board Policy Review Consulting, Coward and Coward, PA. It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Any board member discussion? All those in favor of item 16 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item of business on the agenda is item 17, Clever Single Sign-On and Rostering Services. Can I have a motion? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public discussion?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Any board member discussion? All those in
Dr. Zeman?
favor? Oh, did you have?
Are we only on Clever?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, I'd like to speak.
Okay.
Terrific. Chair, is this available 24/7, 365?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes.
Chair, is there any academic software for which we pay for 24/7, 365, but don't turn it on 24/7, 365?
Dr. Hepburn.
Is there any academic software? I'll have to follow up on that one.
Chair, would it make any sense that we pay for an academic software program 24/7, 365, but don't turn it on 24/7, 365? This is academic software to help kids learn. Is there any reason why we wouldn't do that?
Dr. Hepburn.
To pay for it and not turn it on?
Yes, sir.
There may be a specific reason if it's not being turned on. But I'm not aware of, I'm not presently aware of any. I'll have to do some research.
I am. And so as a follow-up, Mr. Superintendent, could you please report back any academic software that we pay for 24/7 that isn't turned on 24/7?
And can you specify turn on?
Available to students.
Okay.
Okay. Is that it, Dr. Zeman?
That's it.
Mr. Severe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In reading this agreement, specifically Section 2.8, there are a lot of third-party vendors who we are allowing access to our students' educational records. Just to name a few: Amazon, Apple, Datadog, Google, Salesforce, Zoom, Stitch, Twilo. What? First of all, why is this necessary? Number one, and number two, what safeguards is the district putting in place to make sure that this information that's being produced is protected to the extent that we can protect it once it's turned over to these third-party vendors?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ask Mr. Davis to comment on our how we alleviate any security concerns with software vendors for our students and staff.
Yes, good morning. Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer, and a very valid question. We're very centered on information security and assurance. We also work very closely with, like Mr. Todd Sussman, for example, in the Privacy Office to ensure that we follow all guidelines relative to compliance, for example, with FERPA. In some cases where we do business with vendors, we also have clauses inside of our contracts that are standard, a template, if you will, to ensure safeguarding of student data, to follow those particular requirements, those regulatory compliance requirements. So each particular contract is reviewed for that prior to any approval at various levels from our privacy officer up to myself.
If I may, quick follow-up, and I'm not a techie person. I don't pretend to be one. My children constantly remind me I am old. I'm looking at this, and why does Apple and why does Google need access to this information? Because in my mind, if they have that, that's gone. That's that's out in the cyber universe, and I'm not trusting these third-party vendors to properly secure our kids' private educational records and data. So, I mean, what is the purpose of Amazon and Apple and Datadog and Google and all of these companies? There's, I think, 20 plus of them. Why do they need this access for this clever program?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Davis.
So, in some cases, and we have pockets, it's not necessarily district-wide. Sometimes there's a particular program at a particular school. It might be an STO school or a series of schools that might be sponsored, if you will, by Apple or some of these other vendors that have been in for quite some time. Sometimes they're new requests, and at certain stages to interact with our students or staff, there is a requirement for that data. But again, it does pass through quite stringent review. I do feel you though, because I have 3 kids as well, and the reality is that there is a lot of information right on the dark web, as there is in other areas. So just know that we have vetted it at various levels through the legal process, as well as ensuring that the value is there for our students. But I do appreciate your concern there.
Is this standard? Is this sort of standard operating procedure for when you get into one of these agreements with these electronic online service providers, in which our students have access to do various curriculum and programs to help with their learning and education, that you basically have to agree to allow, the tech big boys, if you will, to have access to these records, or is this unique to Clever?
So no, it's not unique to Clever. There are individual agreements where we have to make those concessions in some cases, and sometimes it's required in order to get maximum value out of the system. But it's not a blanket, let's say release of information on a particular student or let's say a staff. It's very detailed as to what is allowed, in that safeguarding data section as an example. So we're very careful that it's not a blanket. You can have access to all student data or to all, data.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Peace out.
Mr. Davis, you comfortable with this?
I'm never comfortable with releasing, data when it's not necessary. However, when it's been qualified, let's say through academic services, through our privacy office, through us from a technology and value add perspective, I'm okay with the risk of the balance of the risk and the reward, the reality of the world that we live in. So I hate to say that they already know all this information, but the reality is they do. In personal lives, people are using major providers like Google, et cetera. This data is already freely available out there today, both, again, on the dark web as well as not. So I do think it's a balance. This is a very interesting subject, and one that we talk about often in our information security and assurance realm.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. Kind of in that same vein, hold on, let me fix my microphone situation. Sorry. So I'm looking at the agreement, and I know Mr. Cervera raised some concerns as well, but like on page 2 of 22, it says SBBC will provide Clever with the following education records via secure file transfer. So, like for instance, student ESC 504, ELL, and or gifted history. Can someone elaborate on like why these vendors would need access to that information?
Dr.
What
Hepper.
educational utility that brings?
Mrs. Davis.
So Clever, if you think about it, as a dashboard and access to various applications, right? So we're talking about that organizing logic for many different applications. So I think we would have to understand which application in particular that we're referencing, and maybe why that was decided to add benefit or value in that particular situation. But I think that's a very explicit example of one particular vendor that would need access to drive value with that data. Not that it would just be given for no reason. So I would need to look at that particular use case, that particular application.
Okay. What about a student identification number?
So I know in certain cases that student identification numbers are used for like award programs, for example, with certain vendors to issue out kind of recognition and all. Again, very, very specific to applications. So I don't know if Mr. Castaneda has anything else to add on that.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I just wanted to bring attention to what Clever allows us to do and what it doesn't allow us to do. What Clever allows us to do is provide data to a central location, and that's what the contract before you is addressing. However, releasing that data to another third party through Clever requires another contract and scrutiny on what is released. So for example, for ESC-related data, that information would never be released to any vendor that has nothing to do with ESC, IEPs, or any sort of information that's related to that. We always take the approach, and Mr. Davis has always been very keen on information security assurance, on ensuring that a vendor only has the minimum amount of data required for a student to be able to log in, for them to be rostered and receive whatever instructional services are being provided, for an example, for instructional software. So that would usually involve their identification number, because that creates a unique identifier. It is not a social security or anything like that. It is our local identifier, and enough information on the class rostering so that they can receive those educational services in the same way that they're receiving educational services in the classroom.
Okay. I mean, I could go down the list, and I understand what you all are saying in terms of, it's vetted and clear and closely scrutinized. I guess my other question is, do private schools engage in similar agreements? So if I put my child in a private school and they're using online platforms, would we expect the same kind of release of information to happen at the private school level?
Dr. Hepper.
Mr. Castaneda.
Yes, and companies, and Clever's not the only company that does this. There's other vendors that do it in this space. But a private school, if they want students to be able to connect to these resources easily, because in the absence of Clever, let's say Clever didn't exist, and for many years, obviously it didn't, basically a school or a district had to figure this out with the vendors individually, which creates a lot more risk, because now instead of one possible area where something can breach, you have hundreds of different integrations that are occurring in parallel where you have multiple safety points. Ultimately, if you don't use a service like this, and if you decide, you know what, I'm not going to send any data, it would end up forcing students or staff to create manual logins into these systems, maintain manual passwords, and that just creates a barrier to education where you have kids that are going to have to remember 5 different passwords to be able to get into the 5 different educational platforms they use.
Okay, thank you. And I understand multiple perspectives on this. Like, I don't want my child's information out there. My identity was like fully stolen in 2020. People were like opening up credit cards and buying Casper mattresses and stuff. So that was not a fun experience to go through, and I wouldn't want that for any child. and some of this information is like very sensitive, like this student ESC 504 ELL gifted history, demographics, student ID number. And so I understand like the heartburn around giving this information over. And I also hear and believe that we are being very careful about how we hand this information over. I think like this is probably a bigger issue than just this contract, and I would be interested in maybe adding something into our legislative platform in the future, or working with our Broward delegation to ensure that in this state we have certain protections for student information and student data, especially when it comes to these big tech platforms. But yeah, I mean, I don't, some of the answers I heard today don't give me a lot of comfort. To some extent they do. And I do understand that like all of these platforms have all of our information anyway. Like I am keenly aware of that. But that still doesn't make it any more comforting. And I think, you know, Ms. Hickson has brought up the role that technology plays in our schools in the first place, and do we need all of this software? And some of our most successful schools don't even use a lot of these platforms. So I think, you know, I think there's an opportunity to have a bigger conversation about the role that all of this plays in our education in the first place. But I certainly understand the discomfort with handing this information over, even when we are being careful and scrutinizing the ways in which we do that.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhada.
Yeah, so I would ask for a follow-up in regards to Clever giving us their basically like security framework that protects the student's information. And then I would even granularly go into, on page 7, the sub-processor, the different companies, and let them tell us what protections and security measures they're putting into place, all of these. And then to Ms. Leonardi's point, you know, maybe there is an opportunity where we don't need to have so many of these sub-processors. I don't know. Maybe we need all of them. Maybe we don't. Maybe there's overlap, because the more people that have access to the information, the more possibilities for vulnerabilities to do hypothetically some type of damage to sensitive student information. So those are my asks in regards to follow-up. Thank you.
Ms. Batista, is there anything you wanted to add since this is a contract based on the requests?
Well, based on the request, I mean, that's something that can be requested of these different companies. There are certain sections that already safeguard the confidentiality of the education records in the agreement. You can find them in section 2.5, you know, the Clever safeguarding the confidentiality of education records. And all of these items in the contract have to comply with FERPA and also with the Florida Administrative Code, section 6A-1.09550, which is the Student Online Personal Information Protection. And those apply to charter schools and public schools, but they would not apply to like parochial schools or private schools if they don't receive any federal funding. So, you know, we as public schools potentially, because we also receive the federal funds, have more protections for these records than other schools would.
Go ahead.
I have a question for Mr. Rhodes. Is this something that we could potentially audit down the road?
The short answer is yes. It would depend on what the issues were that needed to be audited, but it's like looking at any contract or any other agreement to make sure that there's performance and compliance.
Just as a point, may I just interject something, Chair? You know, that I think to Ms. Alada's point, our audit team has an ability to look at contracts and compliance and things like that, but there are other teams available to look at cybersecurity, whose profession is in making sure that the breach that happened with Ms. Leonardi is not opened up to 192,000 of our students and 30,000 staff. And that kind of review has like some proactive measures they do to ping the system and to try to get in certain vulnerabilities. And that may be, something that we want to do. It's not very expensive to do those things, and it may be that our CIO and staff are already doing those things. But that kind of vulnerability assessment might be an alternative to actually looking at contract compliance, because contract compliance didn't stop Ms. Leonardi's breach, nor my breach. In years, probably half the people here, right? We get those stupid letters that say, hey, congrats, you've qualified for credit protection. It's like, oh no, I got another breach. But contract compliance may not be as much of a concern as like actual breaching the systems, because what we're going to get through our CIO and our astute analyst staff is, all the legal documents all look like they make sense. Well, that's fine, but what if, somebody's coming in with a threat in 8 different ways all at the same time at midnight on a Sunday? Do they get through? Those kinds of tests, that information assurance test, might be something you would consider.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yeah, so Mr. Davis, if you have anything to add to the conversation, especially comments by Dr. Zeman.
Yes, good morning. I absolutely compliment what Dr. Zeman said, and we routinely do penetration testing for information security and assurance. And there's one comment I often throw out to the team: locks are for honest people. So the reality is we have to do that penetration testing, because the reality is, contracts or not, there are people that don't care about that. And and also I think it's important to note, potential breaches are certainly nothing new. There are cases where we deal with hundreds of potential attack vectors daily on our system, and we thwart that through very innovative means, both upstream and here on site. So, but again, to compliment Dr. Zeman on that, absolutely, that's something that's necessary. Third-party assurance is necessary, even with the trusted people that we have internally.
Ms. Batista.
Yes, I just wanted to add that sections in the contract, 2.9, 2.10, 2.11, they address electronic auditing for databases.
What page are you on?
Page 8 of 20. And section 2.10 specifically talks about electronic auditing for databases, and that Clever shall provide the school board with electronic auditing system that allows the school board to track individuals' authenticated access to Clever electronic management system, and so on.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues for your comments. I sometimes feel like I'm the only one worried about this stuff, so I'm glad that everybody else is as well, because it pains me to have my kids' information out there as well. It just seems like culturally this is just something that everyone's floating along with, so I appreciate the comments. So I just had a couple questions about liability in the event of a breach, and kind of what our responsibility is as the district versus what the third-party provider is. I'm looking at a couple provisions, like in 7.2.3. It gives they like Clever will be financially responsible for certain things if their breach is due to willful misconduct or negligence. So if they're doing everything that they're supposed to be doing, I mean, I guess it depends on what their the definition of negligence is, then are they not liable to us if our students' information is compromised?
Ms. Batista.
How do we?
So this is a pretty robust agreement from a security standpoint. So it does have, the auditing component. It has the indemnity component. It has a notice component that if anything happens, if there's a breach of security with Clever, they have to notify the school board, notify us immediately. There is they have to notify the privacy officer. And so obviously they have to follow the terms of the agreement, but assuming that happens, it looks like a pretty robust agreement as far as, they have the liability if there is something that goes wrong. And also from a, safety, trying to maintain all of the information safe of the students and the staff.
I guess my concern would be the definition of negligence if they come back and argue that they did everything they were supposed to do and there was nothing that they could have done to stop this, and now it's our cost because they didn't have negligence. That's what they're going to argue. And then, because it says like they're going to pay for certain things if it's due to their willful misconduct or negligence, they're going to indemnify us if it's due to their intentional violation or their negligence. I guess it gets into the question of what the, I guess the industry standard is for negligence. And then do we have like our own insurance and things of that nature that protects us in the event that this becomes like a battle?
Yes. I don't know if there's anybody here from risk management, but the short answer is yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say too, to compliment that the answer is yes, but you're correct relative to each party, and I've dealt with many of these, both private sector and public sector. I've never really had a case where an offending party wanted to just accept blame easily, right? And their insurance, was generally the party that pushed for proving that fact. But that's also why we have very robust, records as to why something happened, logs, because that typically comes back on us to say, are you sure it happened this way? Or we know it happened that way. So we have to discount any hearsay, basically.
And then just one last question. In 2.4.2, is it necessary that we provide the date of birth of the children to them? Is that providing any? Of all the things that are on this list, it seems like that's the most identifying factor if it was like, if we were trying to be protective of information.
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Davis or Mr. Castaneda?
That's an excellent question. And while we may be providing the date of birth as part of the demographics to Clever, if you could allow us to follow up, I'd like to see if we're actually providing it to any of the instructional vendors at all, because that is an excellent question as to why traditionally date of birth in the past was used as a way of doing password resets. So we're going to follow up and find out if it's actually even being sent to any of the vendors that are feeding from Clever, because then otherwise we don't need to send it to Clever at all.
Okay, thank you. Any other board discussion, Mr. Sever?
Two things real quick, Madam Chair, if I can. In response to my colleague's comment about the negligence standard, I think it's a simple negligence standard as opposed to a gross negligence standard, which is obviously the easier threshold legally to prove under the reasonable person standard. And lastly, to try to land this plane, I guess my question is, do we have any leverage with these companies? If we go back to Clever and say, you know what, pound sand, we don't want you giving our kids information to Google and Apple and to Zoom, will they just tell us to go fly a kite and move on to the next school district? Or do we really have any operative leverage to make these types of demands to tighten these agreements up?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Davis.
So I'm always going to answer yes, that we have leverage. And if we don't attempt, we don't know. So the reality is that my team knows that every single contract that we deal with, whether it be renewal or new contracts, that we have to negotiate. And that's some of the reasons why you've seen some of the innovative updates to contracts that had been like, let's say Microsoft licensing as a great example is one that's just typically renewed because it's part of our ecosystem. It's entrenched. That doesn't mean though that you can't negotiate with the giant, right? So the question is whether or not we believe that the applications that are hosted and or presented via Clever's dashboard as an example would need that information or not. So, but to say that you couldn't have leverage, we don't know till you don't try. That's for sure. So I agree with you, sir.
Unknown participant is now.
Any other board member comment? All those in favor of item 17, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No.
Motion carries with one dissenting vote. Oh, two dissenting votes. Two dissenting votes. Without, is Dr. Holness on the line? Okay, so minus Dr. Holness. And the last item on the agenda today is item number 18, Board Agenda Software Granicus, LLC.
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Is there any public comment?
Dr. Lynch-Walsh.
Good morning again, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida, maximizing my 12 minutes allowed. And I know that when we step through the door, it's like coming into Narnia, but by my clock in the real world, it's 10:27, which means all of the committee chairs on the Doge committee that you say you value, respect, and all that have been waiting now an hour and a half past 9 o'clock. That being said, obviously you have to approve Granicus because the contract runs out June 30th. And in the spirit of efficiency, continuous improvement, and maybe prioritizing, we've had Granicus since 2020. As someone who frequents Granicus and who deals and speaks to staff that have to live with Granicus, I would suggest the following. Survey your staff because you're about to enter one of your two allowed extensions. Survey the staff. You may have to hire a firm to do it because in my experience, surveys in this district don't go well together in terms of psychometrics and validity and reliability. Survey the staff, survey the public. This is a public-facing program that is the transparency of this district. I do not believe that it's being used that its use is being maximized, and you could tell that by looking at what other districts do. Maybe use the Council of Great City Schools to help you find out whether other districts spend a little bit more and get a lot more, spend less and get more, but I can tell you this is more painful than the old system. When you click on an attachment, you have to go all the way back out. We've all been complaining, both sides, the staff and the users. Granicus sucks compared to what you had before, but I do not believe it is the fault of Granicus. The devil is in the details and in how you implement something. So I would urge you to use an outside force to evaluate whether the system is functioning the best that it could for the public's benefit and for your own. This is how items get on your agenda. You guys also use Granicus. I do not believe it is functioning as efficiently or as effectively as it could, but do not blame Granicus. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Simply survey staff, survey the public, and maybe have Council of Great City Schools or someone else. Don't ask the fox to find out why the chickens are dead. Ask somebody outside of the farm to find out how other districts do this, because this cannot be the best that we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Any board member comment? All those in favor of item 18, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries minus Mrs. Leonardi. Okay. The scheduled order of business for this special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. We'll take a few minutes to get set up for our workshop. Thank you. I was taking. Welcome to today's school board workshop. We are happy to have you join us, and we are thankful for your time and dedication to our district. This workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Please be reminded of the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached a seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed the building safe to return. Thank you for your cooperation. Board Member Bowman will now introduce her school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. It is my privilege to recognize our wonderful Principal Palacio of West Hollywood Elementary School, and the Student Council will be leading the Pledge of Allegiance. Thanks.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic in which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
Thank you. As we prepare to begin this school board workshop, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all of our students. As an A-rated school district, we begin the vital task of sustaining this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's workshop will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. Our first item for discussion is the quarterly joint school board and advisory committee groups discussion. For today's discussion, we will open the item with presenting advisory representatives with the opportunity to provide brief 5-minute verbal remarks for the board's consideration, followed by the board discussion. We look forward to hearing insights and ideas on how we can improve our district for our students. Okay, so we're going to start with Mrs. Mohorn from the Facilities Task Force.
Good morning, everyone. Kimberly Mohorn, Facilities Task Force Chair. First of all, I would like to start off with Maximo. Maximo, I was able to meet with the PPO director, Chief, Mr. Dorsett, and he showed us how Maximo, the work orders and how they're inputted, and talked about the training on how everyone is being trained for Maximo. But my question, and our group's question, the next phase of it, is the digital dispatchment to the technicians that has not been implemented, and we just wanted to know when would that part be implemented. So the work orders are inputted, the principals are trained, most of them are trained, not all of them. Principal and the custodian is trained, and it's inputted into the system. However, the technicians do not have the capabilities of getting the work orders unless it's on paper. So we wanted to find out when that second phase will be implemented for Maximo. Again, with the long-range facilities plan, when will that be, introduced to the committee and the board about what's the plan for the upcoming years? If you're going to implement this reestablishing schools, the name of it, we need a plan to do that. So it's important that we have that plan. It's in writing, that we can see where we're going with BCPS. The other things that I want to talk about is it's very important that you guys know that we are volunteers and our time is very important to us. So the meeting started 8:45 or 8:30, and we were supposed to be up here at 9 with 16 items. I think that that was kind of stretch as far as time is concerned, and we have to make sure that we understand. I think that at 9 o'clock, the meeting should have been stopped, and we could have went into our committee meetings so that we can go about our day, because it's important to know that, you guys to know that you guys are getting paid and we are volunteers. So I would really appreciate if you would take that in consideration. I understand you have a business to run. However, I have one too. So I just wanted to just say that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think we are able to answer some of your questions right now. So the first question was about Maximo and when digital dispatchment to the text would be available. So if we can address that question, I think
Manny, please.
we have an answer.
We're very excited to be working with our partners here in ISD, with PPO and with IBM on the Maximo reimplementation project. And that project, one of the major initiatives is to solve the issue and the question that was brought up here. Up until recently, work order processing was done centrally, and there was a lot of paper involved. Well, the new reimplementation is going to involve actual entry of work orders directly from the field. And included in the scope of the project is using mobile devices, configuring those so that the actual technicians in the field can actually enter and interact with work orders there. Besides other major initiatives such as using Maximo as an actual asset management system, because up until now it's been used to track work orders, but there was no visibility into the assets themselves that would provide the predictive analytics and the information that allows you to actually see, oh, this air handler is under warranty, we shouldn't be servicing it, or this air handler has been serviced X number of times and this is the expenditures against these costs, and provide some ideas as to what can be done in the future. To give you specific dates though, we have already completed the initial discovery process. The first phase of the project is to simply do what's called a lift and shift, which is to move the system to the latest version that IBM just put out. And that has to happen, I believe, by September. Then there are phases to initiate all of the different functions. I would need to provide you a follow-up with actual dates, because we'd have to look up the project plan of the actual functionality that you described, which is the digital dispatch, use of mobile devices, asset management, interfaces with SAP, etc.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. So to the superintendent, this is extremely important that we have those actual dates, that this board clearly understands and the task force understands when we're going to execute this and implement this for the next school year. This has been going on far too long, and I appreciate your leadership to move this work forward, but we need to have this executed and implemented as quickly as possible.
So can we have a follow-up with the dates that were given so we can follow along?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And then the second question was the long-range facilities plan. If Mr. Sullivan, can you address that?
Sure. Ms. Paul, can you address that question, please?
Good morning, Board Chair, board members. We are in the process, you'll have a briefing today on the facility condition assessment, the process that was followed. That is the first phase. Second part of it is looking at getting a master planner. The FCA committee, or not the FCA committee, but the Long Range Planning and Steering Committee, the superintendent and I are working on constructing that committee that will work in concert with the master planner. Redefining, as you know, is also a part of the future of the district. So we are moving forward, but the critical step right now is focusing on the FCA and getting that completed.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayerson, I didn't look that far over to my left, so we'll go to you next.
That's okay, Madam Chair. First of all, Bob Mayerson, I am the chair of the Audit Committee. Thank you for having us. I have really not a lot to say today. Our last Audit Committee meeting that we had, we did not have a quorum, but we did move forward with implementing the Audit Selection Committee. So that's something that we'd like to move forward as quickly as possible to put out an RFP, obviously get the meeting started, put out the RFP, make the selection, because that should have been done already. And there were some issues, obviously, with from a legal perspective, with continuing with the auditing firm that we have. So again, we have to put out a new RFP and go through that process. But thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Rhodes, we have a date for that, don't we?
Yeah, there's a couple of things to report right now. So there's an August 7th date that's set up for the selection committee to convene to start working on the terms of the RFP. As well, we have been in communication with the AG's office and are trying to work through the possibility of a one-year waiver to do direct negotiation with a firm to provide these services, since the other contract has ultimately become, until further notice, not usable. I also received some information this morning that there are some other counties that are continuing to use that same contract. I had a brief conversation with Ms. Batista, and she's going to look into that to see if there might be one of these three ways that will help us to get this done sooner, more efficiently, and be in compliance with the requirements of the law.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman.
I'd like to learn more about what happened to the contract, and I'd like to learn more about the audit committee's role in defining standards for a government contract to go out for bid.
Okay, so pursuant to Florida Statute 218.391, there is a requirement that the audit committee be involved in the selection of an external financial auditing firm. They put together a subgroup of the audit committee along with the school board chair. They work through the guidance that comes with that statute to be able to put together that RFP and hire ultimately whoever is the best firm that meets the requirements and the qualifications. The other part of the question is simply that this contract was a firm that we used them for 3 years of the contract, then 1 extension year. And during that final part of the first extension year, there was some form of a buyout/merger where part of the assets from the primary company were purchased by another company. But because the primary company is still in existence and is listed on the contract, the new company that purchased those assets that provide those services could not be assigned to the contract. That's what we've been trying to work through for about the last 8 months to try to get that all straightened out. We've gone through working with the firm themselves, with PWS, with the legal department, and we've had analysis after analysis trying to save this thing the best that we can. And right now we're at that point where we have to take every other possible option to be able to make sure that those services are available to the district.
And I'm curious, what role does the procurement department of Broward County Public Schools play in the award of the contract for our external vendor?
They take the recommendations that come out of the evaluation process in the RFP. They award the contract, but in this particular situation, because there was a change of companies and a change of ownership of these assets, they would play a part in determining whether or not they would be qualified to actually be assigned the contract in concert with the legal review, and that's where that whole thing went.
Terrific. And to the chair of the audit committee, how do you select people to participate in the construction of the requirements for the external vendors to bid on?
We ask our audit committee members if anybody's interested in serving. Most of our members are familiar with auditing standards, so it's not an issue.
And do the same members then sit on an evaluation panel for those that bid to get the award?
We have 3. There's, what are we, 3 or 5?
3 minimum and the board chair.
Right. No, we're 5. I think it's 5 because you have to have the odd number.
No, I think you're correct. I was thinking about the fact that we had one that couldn't make it. But the idea of it is that yes, they are responsible for putting together the RFP and then ultimately evaluating and making the final selection.
And that's based on Florida statute?
Yes, it is.
I mean, Dr. Zeman, if you want, I can have somebody make a copy of this. This is the statute that tells exactly the responsibilities of the audit and the Audit Selection Committee.
No, I've read that. I'm just trying to make it public for people to understand that in Florida, audit committees have a really, really critical role to play, many critical roles. One of them includes constructing the requirements of a contract, and then secondly, then when people bid on those requirements, to evaluate those and provide those. I think that evaluation then goes to procurement to follow through with the mechanics of awarding the contract, if I'm not wrong.
I think the selection is, if I'm correct, ranking in recommendation in order of preference of no fewer than 3 firms deemed to be most highly qualified to perform the required services. If fewer than 3 firms respond to the RFP, the committee shall recommend such firms as it deems to be the most highly qualified. The auditor selection committee may also serve other audit oversight purposes as deemed by the entity's governing body.
Chair, I'm fine. I appreciate the detail. I just want to point out that our audit committee writes the requirements for the vendors to bid on, and then it evaluates and puts those into, those that are highest ranked, and then they turn that over to the procurement department. I'm curious, in that vein, what's the best path between here and getting to a new contract? Last year we had a hiccup because I think we had to wait 5 months into the year before we got the vendors under contract, and now we found this complication that means we got to get new ones. How fast can we get this done? I mean, you didn't have quorum at your last meeting.
Well, we don't need, the quorum is not part of the selection committee.
Terrific. How fast can we get this done, Chair?
We have August 7th is the first meeting. As quick as, if we put out an RFP, whatever the RFP process is, how long it takes to receive bids, and then once the bids come in, we evaluate them and rank them. So as quickly as that process is, we can have it. I don't know, like I said, what the district's timeline is. Is it 30 days, 60 days?
I'm just one member of this board, Chair, but in my mind, waiting from June 24th to August 7th is a pretty big gap. It's 5 people. It sure would be great if the 5 people could get together and work on this before August 7th. Do you need to work as part of an audit committee, or can you work as a subgroup of the audit committee?
No, it has nothing. We're a different entity. Completely different entity.
Terrific. I'm just one member, but I sure would advocate for best speed, including not waiting 5 or 6 weeks to get together.
Whatever the schedule is with the rest of the members, I'm available and ready to go today.
Okay. Any other board members have questions? Okay. Next, we'll go to Central Area Advisory.
Good morning and greetings from the Central Region. My name is Pamela Taylor, and I am the acting vice chair, but I will be the chair for the 2025-26 school year. The 2024-25 school year was filled with engagement opportunities for our parents through our monthly meetings. Our speakers included various district departments providing information on safety and security, IEP and 504 plans, website recommendations, legislative updates, resiliency, and mental health. We are looking forward to the new school year. However, we are concerned with the outcome of Policy 1070 and the effect these recommendations will have on how the advisories conduct business and collaborate with the district. Our goal for the new school year is to increase parent involvement, which will directly aid in increasing our scholars' proficiency and their ability to perform on grade level. One of the ways we seek to do that is to increase our staff attendance, especially at the elementary level. We posited to our reps that were in the building for the May and April meetings what would encourage or make it easier for them to attend our meetings. We also have a survey out where we are still collecting responses from our schools and the parents just to determine how we can get more bodies in the building when we do have our meetings. Next, we will also want to ensure that no additional schools in the region lose their Title I funding. At the end of last school year, there were a number of schools that did lose their funding, so one of the ways that we want to encourage that is also to encourage as many parents as possible in the Central Region complete that free and reduced lunch application, which will be open on the 14th of July. One of the major things that we're going to be watching in the Central Region is feedback on the Early Learning Center and also how MLK's enrollment and other transitional updates from that one particular school, such as their programmatic changes. We know that the Montessori program will not be in place there, and it will be replaced by, I believe, we're looking at some technology-based magnet program and potentially something with VRs and AI. So we're looking forward to see how that works there. And we also want to look at some of that data and feedback just to see how and when, if other schools are repurposed or redefined, how those ideas are working, such as the K-8 transitions at some schools in the other regions. That's pretty much it for the Central Region. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on being elected the chair. Next up is North Area Advisory.
Good morning, Chair Hickson, board members, and staff. My name is Cynthia Dominique. I am the outgoing chair of North Area Advisory and the chair-elect for District Advisory for the upcoming year. Our last meeting was on May 15th, and a lot of our conversation over the last several months centered on the budget. Parents are really interested in how we're spending money, whether we're being fiscally responsible with the funding that's provided, especially as it impacts us at the school level. There's been numerous cuts in administrative positions, custodial staff, and more importantly, many parents are outraged because they're losing their specials. They're also frustrated with the class sizes. We have classes in elementary schools that are at 25, 28, 30 in third grade, and it just makes teaching very, very difficult, especially when you have to do small groups and provide students with the level of specialization that is required for them to achieve academically. You know, in one of our discussions about budget, we found out that during the summer, a lot of high schoolers take Florida virtual courses. And then when principals come back, they find out that they're at a deficit because parents don't know that by taking these virtual courses, they're doing them to accelerate, but it's also impacting the school budget. So I think we have opportunities there to be able to educate parents and the public about maybe how their students can accelerate so that it doesn't negatively impact the schools. Speaking of acceleration, there is great concern for the funding cuts and acceleration. We know that the state made some changes and they are providing that funding. However, at the district level, there needs to be some clarification regarding what the district is taking. I believe in previous years they took 10%, but this upcoming year they'll be taking 20% as well as the rollover for ACE, IB, and those acceleration funding. So if that can be clarified, we'd appreciate it. We also have concerns about facilities, playgrounds, and media centers. There are still numerous schools that don't have playgrounds or close accessibility to playgrounds, or they don't have functional media centers. And one of the solutions that we thought of throughout the nation, there are districts that utilize libraries on wheels. And it would be great if Broward schools could look into a partnership with Broward County Library where they can provide a library on wheels to the schools that don't have them so that our children can get access to books to enhance their literacy skills. We had some discussions around surveys. We're not quite sure what all surveys are being administered in schools, but parents are concerned that they're not always being asked for consent for certain surveys. I know I had reached out to the Equity, Diversity, and School Climate Department, and at the time the answer was, we're not really sure about all the surveys that are being provided to students. There are some listed on the websites. Some require an opt-out, but you won't know to opt out if you're not made aware that your student is being given that survey. We also provided some recommendations for school health services, and that was to ask the district to review the agency contract to align their years of experience requirements with the 2 years that Broward Schools requires, to make sure that we have nurses who are competent in a standalone facility providing care to our children. And obviously, like Central Area, we're concerned about Title I. We see the messages going out, and we appreciate that. But one of the things that we talked about is putting faces and positions to Title I funding. So ensuring that parents know that this funding supports this position or these resources, so that they know how important it is to do those applications, and also putting the federal poverty levels right there so they can know that you might make $90,000, but if you have a family of 6, you'll possibly qualify for reduced lunch. And then hopefully we can increase these applications. And parents feel very strongly that we could be a collaborative force with the district as we enter these next phases of redefining, because there's no better recommendation than word of mouth. Thank you.
Thank you. There were a couple of questions they asked that I'm hoping staff will be able to answer here quickly. So to Mr. Sullivan, the question about class size, can someone address whether we are sitting with third grade classes of 28 or higher?
We should not be, because that would we would be penalized by the state, because that's above the class size requirement.
Okay, but it was mentioned here that it was, so can someone?
We'll do a follow-up if any classes in elementary exceeded the class size requirement.
Okay, then they also brought up about Florida virtual and students taking those classes and then it impacting the school. So if staff could maybe,
We could do a PSA maybe on our social media account, so our students are aware of the accelerated options during the summer.
Well, I don't think that's the problem. The problem is they're taking advantage of them, and then when school starts, because the kids already, or the students have the credit, now you lose a teacher in the school because the school no longer needs to have students in that class. So how do we, maybe that's a follow-up or something they're bringing to the attention of staff that seems to be a problem. How do we do a better job of looking at what those options are for acceleration and not having it impact, right? I think that's what you were saying.
Noted.
Not have it impact the school. Can someone answer the question about the acceleration funds? What is the percentage that the district is going to keep?
So we're still analyzing just that the budget just passed last week. So they didn't reduce the funding per se, but they are changing some of the mechanisms of how we receive those funds. So I don't know if Ms. Johnson's ready to answer that now, because again, this just passed a week ago, so we're still waiting. But Ms. Johnson, do you have anything to add?
The question was specifically, what is the percentage the district is going to keep from before they send the money? It was 10%. It was just mentioned it's going to now be 20. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is there some rationale behind that?
I think that's the 20% accounts for what the district costs to support those programs.
Okay. Can you speak to, do we have any schools that don't have media centers?
No. Not to my knowledge, Chair.
Okay, because that was concerning when they mentioned that their concern is there are schools that don't have media centers. So if, Mrs. Dominique, could you explain that better? Or is the concern that there are not enough available books in the media center? Because that's not how it came out.
Oops. Of course, every school has a media center space, but oftentimes as they're going through renovations, the books are packed up and they're inaccessible to students. So the compromise would be being able to provide students access to books.
Okay, when media centers are...
Right, or they don't have a media specialist.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. The consent for student surveys, do we keep track as a district on what surveys are being provided to students?
We should. I know it is in statute that parents need to view the survey and then consent to the survey. But Ms. Hollingsworth, do you have anything to add?
No, I was going to call on Dr. Washington, who's right at the podium.
Oh, there you go.
Good morning. Jody Washington, Task Assigned Executive Director, Student Services Initiatives. There are several surveys that are administered as part of the school improvement process, including the BCPS customer survey. Any surveys that are wellness surveys that would qualify under the parental rights and education, parents are allowed to opt their child out. We also have some surveys that require an opt-in. For example, our Terrace Metrics, which is a mental health screener. Parents have to actually consent to that instead of a passive opt-out. As far as a comprehensive list, not all of the surveys come out of the Student Services Division, so I don't have a comprehensive list of all of those, but we can get something together in a follow-up and let you know whether it's a opt-out or opt-in.
And how, regardless of how that, whether it's opt-in or opt-out, how do we make parents aware that students are being asked to participate in a survey? Like how, as they mentioned, how do you know to opt in or out if you don't know that the survey's coming forward?
Again, not all the surveys come out of Student Services, so I can only speak to those that do. There's one, for example, that the Florida Substance Abuse or Florida Youth specific survey that is commissioned by the state. There is an opt-out for the selected schools and the selected classes within the schools that a notice goes home to parents. It is a passive opt-out, so they do get a form that if they return it, their child is opted out. That's just one example. The Terrace Metrics, again, an opt-in, they would get a letter that comes home to, that they would have to sign and return for their child to participate in that survey. As far as the surveys that are administered out of other departments, I can't speak to how parents are notified of those.
Okay. So I would like to make a suggestion. Maybe it would make sense for schools on their website to maybe weekly have, here's a list of surveys that are going out just as a notification for parents, and those that require the opt-in come along with paperwork, but at least they're somewhere for parents to be able to view on a bigger scale rather than just individual papers coming, what it is that their students are being asked.
We'll take a look at that process, Madam Chair.
Okay. And the last thing is Title I funding. I think that was a great suggestion that was made because we know we want and actually it was my question for the central area for Title I funding. How do we encourage? I think it's a bigger question across the district, not just in specific areas. So I actually like the suggestion that you made, making sure that each school knows Title I funding is, this is why you have this activity, this is why you have that, and what the requirements are in terms of being eligible, because I think you don't know what you don't know, and you just make the assumption that you're not eligible for it. And I mean, we used to just encourage everybody, whether you never know, so you should always just fill it out. But maybe as a district, we could ask each school to, again, list that and have it go out to parents, whether it's on the website or whatever, so that people understand what they would lose if they were not able to get the Title I funding due to free and reduced lunch. I don't think they understand the connection.
We'll try to make that happen. And right now we are having a campaign for the free and reduced lunch with the change that we did in that program recently.
Right. Okay, Mrs. Alhata.
Thank you. I just wanted to circle back to the libraries that are undergoing renovations. I feel like it's super easy for us to have the library on wheels. So can we find out how many libraries are under renovation, and if they have the library, the books, to be able to have that for the school? And if not, I mean, it seems like we can make that happen rather quickly.
Well, through the chair, yes. We'll check with the county to see if that's what their availability of their library on wheels, and then see if we can match that up with our media centers that are being renovated.
What does the county have to do with?
The libraries for the...
No, I'm speaking about, I think what was said is that our libraries at our schools are under renovations, and how are we providing books for our students. So the recommendation is to have books on a cart for Library on Wheels to be able to give our kids access to the books.
I believe
The library program
through the county, yes.
It's Books on
Is
Wheels.
that what you were speaking about?
So I don't believe that it exists here in Broward County through our research. However, it would be an opportunity for partnership and development with Broward County to partner with the district to create something. And if they have a library on wheels that it's not widely known, then if it exists, create that partnership.
So we'll check with the county, see what they have and what they can do in terms of a partnership.
Okay, so great if we can get the partnership, but
If not, then our
regardless,
own
we
program.
can get them books to, if their library's on a renovation.
Yep.
Yeah, I actually agree. If the books are in a box, you could just put the box on something that allows, or in another room or something, maybe that would still give them access to the books. So, thank you. Anybody else? All right, great. We will move on to ESE.
Thank you. Good morning, Jackie Loscombe. I just want to echo the points made by my friends here about scheduling. Totally get that you've got a lot of items to get through and it's important to spend time on them. But it was an unrealistic expectation that you could knock out 16 agenda items in 30 minutes. She won't mention it, but I will. It's Cynthia's kid's birthday today. She's here at the expense of that, sitting here in front of board members who are coming and going, and it's a little dispiriting, I think, to have our time disrespected that way. So kudos to Cynthia for showing up. She's here for important business. I'm happy that ESY has started this week. We will, as usual, at ESE Advisory, gather feedback from the parent body. It's always good to bring forward feedback and see if it can be used for the process of continuous improvement for the next year. I know there was a lot of good reception to the fact that this year there was an open day for ESY, which allowed parents to have a meet and greet with teachers and get kids familiar with where they're going to be beforehand. So that was a great move by the ESE department. Thank you. Did hear some feedback from teachers about class sizes, though, and them alluding to it just being babysitting, very concerned with 20 SVE kids students in one class alone. Sounded not what ESY should be. On budget cuts as well, which was just mentioned next to me too, I too am hearing feedback on parents who are concerned that right at the end of the school and those last few days when folks were hearing about budget cuts and what it's going to mean for their kids' specials the following year, people are getting the idea that their music programs are being cut, art programs, beloved members of staff. The messaging on this has been all over the place. It's just out there tumbling around in an e-space on Facebook pages, and I think clarity from the school district as to what is happening and reassurances or admissions if people are having those programs cut. I think it's important to step into that information vacuum. I rather feel like it's a little bit like Groundhog Day, so maybe those who can't be at the table to listen to us might have heard any of this before anyway. We'll talk about cameras in classrooms later. I know it's a separate item, but there's a great disappointment in the delaying on that and the timeline that's now going to take us deep into the next academic year before we're going to see the light of day with that. I want to just mention that it's been over a year since I sent you all this report on focus. I know eyes roll the minute Luscombe mentions focus, but anybody in this room who is of the opinion that focus was rolled out for ESE case management and was a success has been misinformed. I have constantly throughout the year asked for our recommendation for a gap analysis and a timeline to be delivered upon, and it's not only just not happening, but I just can't even get communication on it. And then to be asked, well, what concerns at the end of a whole year where I've kept bringing forward concerns is problematic. I would love for there to be proper engagement and dialogue on focus and how what its impacts have been for ESE. We still have a number of recommendations outstanding. I brought this up when I spoke at the board meeting last week to deliver our usual monthly report. They were on nursing and on the AM/PM program. I want to read to you again our nursing recommendation, because I did want it on record yet again that we are sounding an alarm bell on what's been going on with nurses being taken away from medically fragile students. And we recommended that you conduct a customer satisfaction survey for parents of students who use nursing services in Broward schools or have a nurse that they take with them, provide notification to parents when there's a change in the school nurse for their child, understand and accommodate rather than deny, challenge or seek to change doctors' orders, and so on. They were really important recommendations. Again, we just still don't know what's happening to that recommendation. I've been trying now for 12 weeks to get just a copy of the ESE bus attendant training curriculum. I've come to the conclusion that, having been told it exists, it actually doesn't, in which case we shouldn't be saying it does. And we're going to be working over the summer on things like planning ahead for an ESE advisory resource fair. We were left out of the ESE department's own one, a manual for parents to help them find their way around the system. And I'd just like to make a shout out to Dr. Lozano, who worked awesomely with schools to tell them about the no backpacks rule in that last week of school, which is usually so chaotic and leads to a lot of problems. This is the first year that I didn't hear a single complaint, and I know he worked hard to try and make that work, so thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Next up is parent community. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Rupert.
Yes, you know how we've been going from one committee to another committee, and then when they had their questions, the questions you kind of circled back, and then you asked staff, or you asked the superintendent via staff. Would that also apply for Ms. Luscombe?
Yes, we can. I think some of them have been answered in some way, but we'll go back. So
thank you.
I brought up everything that hasn't been answered.
Yes.
If I had answers, I wouldn't be sitting here wasting my time and yours.
Okay, so the first question was focus. Dr. Hepburn, can you give us an update on where we are with the gap analysis?
No, I'm sorry, let me get my mic. We've sent the board a gap analysis. I can't remember when, but it has to be over 4, 5, 6 months ago. So that's where we are with that. That's already completed, sent to the board. The team constantly supports implementation. They've also done a survey with school staff just to understand their experiences with focus, not just the SIS model, but also the ESE portion of it. And so they're reacting to the information that they've collected in the survey as they initiate the next phase of focus for this upcoming school year.
Do you have questions on that, Mrs. Alhada?
Question in regards to who is the main lead person with focus?
That is in the IT department, Miss Emily Copa. Yes, Miss Emily Copa.
Thank you.
Okay. What I heard the next question was about nursing. So nursing, there was a bunch of different recommendations in there together. One was about asking for a survey. That's what I jotted down. A survey to the parents about their interactions or their thoughts on nursing. But there was also a, which I believe I got an answer as a school board member, but if Dr. Hepburn, you could explain the nursing and the Medicaid, right? Medicaid, Medicare. Can you reiterate that, please?
Yeah, for all the answers you folks might get, we don't. Okay, so things like a gap analysis for Focus SIS, no, we haven't. We haven't had one whatsoever. We had a lame half page about that identified a few issues and when they'd be resolved. There has not been a gap analysis. I've begged for all kinds of things. So I've often said, if you go away and pursue questions that we're bringing up here, come back to us with the answers you get, because we don't get those answers. And sometimes those answers do not reflect the reality of what's happening on the ground and the parent and community experience of it. So I'm kind of dismayed to see things being brushed off that we're spending our time bringing up, because we have not had answers. And on Focus SIS is a hot mess for ESE, and anybody who tells you it isn't familiar with the experience of the end users. And I'm surprised if there's been a survey, because I was the one that suggested it and said I was working on one that I was going to bring up through ESE advisory, and I spoke to Manny Castaneda about doing, and he was going to help me with its distribution. So if there's been one, we've not seen that either. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, did the survey go out? Can you explain who?
That survey went out to all school staff, teachers, and above, to measure their experience so the staff can continue to update their practices and support to ensure that Focus is being implemented with fidelity, and also reacting to whatever additional needs based on whatever modifications we can make.
So based on that survey, can you give us maybe some idea of what the ESE staff has found? I know it was a lot in the beginning, but as I've asked questions going through, they said they're working it out, and they don't have the same complaints they had in the beginning. So can you share where that sits with the information that you have?
I can't give specifics because I don't have it in front of me right now. I can certainly provide a follow-up, but based on my recollection, with what I can recall, the survey was given a few months ago, and for the most part, there's a lot of satisfaction with the software, and there was a lot of recommendations also about some strategies or practices we can update to ensure that the user experience is better moving forward.
Okay, so can you send us a follow-up with that information?
Make a note of that right now.
Okay, great.
Chair, can we talk on that topic for a second?
Sure.
This board decided to go with Focus. These 9 people, Mr. Severa wasn't here, but whoever was sitting in his chair at the time, made the decision. The management focus of making sure it's implemented with fidelity and it serves our students is critically important. Comparing it to legacy software that we no longer have, I don't view as overwhelmingly important. So if the management response to a gap analysis is the difference between what we're providing and what we're needed, then that's going to be helpful moving forward. If it's a comparison gap analysis to what we chose as a board not to continue doing, I wouldn't find that information as important as knowing going forward what we have and what we need, because the needs change over time, the student population changes over time, and we are dedicated to making sure that Focus does the best job that it can. These kinds of surveys are important in order to close that gap. But going back to legacy software and trying to come up with that gap is instructive, but it's not as important in my mind, Chair, as knowing the difference between our needs, because they change over time, and what we're doing now. And that is complicated because it's a new system. We have lots of new people working in the space, new students, and we should always mind the gap between what we promise people in software we buy and what is being provided. And we should also recognize that it takes time to kind of get everything up to speed. So if that's the gap analysis we're doing, I think that makes great sense. And I think that's what Superintendent answered, is we continue to do surveys so that we can find the difference between what we're doing and what is needed.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, back to the nursing question. Can you rephrase the first question about the nursing and the changes based on Medicaid, I think?
I didn't. Maybe you've had an answer that students were having their nurses taken away from them because of Medicaid. If that's an explanation or that's what prompted it, then you're ahead of the information curve, because we still have not. So I could read you, but I think it would probably be not a good use of your time, read you again the recommendation we made, which, as you observed, was a bunch of steps. But we did not get answers as to what's happened. And even since the April the 1st training that was rolled out, because it was acknowledged that there had been missteps, and that was just an oblique reference to staff having acted wrongfully, those missteps at the parent end have still been repeating. And I think it needed to be taken really seriously and for there to be dialogue. I think when we bring things, there needs to be then follow-up with us so we can expand upon what is the problem. Here are the folks that are having it. Here's what it's not, and here's what it is, so that we can be crunching an issue down. But I think what happens, you go away and then you get answers and it all just goes into a void. There is still an issue that parents had their nurses taken away. There is still an issue in recent weeks still of wording being put in IEPs that parents were not aware of the implications of that wording. It was being handed down, predetermined by staff outside of the IEP team to put in. There's a whole bunch of concerns about that. While I've got the mic, I forgot one thing, which is to introduce, behind me in the white here is Anna Carujo, our new vice chair. Hooray, we finally have one. And what has happened at ESE Advisory with succession, I'm still the chair, like take me or leave me, but there was just nobody to do it. And at least having a clause where you have a fallback mechanism where if there's somebody who may be interested in learning the ropes and coming up through the ranks, you can give time for that to happen. That's where it's been important. But to nursing, a whole bunch of things. Just talk to us. When we email with things and ask things over and over and over, talk to us, reply, give us a resolution. That's, I think, where we're still not closing the circle.
And I'll ask the superintendent, but I will say some of them, the issues are specific to specific students, so the answer goes to the parent. It would not necessarily come back to you. So that, I mean,
Yes, I talk to the parents, yeah, and I know when they've had a response or if they haven't.
So
yeah.
That's where I believed we were in some of this, so that's why I said what I said. So for the nursing, can you just overall address?
You hit it, the hammer on the nail. That many of those cases are specific to parents and students, and those cases have been dealt with those parents and students. As I also mentioned before, it's important for us to understand, just like any part of our organization, if there's any gaps, any areas for improvement, and certainly we have some, and we've been working with Joe DiMaggio to assist us in analyzing how we service our students specific with type 1 diabetes and how we utilize our nurses across our schools in our district. So,
thank you. Mrs. Alhuda?
Yes, I have a question for the superintendent in regards to focus. Are we reaching out to our principals to ask them, like to survey them in regards to how focus went? Any suggestions for improvements?
All school staff were involved in the survey. I could provide the follow-up through Mr. Davis's team about survey results and also next steps from those survey results. But we sent the survey to all school staff.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so the next question I heard was about AM, PM. If you could, I'm pretty sure we've addressed this a number of times, but if you'll...
I'm sorry, would you like me to clarify
Yes,
what the
please.
point I'm making, not the point that I'm not?
Yes.
I keep hearing, oh, it's been answered, and there's a kind of weariness with me bringing things up. I'm here bringing things up that were not answered. We brought a recommendation. We asked, give us the financial rationale. Explain why 13 out of 16 programs were closed, centres were closed down last year, leaving only 3 in the west of the district. That wasn't equitable. That then led to knock-on effects with numbers. It's not just like you're given an answer and... I'm just hearing things being blown off here. A gap analysis is another example. Do a gap analysis between what you have and what you need, because some of those functionalities that we did, I hear you, Dr. Zeman, legacy systems and all that, but it was a darn good system, and we lost functionalities that we are the poorer for losing. So it's an analysis between what we need and what we still don't have and that nobody's working on. And if there's been a survey, was there one for parents? The parent portal is a hot mess. Anybody here will tell you it's unusable for ESE. We haven't had any survey at all. We've had no comeback saying, you know what, we've heard you, we've done a survey. Here's the gap analysis that we gave to the board members. Here's what we're doing. We've had none of this. So I feel things are kind of being blown off, but shouldn't be. I think we're at different places. Sorry, what was the question?
The AM, PM question.
AM, PM. We brought a recommendation. I've I've mentioned it twice at the microphone in successive meetings. We wanted that justification for the financial analysis of what the potential and the need might be out there for students to still have such a program if it had been given attention and resourcing and parents had even been aware of it and children could still have been funneled into it. I think it's not an answer we're going to get here. It's a question and a recommendation we made that needed some proper diving into, and I think that's what's not happening with our recommendations. Thank you.
And thank you. And I know that you made a number of those recommendations, but sitting as a board, if no one moves that forward to the superintendent, it's an answer without answering it, that the board just didn't decide that that was something that they wanted staff to be spending time on. So I hear what you're saying, but I guess that's why I'm looking at it as it came up. We discussed it because someone wanted it to move forward, or it didn't get discussed. And in that instance, it means that as a board, we decided not to direct the superintendent to do anything, so that in itself is an answer.
But it's not an answer. It's a discussion among you, but it's not an answer to your community and your stakeholders who are waiting to hear, well, why don't you care about it? Why don't you want to do a survey of your nursing staff? Why don't you want to give responses about the questions we're asking about what happened with nurses and why still IEP meetings are being corrupted in that way? It doesn't convey an end point. You're not, as I say, closing the circle. Among you, maybe you're fine with the answers. We're not getting the answers, and we're not getting that closure.
Okay. I hear what you're saying. I'm just trying to help you figure out how to reconcile that. The last question I heard was the ESE bus attendant training. So, Dr. Hepburn, is there a ESE bus attendant training manual?
I'll let Ms. Paul, if she's back there, to weigh in on that.
We do provide training for our ESE attendants. As far as whether there's an actual manual, I would have to get back with you. I don't know the answer to that right now.
Okay, so what kind of, if there's no manual, how would you know what to train them in?
Again, I would have to do a follow-up on that.
Okay, great. So can we have a follow-up on that? Okay, and the other question, it was a bigger question about budget cuts. So I believe earlier the superintendent, we brought this up before, but can you, for all of us, tell us what are the cuts happening at the school level? Because we've had this discussion as a board over and over that we didn't want the budget cuts to hit the schools. We wanted it to be at the administrative level. But we do also understand if there's less number of students in a school, they'll have less funding, which then means less specials because they don't have as many students. Yep. So can you explain what cuts are happening at the school level and why they would be seeing bigger class sizes and less special choices?
Yeah, so you answered most of the question. We're losing, projected to lose over 8,000 students, which equates to, $75, $80+ million. So, as you stated, if the school doesn't have the students, they're not going to get the funding for those students. And at the 10th or 11th day count, we make readjustments based on movement of students. If schools actually acquire those students, they eventually get that funding, so we can make those adjustments and move teachers around. Some of our smallest schools have to make some very difficult decisions. Which we in turn have to make some difficult decisions when it comes to redefining, because we know our very small schools, our small populated schools, have the largest impact when it comes to specials and things like that. So the regional offices are working with schools to try and mitigate that as much as possible, looking at different strategies and practices of how we support specials or how we support unique programs with a different service model that may not be housed at that school, may be housed in a regional office and things like that. So we're mitigating all those things over the summer just to make sure we don't decline services to students or opportunities to kids. But I know there's going to be angst, but the place we find ourselves when we are impacted with over $75 million in cuts due to a projected 8,000 student decline in enrollment.
And Chair, I'm sorry, whenever you're done, Superintendent.
Yes.
Chair, I mean, this is a much bigger debate. You know, Broward County Schools is down 50,000 public school students over the past 23 years. We have the exact same facilities footprint. And so what happens is you have a whole lot fewer schools, students in some of our schools. As a board, we have decided to keep virtually all those schools open. We've closed very, very few schools over the past 23 years. And what we found is that the cost per student at small schools is up to $16,000 per student while they're getting fewer services. And so that is a big debate about how many facilities do you want to have open, what size schools do you want to run, so that you can get equity in schools and all the specials back without having to do heroic things. This board has not chosen to take that path yet. But at some point, we're going to have to stare at all this stuff and say, is this really what Broward County needs? Or do we need schools with bigger student populations, greater services, all being delivered at a far more efficient cost per student? We haven't done that yet, but I hope we do and continue to think about it as we move forward, because all these things are tied together. When you argue about media specialists versus media clerks, when you argue about specials and not having specials, I find it insane that some of our elementary schools have one special. I don't think that's elementary school. I think elementary school comes with 3 specials. And but that's what we have. And in those schools, the cost per student is up to $16,000, not the $9,000 we get on average for schools, you know, in our total funding equation. So this is a really big, heavy issue, and we've got to figure out as a board kind of what Broward County really wants in terms of education, what we're delivering now in the model we have now with 239 campuses, 205 schools, or do we want to do something different where we can put more money into education and less money into facilities maintenance?
Thank you, Ms. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the specials being cut, are there any loopholes that would allow us to still provide those at the school level? I mean, I agree with Dr. Zeman, and honestly, I mean, I think we're doing a huge disservice to our kids by not having this. I think it's an equity issue, and the fact that some people are getting specials and some are not is just, we're not doing a good job with that. So I'd love to see some kind of a solution so that everyone's getting at least their 3 specials. Jam, art, and music.
And that's the thinking or the critical thinking that's happening in the regional offices to see how we can service our smaller populated schools better, because they're the ones that are mostly impacted by.
Yeah, and there's an inequity there, generally speaking. But you know, you're basically geographically biased a lot of the time. You know, depending on what it is, if it's under enrollment because of competition or location or whatever it is. I mean, it's, you know, people live where they live, that's their school, so they should be able to have the same experience that everybody else in the county's having.
Yep.
I would like to see how we're going to do that, because I think we spend a lot of money on a lot of stuff that I could easily cut in lieu of so that we can have those things.
Yep. Absolutely. And that's where, you know, most of the cost savings we talked about in the spring, that's what we're trying to do. Not replacing like for like when it comes to attrition, not renewing contracts that we don't need anymore. So a bevy of cost-saving measures, not only to make sure the services and quality of experience our students can continue to have, but also compensating our employees well also, because that's also a pain point for many of the folks that work for us.
So are we going to have some kind of a plan then for this?
We're working on everything within our current capabilities this summer, because we're examining everything as we work on the budget that was just handed out from the state to see where we are. I know many of our schools were you know, in a moment of trying to really understand the impact of the upcoming budget because we had to hold some things back because of uncertainty. And so we're working through that right now and seeing how the services look for our students in our schools moving forward.
I mean, I just hope that we're focusing on a holistic approach, because
we are.
Great school, you know, test scores are fantastic, but that's not making a whole person to get out into the world. So
Yep, and we are. And just to talk about the future, there's a lot of things that we have to do in the future, i.e. transportation costs eats up a lot of our budget. We have students, and this is not even ESE students, the range of transportation costs is $500 per kid to almost $20,000 per kid because of how our magnets are situated in buses. So all of that will be wrapped up into redefining to build a better district and have better experiences for everybody that attend our schools.
Right, but
So,
just for next year,
yep.
because we're not redefining for, I mean,
Yep.
we've already done
We're
that,
working on
so
that too.
to put the Band-Aid on there until we have a
Absolutely.
better idea what's happening broadly. All right, thanks.
Mrs. Al-Haddad.
Yes, so thank you. I just wanted to hear from the superintendent. Dr. Zeman threw out the number 16,000 cost per student. Is that accurate?
Dr. Hepburn.
For our schools that
I
are
have to
very
fact check you, Dr. Zeman.
no, it's for our schools that are severely under capacity. That number is very close to being accurate. Give or take a couple of give or take a couple of $100, but it is very accurate. For schools that are severely under enrolled, we spend more dollars on maintaining the building than on educating the kid because of they're not drawing enough FTE to have those holistic experiences of a school that's at capacity or close
Okay,
to
and
it.
just not to nitpick, but can you define severely under-enrolled?
That could be 60% and below, 50% and below. Those seems to be our schools that are having those type of issues.
And when we're it's $16,000 per student, is that making up just the cost for electricity, maintenance?
Principals.
Correct.
Staff.
Everything that it takes to operate a building, utilities, constant maintenance of the building, also the staff, the employees, the principals, the resources that the school actually needs to provide the education, things like that. So the entire gamut of operating the schools, from nuts to bolts, to turning the lights on, to turning the water on, all the way to somebody getting there and teaching our kids.
And then just for the public's understanding, the state is going to give us, what, $9,100 next year?
Ms. Johnson, you have the accurate number for this upcoming school year?
It's around $9,050 per student.
Okay. I mean, I just think it's important for us to understand these numbers, and, I appreciate, Dr. Zeman, for you bringing out this $16,000 number, because it's the first time I've heard that publicly being said. So that's a really great point when we look at redefining. Now, my next question is in regards to what specials are required by law.
I'm going to ask Ms. Hollandworth to weigh in if there's any specific requirements. I know
I was waiting for you to finish. Sorry. Good morning, Simone Hollingsworth. Statutorily, physical education is the required elective that is required.
Okay, so when you say it's required, does that mean that it's required to have a physical education teacher, or just required to go play on the playground?
So they have to be certified in physical education, but every elementary school teacher is certified in physical education. So there's some variance there. They all have that for 30 minutes per state statute, that is required per day.
Okay, so would it be a true statement to say that every elementary school required to have PE is going to have 30 minutes per day by a certified PE teacher?
Yes, that's accurate. I think the concern about the specials that you're probably hearing from Ms. Lupscomb is more, or I don't know what speaker brought it up, is more about the music, the art, those type of specials, not the physical education.
I also heard physical education, so
No,
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, it would be an accurate statement that all of our kids will have physical.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Yes.
May I, for clarification, the teacher, because they have the K2, I believe it's 6, that is incorporated, the physical education, certification is on there, it's included. It's not that they're certified in PE separately. That's usually what's being seen in our secondary sites, that they would have that as a specific additional certification or their own.
So to piggyback on that, so if they don't have a certified PE teacher, as Mrs. Al-Hadef is asking, the teachers are all certified, so if they did 30 minutes a day of physical activity legally that would fill the requirement.
Correct, yes.
But I think what Ms. Alhadeff was asking is, do they go to a PE teacher? So I just want to make sure we're answering that question right. They don't all go to a certified PE place to do PE with a PE teacher, but they do legally meet the requirements because a teacher, just like all of us are certified in reading, right? All teachers have to get that teacher certification. Doesn't mean I'm a reading teacher, just means that I have a certification. So I just want to clarify that because someone's going to come back and say there's not a PE teacher in it's not a special everywhere, but by law, they have to have 30 minutes of physical activity with a teacher who's certified, which could be their teacher taking them out for recess.
Correct. Well, recess. Recess is 20
recess
minutes
is
separate.
different. Right, not recess.
And recess is 20 minutes separately.
Yeah, sorry, but they're not necessarily going and learning how to play what because Mrs. Alhadeff was a PE teacher, so I know what she's thinking.
Right. So what I'm saying is that if they're certified in PE, then they should be required to do 30 minutes of a lesson. It shouldn't just be checking the box that they went outside and randomly, played out a playground or ran around. So we need to make that happen.
Agreed. Yeah. I don't know, Ms. Hollenworth can weigh in, but I'm pretty sure there's lessons at the elementary level for
that is correct. There are
that block of time that teachers follow. There is just recess is free, unstructured play.
Okay, so to sum it up, next school year there'll be 30 minutes of a instructional lesson PE class given within the curriculum for physical education for our elementary students.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other board members on any of these items? Mrs. Bowman?
I just can't stress enough how important it is to make sure that we're actually getting the PE as our culture goes away from doing anything physical. I think it's really important to imbue our kids with some basic knowledge of various skills and games. I think it is invaluable as you move through the world to have those skills. You should be able to throw a ball and catch a ball and do a couple of these things. We're kind of failing our kids if they don't have the basics. So I would really like to prioritize this. The same with art. I mean, it's like you should be able to use various media of art and be introduced to that as a child, that cut things, do things. I don't feel like our kids are getting those basic skills that we use as adults and as you go through the world. So, and music. So I just can't stress enough how important I think it is that we have all these elements in our education for at our elementary level for our kids to be getting this, and that it needs to be applied to all the kids. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'll give a shout out to Troy and Dylan. They are a team of two that write all of the curriculum for the PE, and they are working with them, but I just know there's some frustration in their department about how we're doing it to fidelity. So that's why I brought it up. It's part of the Wellness Committee. Okay, we'll move on to Parent Community Involvement Task Force.
Thank you. You know, when I was reflecting last night on what I would talk about today, I was thinking I just gave you a report 2 weeks ago and I probably wouldn't have anything to say. But after listening to this conversation, I want to talk about how important it is to involve our parents and our community, and how that involves customer service, and how that involves, and we've had these conversations before in our initial report. We went again to every single public charter school, public traditional school in Broward County, and we found a significant difference in how people were greeted and some of the communication that was going on. So as you're approaching losing students, I would ask you not to just think about facilities. Well, think about them, but think about how you can get those kids back in. And that is going to be involving your parents and your community, reaching out. So I was going to tell you again, because I've already said this, we're doing a nonprofit forum on August 6th. We have tremendous support in this community for public education, but we don't always reach out and utilize that support. We don't solicit that support. So as I'm listening to your responses, I have a question. Where are surveys posted? Is there one consistent place on the district website where you can go and see survey responses? Any survey, all the surveys we've talked about, I don't even know how many there are.
No, I don't think we have a common place for the public to see survey results. We do have a new website that'll be launching hopefully later this summer. We can look at a landing page for public-facing surveys.
Thank you.
Yep.
That would be, I think would answer just some of the questions that we've heard up here today. And it wouldn't be, did you get back to us? It would be, I went and I looked and I saw the responses. I just think that's common sense. If you're going to put the effort into doing it, that you're going to get responses. Again, we are going to be doing our Empowering Parents Conference in the fall. And we've talked about this before, but when parents want to know where they should send their child to school, they really are not coming and asking you. They are turning and asking their friends in the community where they should send their kids to school. And so it's critically important that the people in a community have that continuing communication with you about what's happening in public education. I think Ms. Bowman's comments today about the specials were critically important. How are you communicating that to parents, and how are you asking what they can do, what your community can do to help you? So I want to just highlight one thing that we are working on that we're excited about, and I know we haven't gotten to your report yet, so I'll just jump in and say we're having conversations about how we can expand our parent universities to become parent and student universities, and how we can utilize what communication methods there are to really make sure that we are communicating effectively with all of the students in our community, because they are the important part of our community, right? So that may be YouTube. That may be taking a short segment of something that we've done, and if we ever get our podcasts off the ground, and our podcasts, and making it something that can be done with them. But I cannot stress, as I sit here and listen to this, thank you so much for opening the lines of communication by having quarterly meetings, by doing what you did, Ms. Hickson, with the board reports. But we need to take the next step and make sure that communication is successful, and that it's inclusive, and that it's consistent. And I would just say all of that goes to your customer service. I think I've spoken long enough, but I hope that we realize how important, because we're going to be getting to it in a few minutes, how important it is to make sure that your community is a vital part of every conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Zeman.
Could you tell us more, Ms. Fertig, about your August 6th event? Are you hosting that event, and who do you expect to attend?
Yes, we host an event. We send invitations out to nonprofits. This is typically an event that is always full. Like, we haven't at times had to turn people away. We hold it in this room. We have conversations. I will tell you from our group, it's something that they love, because you just feel so good that there's so much positive energy in our community. And from the nonprofits' view, I think I've mentioned to you before that at one point they wanted us to do it monthly, which was more than we could do, but it's a community conversation, and we host it because we are the Parent Community Involvement Task Force. Staff does always support us in this. The superintendent will always come speak at the beginning. The board chair will always come speak for a couple minutes. But for almost the entire 90-minute session, it's the community talking. It's community member from our task force to community member from our community. It is very productive, and there is a lot they can do. And we gather information about what are the barriers to them being able to do more for our district than they are currently doing, because there are barriers. Just as you're hearing from all of your chairs, there are barriers. And so, yes, I don't know if I answered your question, but we will send out the invitations.
I think that's wonderful.
We will provide them lunch, and we will host a
I would like to attend, except it's the last week before school starts, and I'll be out of town. But if there's a virtual way, I'd be happy to do that. I'm just curious, too, about the venue, though. If you have overflow can we find a better place to have that meeting so that everybody who wants to attend can attend?
I mean, we could. We could do that.
I'm just overwhelmingly persuaded by your argument about parents and community, and so I do not want to have meetings where people want to attend and they can't get in simply because we picked the wrong venue. Yeah. So maybe if you can work on that, maybe we just find a better site.
And that we'll talk about that. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I'm not helpful in that regard, but I know this guy named Howard, and he's got buildings all over Broward County.
Wow.
And I have his cell phone number if you want it later, Mary, and I'll pass it to you. I know you and the rest of Broward County has it, but I'm just not helpful in that regard. But I'd encourage that conversation to happen because it would really be important. And partly I just wanted to have more airtime to explain what it is. These meetings are incredibly important, and winning over parents and winning over the community is the way to improve FTE. Now, how you win them over, that's a very good, kind of thing to think about, and we should be. But you're right, though, that is the group that is influencing individuals' decisions. I get asked a lot more as a parent of 3 kids in schools about schools than I do as a school board member. They want to know why are you sending Lily to Sunrise Middle School, not, oh, how great is the schools in Parkland. I love bragging about all our schools, but they talk to me as a parent, not as a school board member, which is illustrative, I think, of your point.
So I'm just going to take this opportunity, Dr. Zeman, to say that I want to speak about something that we did as a community. And Dr. Zeman came to several of us. He knew we had something we wanted to talk about, and we organized a meeting, and we had over 100 people come. Amazing. After school was out in the summer. We didn't think we'd have, we were a little worried. We also had Ms. Leonardi there, and I thank you for speaking. And so the answers are in our community. We are happy to help however we can. I mentioned the nonprofit forum, but we also have other forums, other opportunities for people to get together and talk, because sometimes when you let people talk and you give them answers and you respond to them, guess what? It makes a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, and we'll finish up with the Human Relations Committee.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, school board staff. Nancy Fry, Human Relations Committee. I will keep my remarks very brief because I know we want to move on to the next agenda item. Just really quick, I wanted to touch on the discussion about surveys. We haven't had a meeting since my last report, so this is just something that I'm bringing as a parent, since I have the microphone for a moment. The number of surveys that we see coming through and parents not being able to identify which survey is which. I know at my kids' schools, they send out all the time the customer service survey, the Title I survey, all of those surveys, and parents don't know which is which, and I probably assuming that's the same for the students. I know we've had trouble with our students this year giving feedback either by means of surveys only being sent out through QR code, and I would just love to see us kind of streamline, if that's at all possible, or just as a recommendation from myself, hearing now that the surveys are not there's not a central repository of where they're coming out from or where they're going to, that I think left hand is not talking to right hand, and we are missing out on how to effectively communicate our surveys to our students and to our families. And I would just like to recommend that maybe we look at streamlining that or having that live under one roof so that everyone knows what's going on and we don't have 3 surveys going out that are all identified the same way, and so parents don't know if they've taken that survey already or not, because I know that's even happened to me. And other than that, just we love getting our student feedback, so I don't want to see the student surveys go away, obviously, but we want to make sure that they're being effective and how they're being communicated and that they're accessible for the students. And with that, I'll leave my report there. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, I don't know if you were sitting in here when we brought up the survey, but it was brought up in a different discussion also. So can you incorporate what Mrs. Fry had to say into when you bring us back the survey information?
Yes, I'm actually making a follow-up for myself because as a district, I don't think we send out a lot of surveys. This may be school-based. So I'm writing a follow-up for myself and cabinet to do discovery on what surveys are we sending, how many, and how often, and how many, and work with our schools to find out what surveys are they sending to their parents. And so maybe there's some times where those surveys are coinciding and you're doing double the work or multiple surveys at one time, one for the district, one for the school. So it's going to be some discovery on our part to figure out the amount, the frequency, and all of that, so we can understand the current state of surveys and do a better job in accommodating parents and students.
And identifying the surveys with more unique names might help too, because sometimes I'm not sure how many surveys there are because I don't know if I'm getting the same one
Yeah,
over and over again.
so nomenclature, all of that. So thanks for the feedback. We'll definitely dive into that.
And the other part of the discussion we had was like each individual school being able to somehow alert parents, like in the month or in the week, what surveys are going out, because they don't know to opt in or opt out if they aren't aware of them. So because the discussion about parental consent came up as well. So there's two parts to that for surveys. Okay. Anybody have any other questions for our committee members? Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
One thing that I forgot to bring up was it was spoken from the podium, but I didn't ask the question. The question is about the Council of Great City School recommendations, and are we going to use those recommendations, or we're just going to ignore those recommendations?
Dr. Hepburn.
We'll review them. I think what I heard was they were from 2019. We'll review them and see how applicable they are right now in our current state, since, what's that, about almost 6 years ago, to see if they're applicable in our current state, but we'll review them.
Okay. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
In regards to the surveys, when we do the back-to-school enrollment forms, there is an opt-out for the media, and there's also an opt-out for the life skills and wellness. It would be nice if we could just centralize all of the opt-out forms or opt-in forms in that one location, as opposed to having some in enrollment with back-to-school enrollment and some on the district website.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yep, we'll talk offline too, because y'all got a whole bunch of information that we need to start the school year, because I hear the same stuff from my wife also, so I feel your pain. I feel your pain. Thank you.
Well, thank you all so much for your patience. To apologize for the delay today, and thank you so much for what you all do. Okay, we need to take a brief 2-minute recess, and then we will move on to the Superintendent Advisory Committee structure recommendations. Welcome back to the school board meeting. The next item is the Superintendent Advisory Committee structure recommendation. I now will turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Board, and public. First of all, I want to give a sincere thanks to the members of the task force for all their countless hours and hard work. Special thanks to Chair Dominique, also Vice Chair Brooke. Ms. Gold, I know you've been a very central part of this process also, and then also the other committee members for their contributions and work to get us where we are today. So the energy, the time, I know you've had countless meetings is definitely and sincerely appreciated. With that said, I am going to turn it over to the task force to present the work thus far.
Thank you so much. My name is Cynthia Dominique, chair of the task force. I have with me Brooke Bordy, as well as Erin Gold, our vice chair and recording secretary. I recognize that we are so far behind on time, and we sincerely want to be able to present this item in a manner to you that is succinct. But it truly would be a disservice to the amount of work that we've done, the amount of input that we've received from committee members, the public, liaison staff members, to sort of rush through this without giving it the consideration that it truly deserves. Today's my son's birthday. Happy birthday, Noah. So more than anyone, I'm eager to get out of here to be able to celebrate him. So we share that sentiment. But this task force, was comprised of the 9 board member appointees, and for the most part, many of our members attended religiously. We've provided the landing page for our task force on one of the slides. It is a great resource and an item that can be referenced. Clicker. Clickers. No? Okay, there we go. So this task force was created on March 4th, as you know, and we were provided with a 60-day timeline. Overwhelmingly, task force members felt that this was not enough time to cover the scope of work that was required, because we really wanted to do a good job and we wanted to be considerate of all of the factors in providing a recommendation to you that was based not on opinion but was based on facts and findings. We've had numerous timeline changes. We've had numerous delays throughout the task force. However, we were asked to provide policy recommendations on 1070, and those should have been presented at the May 6th board workshop. However, we weren't placed on the agenda, so that's why today you're getting all of it in one shot. We finalized recommendations for policy 1070 on April 28th, and on June 4th, we finalized recommendations for the committee structure and provided a report to the superintendent on June 6th. We met for 21 meetings and over 78 plus hours just in meetings. That does not include the time that members spent over hundreds of hours reviewing thousands of pages of policy, state statute, settlement agreement, meta consents, and everything under the sun, so that we could provide a very thoughtful and informed recommendation. We had numerous challenges, and a lot of the challenges that we faced were similar to what advisories have previously brought to your attention. Obviously, we had the timeline changes and the fluctuations, but we also had challenges in defining what the problem actually was, as well as effectiveness. And that's why at that May 6th board workshop, we asked, how do we define effectiveness? Because if this is going to be what we measure committees by, then it needs to be clearly defined. We also had some challenges with getting requested documents in a timely manner, not because our liaison didn't request them, but because they were not available or they were not made available to him. We had numerous strengths. It's the varying diversity of our task force members, their backgrounds, and the different perspectives that they lent to the discussion. We also made a concerted effort to include the public. We sent them all of our meeting dates. We gave time to speak during our meetings because what we didn't want to happen is for the public to feel like their input was being undermined and it wasn't being considered by the superintendent and board. So we did give ample opportunities for public input. And we just want to really thank our liaison, Armando Arana, because he was, here, you do it. He was extremely patient, he was diligent, he worked hard, he was kind, he had a great attitude, and he went out of his way to really support him, and he epitomizes what a liaison should do to be able to allow committees to function effectively and do the work that we're doing. We wouldn't have been as successful as we were if it wasn't for his support and his dedication and working alongside of us. So thank you, Armando. You can clap for that. As I said, our methodologies and considerations, we spoke to members of the public, we spoke to committee members, we spoke to committee chairs, we spoke to our board members who appointed us, and the superintendent. We reviewed workshop meetings to see what the board, how the board felt about the current structures. We reviewed the district calendar, policies, bylaws. We had over 73 committee members respond to the survey that we sent out, and we had 8 responses to the liaison survey, and over 70 stakeholders engaged in our meetings. Many of the documents that we reviewed are provided for you in supplemental materials, including our minutes. The next slide contains a list of all of the committees that either currently exist, are mentioned in policy, are required. However, you'll note that there are some committees that are mentioned in policy or that are required by policy but don't actually exist or they're not functioning. One example is the Communications Committee, which is required by Policy 1164, but that's not in existence. And we have a few committees that will be sunsetting, such as the Bond Oversight Committee, Innovation Zones. I know they're not really classified as a committee, but they do exist. We don't know how consistent they are in terms of meeting and functionality.
Can I just interrupt for a sec? I just want to be careful with our words here. The advisory committee that you chair is not going to sunset an advisory committee. You might recommend that we do that, or you might recommend we keep it. But I just want to be very careful with the public that our advisory committee on this is going to make recommendations to the school board for decisions.
We're not sunsetting committee. The Bond Oversight Committee is set to sunset. Yeah, no, that's not within our scope. And then we have the student advisor that, I mean, it's not really a committee, but we value their input. If you look at the next slide, in total there's about 42 committees. Whether they exist or not, whether they're functioning or not. 8 of those 42 total are primarily parent-facing committees. We were tasked to look at 13 that exist by school board policy, and out of that 13, 5 of them are parent-facing committees. You know, when you look at this scope, go to the next slide, please. There's a lot of interconnectedness because many of the committees that exist have representation on another committee, or that committee has a seat on one that we were in review. So as you go through and you look at the structures, consider the impact of the interconnectedness of each of these committees. Okay. As we go through the rest of the report, it's broken down into those 4 parts, which you saw. I will hand it over to Erin to go over our key findings.
Thank you, Cynthia. Good morning. And I know we do want to get through this presentation quickly, but we want to make sure we don't miss some of the really critical pieces that we came to as a task force. So as we went through all of that research that Cynthia described and is on that previous slide, we uncovered and identified really powerful and meaningful insights and trends that were critical to our deliberations and recommendation process, and we feel should be absolutely part of the conversation as the board and staff consider next steps going forward. So that's what we're starting with these key findings because they really set the foundation and context for all of our subsequent recommendations in this report. So I want to start with something that I know we all know, but it's really important to say and have be a central component of this conversation. The commitment of the volunteers who are serving on these committees is incredible. And this group is dedicated and they are passionate and they are committed to supporting students, families, schools, and broader district goals through their committee work. And I want that to be a central kind of tenet that we're operating under. The next is that the contributions from these committees really add tremendous value to the district. And if a lot of these functions weren't happening through committee work, it would have to be transferred to district staff. And so we had a lot of conversations about how a lot of committee work really represents cost savings for the district. And we want to make sure as we're making decisions to not lose sight of that. Something we talked a lot about at our task force and also was a conversation here today is that when parents are involved in their kids' education, individual kids do better, and when districts have robust parent and community involvement system-wide, all kids do better, right? And so we're all operating under that understanding. But these committees are really, really powerful mechanisms for that engagement, and we don't want to lose that. In a district the size of Broward, it's really hard to make sure that your decisions reflect the everyday experiences of students and families.
Unknown participant is not.
But these committees are a really important way to make sure that your decisions, in fact, are connected to those everyday experiences. Something else that came up a lot at our task force and was part of the conversation here again this morning and has been is Broward, like so many districts, are grappling with declining student enrollment. And it is cited repeatedly that when parents feel like they can have a voice in school and district decision-making, it is a reason they choose schools. And when they feel like they don't, they go elsewhere. And so as we're making decisions about committees, it is critical we are thinking about how these decisions might affect other district initiatives and goals. So I just want that to sort of be on the table. This next category, Cynthia already covered a little bit, but we really had to get down to how do we define effectiveness. And the reality is that it can't be done with tracking motions and whether committees meet quorum regularly. We understand those are pieces of it. But when we really went back to the bylaws and policies of our committees, we have such a diversity of committees, which we really found to be a strength, but they really have very different functions. Some do compliance, some are for advocacy, some are for parent support. And a lot of those functions the value of those can't be easily documented on paper, right? When a committee identifies a nascent issue before it becomes a whole systems issue, right, and works with staff to resolve that is huge value, but often doesn't get noticed. Just creating spaces for parents to connect with one another around common goals and challenges, again, huge value, often not able to easily track quantitatively. And a lot of our committees we are finding provide really important district information in accessible ways to communities, and we can't lose that. So that was a really, really important piece of the finding. I'll go to the next slide. We identified some pieces of communication where there are definitely some areas in need of improvement. And it's both opportunities for the district to use committees to collaborate and plan on implementation rollouts or brainstorming challenges to challenges confronting the district, right? Our committees bring perspective far beyond what staff can. Staff is amazing and incredible, but right, bringing in parent and community voices will only strengthen those kinds of plans and policies. So please, there's an eagerness for committees to be partners in those things. And then the other is we really need to use district communication channels to be informing parents about our committees, right? There are a lot of people who would love to be participating. They don't know about the committees. So using the district channels to say, we have these committees, here are openings, would you like to be involved? We think would be very valuable as a task force. This last or the last bucket that I'm going to focus on is the structure and support. And really, though, this holds a lot of the basis for some of the most critical recommendations from the task force. The first one is, at our very first meeting, we said we need all committee bylaws. And the reality was that was really hard to do, and it shouldn't have been to get those. And the problem was not that the committees themselves had not passed their bylaws. The problem was that the committees had gone through the process of updating their bylaws, and they are waiting for board approval, some for years. So there's a need to kind of strengthen and streamline that process to help with effectiveness. The next set of things that I'm going to end on is that there is huge variation in how committees are supported, resourced, and trained. And this includes liaisons. There isn't kind of one common set of training manuals or policy, or templates. And there is a huge hunger to have collaborative training with chairs and liaisons, to have basic technical infrastructure support like Teams and websites and things committees just need to function, and clarity around the roles of liaisons and chairs. So with that, I tried to get through a lot quickly. I'm going to hand it back over to Cynthia, who's going to talk through how these correspond to some of our recommendations.
So we wanted to ensure that we weren't arbitrarily just trying to reduce the number of committees. We wanted to make sure that we were preserving the functions and purposes while still allowing opportunities for stakeholder engagement. One of the things that we recognize is that whatever committees currently exist need to be utilized to their full functional capacity. For example, if you have a committee that is required to review technology, making sure that they are getting the required documents, contracts, RFPs to be able to fulfill their purpose. The other thing is the feedback provided. Let's address the elephant in the room. We know that the relationship between committees and the board or the district may sometimes feel contentious. But what we don't want to get lost in all of that is the feedback that adds value, that lends itself to growth and strengthening services and achieving academic excellence for all students. So because certain groups are more advocacy in nature, they're more issues oriented, their parents are coming when they have problems. That's just the nature of a lot of these. That's what propels a lot of parents to get involved in committees. They have an issue, they want to find a solution. So a lot of times you all are hearing those issues and it just sounds redundant. And so just whenever the feedback is uncomfortable, we would just, strongly encourage you all to just view it as constructive and take it with a grain of salt to propel our district forward. Brooke?
Thank you. By way of background, Policy 1070 governs the operation of BCPS committees. The policy was last revised in 2022, just a few years ago, following the recommendations by the 1.7 work group. At the time that this task force was founded, we were asked not only to review committee structures, but to review Policy 1070. We did so. It's an 18-page policy, and the task force went section by section to create some recommendations. On slide 14, you will see a summary of some of the topics that we covered, which have been discussed lately by the board, which includes the recommendation process, concerns regarding school board appointees and quorum, as well as officer election membership and due process. And I see we're on a greater time constraint than expected today. But I would like to walk you through the matrix which was attached to the agenda, and I will identify some of
when we bring, if you could stop the clock for them, when we bring 1070 back, we will have you come and go through all of these recommendations But I think today we'd like to get through the options and talk about the structure, but we definitely want your feedback. We're just not going to talk about 1070 today in general, and that policy's coming back to us, so we'd like to ask you to hold on to that, and you'll be at the table again to give us that information then, and if we could just go to what your recommendations are for the structure.
I think it's useful to identify that we were supposed to present this on May 6th. We were not placed on the agenda. I planned my family's trip around coming here today to present the matrix, and I should be on the road at this point instead of being here to go through policy 1070. I would be curious whether policy 1070 will come back to a workshop setting or if it will be at a board meeting.
Do you know when it is? And you can give us a quick overview on that. I just don't think time-wise it makes sense today, since we're going to have to do it all over again, and it would make more sense to have that when we're going to be discussing it.
Sure, I can walk through just the slides. If the slideshow can be put back up, please, starting on slide 15. Yeah. I'm going to skip through the non-substantive items. Sorry, I do have to adjust on the spot. I would say one of our biggest recommendations and changes would come in Article 7, which is to create an advisory appointee interest list. Some municipalities do this in order to create a pool of willing and interested volunteers. We think that this will ease the burden of board members who have to make many appointments to boards, and we hope that it will diversify public participation as well. That is laid out in the matrix. I hope you guys can look through, because we did take time to craft specific language for you guys to review and maybe improve upon. One of the other substantive changes that we suggest is a due process procedure for the removal of volunteers. This was voted on back in April to suggest a general process, and on May 28th, we voted for specific language that we've also included for you. We've also identified bylaw approval as an issue. We ask that the board adopt a provision that when bylaws are submitted to the board, that you vote on them within 3 months of submission. We also included in Article 10 a new process for committee recommendations. It was identified by committee chairs, members, and liaisons that the current process is inadequate and not working. We've heard this from the board many times over the last couple months, that recommendations are not coming forward in an effective manner, and we hope that creating a new process would create more transparency and accountability and responsiveness to the recommendations. One other suggestion comes in Article 12, which already states that committee chairs shall meet with the superintendent once a year. We hope that this meeting can happen in September and January so that we can better align committee work to the goals and initiatives of the district, as well as alert the district to emerging issues to promote proactive responsiveness. There are a lot more recommendations. We worked on specific language for a lot of them to ease the board's review of the policy when it does come up, and we had a couple of recommendations where we had general ideas that we just wanted to flag as an issue for you guys. That concludes policy 1070 for today. Thank you.
Okay, we'll put on another 5 minutes, because we still need to get to the recommendations, which was the crust of what we were supposed to be talking about today. Go ahead. For 5 more minutes.
Again, we were under the impression that we were presenting 1070 and the structure, so forgive us if we're not, it's not what you envisioned. As we move to the committee structure
Hold on 1 second.
So for me, I would like to hear all of it, 1070 recommendations and the structure. Can we just go around and see if we can get consensus?
Okay, again, the point is we're going to be bringing it to a workshop, which we'll hear it all over again. So that was why I was just trying to be time efficient.
And if it's helpful, August 12th is when we have this item slated for a workshop.
Okay. So can we have, I don't know how to phrase this. Is there objection to hearing all of the recommendations because it was given to us and read in, anyway. Any objection to going through all of the recommendations for 1070? I have objections to that. Mr. Sim. Yes.
Just to clarify, all three of these ladies will be given the opportunity to come back and present
Absolutely.
at the workshop? Okay.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes. I guess these people have put in a lot of time to, bring these recommendations to us. So like I don't feel comfortable rushing their presentation because, we are behind schedule. But my other, I guess, concern is like they were under the impression that they were giving this whole presentation. So I'm wondering like how that miscommunication happened. Because I don't want to be disrespectful of like the time and energy they've been put in. If they knew that they weren't going to be doing the 1070 piece, then then they would have adjusted accordingly. I want to be very respectful.
If it's helpful, I think, I'm trying to remember our conversation with Cynthia while we were driving to Tampa. I believe it was 30 minutes for their presentation. I believe we are at 20 minutes.
We weren't really reducing it.
I believe it was 30 minutes that we allotted.
And then the rest was the discussion.
We're trying to allow us to have discussion because, and I appreciate all the work they did, but we were sent this early and we were able to look it over. So I would hope we would have questions that require I'm not trying to rush the whole item, just want to get time to be able to ask the questions that we have. I don't think they need to read us the matrix when they sent it to us prior to coming.
No, I wasn't suggesting that I want them to
I
read
think
the
that's what Mrs.
presentation.
Al-Hadef was.
I just speak for myself.
Can I finish?
Well, she just called out my name. So, respectively, they came here to present, and we're now creating a modified version of how they're going to present. And I don't think it's respectful to them for the amount of time and hours that they have put into this.
Go ahead, Mrs.
Thank you. They've continually referenced that we're short on time. So I think maybe I needed some clarity on the time that was agreed on, but also like the communication to them. They seem to be under the impression that they're presenting on 1070. It's in the presentation. So I hope that like in the future we can make sure that everyone is on the same page about what's being presented. That's all.
Dr. Hepburn, can you maybe identify what was the ask of the committee in general? Was it about structure of committees, or was it 1070, or was it both? Because I think we all have different visions of what that was.
I think the request, as I can recall, it was both during that meeting. As far as what was to be presented today, our discussion was to while we were discussing with Ms. Dominique, is to present for 30 minutes and then allow the rest of the time for discussion.
Am I allowed to comment? Oh, sorry. Board member.
So we have Mr. Sever.
Thank you. I'm on the same team with Ms. Al-Hadef over there. It was difficult to prepare for this as it was, but it's very important to be respectful of their time. And for one board member, I won't be here in August. I don't know about these three ladies if they knew the August dating and if they could be available, because maybe they pushed off their vacation to August time. So honestly, it doesn't really feel like a very friendly conversation when we delayed it by 90 minutes. Then we didn't really rush the other parts of it. And then we came to this, and without even honestly talking to the board to see if there was consensus to just tell them to go on and do this, I just find very disappointing. And I don't want any part of that. So I would like to do a consensus call to see who wants to listen to it now, and if we have consensus of the board to do the conversation as it was really described to them in the beginning and the during, where they did all their their work is important for me. So, yeah.
Mr. Sever.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I inquire from the presenters, in light of what you heard, do you wish to move forward on the discussion about Policy 1070? Or would you prefer to wait till August?
Guys, I can make this real quick. It's not complicated, but if I can go through the items, that would be wonderful. I don't know what August would hold, and I don't want to commit my fellow presenters. Regarding the matrix, it wasn't attached until last night. It was emailed, though, by me on the 16th and was not attached or available to board members. Additionally, we requested more than an hour. Given the length that has been spent already discussing this matter, we all knew this would not be done in an hour. We did communicate that, and we were denied. Also, we were given 30 minutes to speak. It's been beeping. It's an uncomfortable situation as is to be up here and be late, but to have the thing beeping while we're trying to present, I just don't understand the environment, to be honest. We're volunteers. You know, I don't have to speak professionally from that side of the table. I just don't understand what's going on.
Dr. Zeman.
I think the superintendent and the chair had a very clear conversation about a 30-minute presentation. And I would love to do this for a long, long periods of time. It's an important topic. But if that was the expectation, why can't they speak for the 30 minutes and then we talk for 30? And you know, we still have a significant amount of time reserved to do the policy work, which may very well be a derivative of the decisions that the board makes after we get your advice and then make decisions about the advisory board structure. That also will influence what has to go on in the policy. So why can't we just respect the chair and the superintendent who agreed to do this for 30 minutes if the chair agreed to that? Is that fair?
Yeah, we're almost.
I'm asking a question, just a second.
We can do whatever you all would like.
I'm asking a specific question.
I know, but
when the superintendent said 30 minutes, did you understand that to be a 30-minute slot today?
Yes.
Okay,
but
why can't we just do what we promised?
We were clear about, you know, the amount of time to dedicate to this, and beyond, we can do whatever we serve at the will of the board. But I'm going to tell you how I feel, and this is me speaking not as a task force chair, but as a volunteer who serves in the military on the weekends. I'm part of the PTA, the School Advisory Forum, the Area Advisory Council. I don't do this because I have a desire to be seen or to be in leadership positions. I do this because I believe in Broward schools. I do this because I want to see our district succeed, because I'm choosing to put my 4 kids in Broward schools. So I have a vested interest to make sure we are successful. And the time that we take away from our kids, our spouses, we met 2 times a day in some instances. We had a 14-hour meeting on one day. Why? Because we were given a deadline. And although we were provided with an extension until the fall, we were told this item needed to be submitted by June 6th. All of it. We worked day and night to be able to do that. And to come here and have this happen is absolutely disrespectful. And the message that it sends to the public and to the community is that the board, the district, does not care, that there is a lack of respect for the time and energy and effort that we put in and the things that we do willingly, not for affirmation, but to make sure our district is thriving for our kids. They might be your students, but they're our kids. This is their future. We're absolutely invested. And I know sometimes the way we say things might not sound pretty, but I promise you, we are here to collaborate. We are here to work with you. But we cannot come into these spaces, we cannot have conversations and come to agreements and then just our time be completely disregarded. It does not make people want to volunteer. If I'm ever asked to serve on a task force again, the answer will likely be no. If I should even continue in an advisory capacity, I don't know. We can do whatever you'd like. We can do whatever you'd like. We understand the time constraints. We truly do. But we hear you all. We know what you want. Do we think that we have an opportunity to have better structures? Absolutely. And that's why as we went through this process, we're like, guys, we have an opportunity. And people who came in with their minds made up changed, right? People were like, who were ready to just, let's meet and put something together. No, they stayed till the end.
Okay.
Because they truly believed in what we were doing. And it's not just me, it's not just the three of us up here, it's not just the task force members, it's every single volunteer that serves at a school advisory forum, a PTA, an area advisory, a committee. It's all of us. We toil. We toil because we believe in the district. We believe in the people that we elected to do right by our kids. And we stand here committed. Yes, we provide accountability, and accountability does not always feel comfortable. But there has to be mutual respect. There has to be. We have to operate from a place where we're not suspecting the worst of people, but holding on to the hope that everyone who walks in through these doors and decides to serve or calls you or emails you really just wants the best for their kids and this district. We have to operate from a place of respect and just hope. And give people the benefit of the doubt, and give your volunteers the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I apologize. It did not mean to come across that way, and we do appreciate your time tremendously. My understanding was we were talking only about the committee, so we will continue. Let's just take a minute for everybody to catch their breath. When we come back, we will allow you to finish your presentation as you prepared it, and we'll go from there.
Ms. Hickson, can I just say one thing really quickly about why we didn't jump into the committee structures, and it'll just take a moment. As we were getting messy with this work, and we were committed to doing it right, what we found was very little of the issues identified were about the number of committees. And we did toil is the right word. We toiled with that. But what we uncovered was it was so much about the structures around it, and that 1070 really serves as the foundation for the ways committee operate. So that's why the report goes the way it does and has so much before the structure recommendations, because you can't really think about the number and the structure without understanding this very big context, and changing the number and structure isn't going to do that much. And so I just on our behalf, we really struggled with it. But it was through a lot of deliberation and debate and conversation and input that's why we got there. So I apologize. Again, it wasn't what was expected, but it was how our work, it was the result of authentic research, and this was our finding.
And we appreciate all those many, many, many hours. So let us just take a brief recess, and we will come back to the report in its entirety, and we'll move on from there. So,
Madam Chair.
We're in recess.
Hello?
Thank you and welcome back to the school board workshop. So we will continue with our second item, which is the superintendent's task force on committee recommendations.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Dr. Holness.
Good. I'd just like to thank the committee task force members, and also I know that we are going to allow the task force to continue. Do we intend to provide a time frame for that, or are we just so they can work within a certain time frame to complete the presentation?
Yeah, I think they're almost done. So they will not turn the timer on. We'll let them finish.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Ladies?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you again for the opportunity to be able to present this information. As Erin stated, we felt very strongly that a lot of the recommendations that we provided in 1070 would enhance the current processes. And additionally, it doesn't matter how many committees you have or how few you have. If the processes are broken, you will still have broken committees. And with that, I'll let Brooke continue to finish.
So I'm going back to policy 1070, and I will be brief as I go through. We did make many changes that were not substantive in nature, but were corrections or organizational, and I will not go over those. So if you do look at the matrix that we provided, in the leftmost column is current policy 1070. In the middle column, we have the task force discussions, which sometimes did not result in a vote, but we did want to communicate those discussions for the board to review because perhaps there are items that you guys want to bring in relation to that. In the rightmost column, you will see the language that we in fact voted on. And the first item I'd like to bring your attention to is on page 8 of the agenda. This is Article 3F2 and Article 4A4. And these are related to bylaws and committee policy and the review policy and the review time period for those. The current review time period is 2 years, and we recommend that it change to 5 years, consistent with the superintendent's proposal from back in March. The next recommendation I'd like to bring your attention to is on page 23. This is that advisory appointee list that I already identified. And the full language is there in the rightmost column for your review. On page 24, in Article 7B, the task force voted to reduce the number of committees a board member can appoint a particular individual to from 2 committees to 1, with the hope to diversify committee representation and ease the attendance burden of individual volunteers so as to support quorum. On page 28 of the matrix, you'll see the full due process language that we voted on unanimously on May 28th. We saw this concern repeated through public and written comment to the board, through emails, surveys, and conversations with task force members and the public. On page 30 of the matrix, this is Article 8C, and this is again related to bylaws. And as previously stated, we recommend that the board bring for a vote any bylaw, bring for a vote within 3 months any bylaw that's submitted for approval. Some bylaws have been held up for years. Many have been held up for months, and it just affects the, yes, Dr. Seaman.
People would like to be able to either see the table you're going through or to see the slides. But so there'd be some concordance between those two. Which would you like to brief from, the table or from the slides?
I recommend putting up the slides. This would be on slide 16 right now.
Oh, thank you so much, Brooke. I'm sorry. I just wanted to hear you, but I kept trying to find it on the table and it wasn't coming up.
Yes, so the matrix is attached to the agenda, and that's just so that you guys have the specific language, but not all of it fit within a PowerPoint.
But your page references are
We're on page 30 of the matrix.
Slide 18, Dr. Zeman.
Right, but if you can reference the page number of the presentation that's up before us, then we can follow along with you.
Sure. So we are now on slide 18, and this is regarding Article 10, which is the committee recommendations process.
Slide 17.
Slide 17. Good. Okay, so we recommended a new process for recommendations to come to the board. The full language is in the rightmost column, but regarding the current policy, committee chairs and liaisons overwhelmingly expressed that the current policy 1070 process is inadequate. The task force spent considerable time discussing the issue and formulating recommendations aimed at enhancing accountability, responsiveness, and transparency. We did provide that full process. There are other ways that we can do this, but this is what the task force voted on, and we do think it would be an improvement upon the current process. On page 38 of the matrix, I'm looking at Article 11, which is right there, yes, 11.3, and this pertains to term limits. We recommend retaining the current term limits and the language in policy 1070 as is. The task force gathered significant and overwhelming feedback and support for not shortening the term limits. We feel that we need an ability to grow leadership and to plan for succession on the committees. Our last recommendation is Article 12. And this is again regarding the superintendent and appropriate cabinet level department heads meeting with the chair of committees in September and January to better align goals from the district to committees and for committees to be able to raise issues up to staff. There are more recommendations. I know that this will come back for a workshop at the end of summer and will be available then to answer any questions. Thank you.
So we're on slide 20 now. In addition to the 1070 recommendations, we also had recommendations regarding the membership, the meeting structure, because we felt that a lot of those changes may also alleviate some of the inefficiency or ineffectiveness that might be perceived. And in addition, what we heard from some committees where they were having meetings that were informational in nature, but they weren't necessarily conducting business. So we'll provide recommendations for that later on. So we provided 3 options. We were asked for at least 2. In the first option, again, these are the committees that we were tasked to review, and what the task force unanimously approved retaining the current committees, but with the refinements and processes that we've outlined in 1070 and the other recommendations otherwise. We really, really strongly believe that it's not the number of committees that you have, but the processes, the procedures must be fixed. So this is option 1, and that was approved unanimously. Some of the pros to option 1 is that it would be less disruptive in nature. Obviously, you wouldn't have to necessarily make any policy changes unless you adopted some of the changes to membership and meeting frequency. And it allows us to maintain some of the specialized focus of many of our groups. And as we embark on future redefining, having this stability in our stakeholder engagement platforms with the opportunity to make changes going forward, this would just allow for more of that stability. And this also allows for the fewest meetings of the 3 proposed options. Some cons is that it may not fully address our needs. What we found is, as we discussed the issues, was there probably is a need for more committees than what we have now to be able to fully address the needs that exist and not necessarily having to create task forces and work groups and all of these other things periodically. You would already have the groups existing to meet the challenges that we've identified. Some other cons are that in the current structure, the committees may not have the appropriate liaison. And we've also highlighted some additional recommendations if you all adopted option 1. The next one is option 2A. This one actually had the least support. And one of the main reasons, you'll see that there's District Advisory Council, area, ESE, and ESOL are listed underneath there. And then we've grouped HRC, transportation and wellness, with student supports. And although we were not tasked to review wellness, this particular committee would be a modification of what currently exists, but would focus on the mental health aspect, the culture within our schools, and broaden the scope of a wellness committee. We've also included transportation here in this option because transportation affects so much of what we do in this district. More than a third of our students utilize district transportation. It impacts on whether they are able to get to school on time, eat breakfast, get those services that they're required to get. And under the academics and curriculum umbrella, we have multilingual, innovative, career and technical education programs in Magnet. We felt that having a group to be able to look at these programs, especially as we move on to the next piece of redefining, where you have a group that's actively having the conversations and looking at all of these programs holistically, we would be able to better strategize in where they're located, how they're functioning, what supports that they need, and that will just help us in the future. And under community communications and marketing, we believe that we have a strong opportunity. We're getting the information coming in, but we also need the information going out. So by having this group here, giving feedback and input in how we market our district, how we communicate that information out, it'll also help us in future phases of redefining and just us thriving as a district. And the way we've organized it under these umbrellas allows for better alignment to the C-suite, because what we found was that when committees don't have the appropriate liaison, sometimes they have difficulty in getting documents that they request, or getting speakers that they are requesting to provide information at meetings. In this option, the groups would retain their individuality and they would be able to report at school board meetings, but there's much better alignment here. And it's not, okay. And these are some of the pros and cons for option 2A. One of the major cons is that we didn't want to reduce the visibility of groups that represent disadvantaged populations, specifically ESC and ESOL, which was why this option was the least favored. And in option 2B, what we've done here is we've pulled out ESC and ESOL so that they have more of a presence. What we found when we heard from ESOL was they have over 300 parents who attend their meetings, and they often felt unsafe in other spaces because in this ESOL space, they had the language support that they needed. They had other parents who were sharing similar struggles and could identify with them. And that's something that we really wouldn't want to lose. And then you'll see the rest of the model is pretty much the same. Again, I want to highlight the transportation, wellness, and innovative and magnet programs. And the pros, cons, and recommendations are similar to option 2A, except that in this option we retain the visibility that we want for some of the vulnerable or disadvantaged representation. That's the structures. Along with these structural recommendations, we do have recommendations on memberships, meetings, and my colleagues will go over that.
Thank you, Cynthia. So as we've said in a few different ways, in addition to kind of strengthening the structures around the committees, we also identified some committees that could benefit from internal structural changes in terms of the composition of their membership. And in particular, excuse me, we identified 4 that are exceptionally large. And we heard from them that in particular, they struggle with issues of quorum and other, when a group gets so big, 60 and 70 members, just effective and efficient functioning can be a challenge. So We have slides that have, for two of the committees, facilities and diversity, we passed recommendations for what a different membership composition could look like. This was just an example of trying to reduce those members to a more reasonable number. We strongly advocate for all four of these committees identified, that the board collaborate and empower the committees themselves to determine what composition would be the right one for them, with the goal of reducing. So we did that. So we did with diversity. Can you go on to that one? I will just comment. We heard, we got input from the past chair, Ms. Pierre Grant, several times, and talked with her about, if she thought that going from 3 appointments to 2 appointments per board member would work. What's really important about diversity to remember is that that committee does a lot of site visits, which requires capacity to do that, and also produces a rather comprehensive report. And so going anywhere lower than those 2 appointments, there was concern that there wouldn't be the capacity to do those. The 2 others that we have recommendations to change membership and reduce is for DAC and for the Technology Advisory Committee. And one really important thing to note is DAC has already started that process in bylaws that they themselves have approved, but haven't been approved by the board. But they've already kind of embarked on that. So I'm going to turn it over to Brooke, who's going to talk through some changes to meeting and reporting recommendations.
Thank you, Erin. In addition to reviewing the committee membership, we have some recommendations regarding meeting and reporting changes. One recommendation we have is that not all committees need to conduct monthly in-person meetings with quorum to be effective. We suggest that committees be enabled to have virtual informational meetings as their objectives require, as would serve their objectives and purpose. And we also believe that they should be able to have monthly, bi-monthly, or quarterly meetings as their business requires. We also want to enable committees to utilize existing platforms. This would be, for example, Parent University or existing Lunch and Learns, so that the committees can collaborate together and expand their reach to parents. Another suggestion we have is that the superintendent resume monthly meetings with DAC steering. This is something that was done successfully in the past, and we believe it would better align the goals and work of the committees to the district. Additionally, with respect to reporting, we recommend that chairs establish regular communication with appropriate cabinet level staff. Again, this is about aligning the goals of the district with the work of the committees. How can we help you? What do you guys want to tell us? Can we identify any issues for you? Additionally, all committees should be able to report to the board as necessary. Right now, there's a monthly reporting requirement that some committees don't feel they absolutely need to be here every month. I know you guys are sensitive to time, so if a committee does not have an update for you, it'd be nice if they did not have to come downtown to give a report. With respect to the 2A and 2B options, the task force recommends that the area advisory councils and any committee placed under the umbrella of another committee within those 2 options should be permitted to provide reports to the board during workshops, during committee reports as necessary, and be listed on the district website. The task force was concerned about some committees losing visibility if they were to be placed under the umbrella of another one. So we still want to keep those committees listed and know it so that parents and stakeholders know that there's a place for them to go if they want to advocate. We also recommend that committee chairs should have an annual meeting with the superintendent, and that was contained in our policy 1070 recommendation. This brings us to the training recommendations portion, which I will turn over to Cynthia.
This is where we have a huge opportunity. What we heard from many liaisons was that they didn't feel adequately prepared for their role in supporting their committee. We also heard from committee members that they didn't know how to put together an agenda or run a meeting or how to give a report to the board. We believe that if we can create standardized education for liaisons and standardized education for committee members, it would help the process overall. What we suggested was for liaisons, you have some amazing ones here in the district already, and they're doing their job phenomenally. The task force can work with them, or you get these expert liaisons who are doing their job well to work with committee chairs or committees to develop training for liaisons, to develop training for committees that is standardized across the board. There has to be a clarification of their responsibilities. Some liaisons believe that there are some things that are their responsibility, and some believe that there are things that are not their responsibilities. So there has to be consistency in what is expected of them. They should be provided with all of the required documents. For example, at the inception, they should have access to the bylaws. They should have access to Policy 1070, the policy that governs the committees, so that whomever is participating knows what they are bound by and what the expectations are of them. And any training that is provided should be recorded. There should be an agenda. There should be minutes provided. We had difficulty getting any content from what was provided in the liaison training this year because it wasn't recorded and there weren't any minutes. So we can't tell you what that looks like. And the other recommendation that we have for liaisons is that there should be consistency in their compensation. And when I say compensation, I don't necessarily mean money, but if there's going to be a flexing in time, what we heard was that there's a lack of consistency. So liaisons are expected to fulfill their regular duties in addition to their support of a committee. And that would be in line with policy 4300.1. We also recommended surveys to liaisons annually to identify areas for improvement. And again, we recommend training for committee chairs and members, specifically for the executive boards, so that they can function effectively. And by policy, be provided with these documents that we've listed here, and there may be more, but again, we were pressed for time. These are some of the things that we had discussions about, so we added them here for you all. In addition, Brooke mentioned the acknowledgement form. I will say that acknowledgement form should be reviewed and it should be updated. It goes over what's expected of committee members, so that would be an opportunity to clearly delineate the expectations at that time. And also creating a system in which chairs are easily able to verify whether training has been completed, whether it be ethics training or committee training. Again, we strongly believe that the 1070 and some of these other recommendations will lend itself to a process that functions more effectively, regardless of how many committees we have. And we just thank you for this opportunity to serve the district and the students of Broward Schools.
Thank you.
We'll take questions at this time.
Thank you again very much for your presentation and all the time that you've taken, not just to do the report, but to gather all the information and all the meetings that you've had. Now we will go to public comment, and the first person we have is Natalie Lynch-Walsh. I think she left. Mercedes Cortez.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Sorry, my name is Mercedes Cortez. Thank you for your time and thank you for all the hard work to all the community task force. This will be very brief, so I come on behalf of the Florida Debate Initiative, and a reoccurring theme that I hear today, and I'm so happy I was here for all of it, was the community involvement, the communication. Broward County is such an amazing district in what they do, and the one piece that we'd like to offer is that we stand representing opportunities for Broward students, right? And it becomes very tough for us to have that communication piece, and so we'd like to go ahead ahead and just introduce ourselves to the committees, and hopefully we can continue coming and making a great opportunity to come here. Some of the committees that you offered were the ELL and the ESOL programs. We offered the American Dream Debate, and we only have 3 schools in Broward that we can offer that to, and mostly that's communication and processes. When you spoke about that, it resonated, because there are so many chains of command, right? And where do we go with this? We just paid for 16 students in Broward County to go to an all-paid expense summer camp. We would have liked to triple that number, quadruple that number. That goes back to the process of information, right? Who can we go to? Where can we go to? We'd just like to say that we propose to enhance Broward County programs to the already exceptional programs that you have, specifically in speech and debate. I recognize a familiar face here. We do offer team stipends, coach stipends. We'd love to go ahead and be part of that process to see who do we communicate, where do we go, and where's the line and chain of command, to know that we're here to offer support, financial and program-wise, that otherwise other students don't know and parents don't know. And sometimes they ask me, could you ever go and speak or be part of somewhere where they will know that you exist? And that's why I stand here today. I yield my time to the chair, and I thank you so much for this opportunity and all of your hard work. This is tough.
Thank you. Can you just, we know your name, but what organization are you representing?
Florida Debate Initiative. It was originally founded by 2 phenomenal educators, Tara, who is currently, and Beth Askin. Most people know her in the debate world, and they are now statewide. And we are, my Natalia Allen is here, and my name Mercedes Cortez. We represent the South region, and all I've done is grassroots effect this year just to let everybody know. Broward has an exceptional debate program in its district. What we're offering is outside of that programs like Salute to Service, Pro Camps. We just paid at Hollywood Beach Resort for Broward County teachers to go and be trained on this, for a thank you to them as well. And so Florida Debate Initiative, sorry.
Thank you so much. Next public speaker is Jackie Luscombe.
Madam Chair, ESE Vice Chair has minutes to go before she has to be out the door to pick up her kids. She's been here for hours. Could I swap places with her, Anna Carujo? She signed up too. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Madam Chair, board members, I want to speak specifically to ESE Advisory Board. As a member of the ESE Advisory Board and a member before of the council, I feel like it's the most essential resource some ESE parents have to connect with different parents that have the same experience, to figure out what the best practices are and what services are available. Sometimes it's the first line of defense that you have in terms of being educated on how to handle an IEP or how to handle an issue within your school. And in many occasions, I've seen parents actually go and solve their issues just because of the existence of the ESE Advisory Board, because they were getting stonewalled at their own schools and at the district level. So ESE Advisory Board has been crucial to improving practices, protecting some of the most vulnerable students, and making sure that policies are crafted with ESE students in mind. I see it as a lifeline. I know that my fellow members see it as a lifeline, and advisories in general are essential to the accountability. And ESE just happens to be one of those where people show up when they have a problem, when they're angry. So a lot of the times you don't want to hear what's being said, but it is a very constructive forum and absolutely essential for the parents of the children that we're representing. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for coming today. Ms. Luscombe?
Thank you for the swap. So I'm here to say a big, hard, fat, neon lit no to option 2A. Not to be obstructive, but because that would be one of the worst things you could do to ESE Advisory that speaks for an already marginalized community and voices that struggle to be heard. In the terminology of the report stating that this is a recommendation at 2A, that ESE Advisory could now be put under another committee, I'm horrified. Notwithstanding the enormously wonderful, hard, diligent, sensitive work that most of the task force members did. I applaud the ladies at the table here and the others who contributed so well and engaged. I'm grateful for it. But this task force did not reflect the community that it represents. It was created in a vacuum of none of you knowing who the other were going to put on it. So we had 2 members from one task force, from one body among the 11 members, and no members of other big bodies whose voice needed to be reflected. In some cases, the current task force was convened by the board without genuine recognition of or engagement with the very advisories that it seeks to assess. Decisions about structural changes were discussed by individuals unfamiliar with our work at times, or some with little to no direct involvement. We do not oppose improvement. There is little to nothing in this report that we haven't been saying for years. I'm thrilled that they have compounded our voice in calling for it and brought some fresh ideas too. We do oppose being sidelined while solutions are devised about us and not with us. Our advisory at ESE is not just a monthly meeting, it is a daily effort to lift voices, broker support, fix issues, and foster accountability. Any reconfiguration of ESE advisory and any other advisory councils should begin with deep listening, not rushing the task force and giving them deadlines, changing them, and then pulling the rug back out from under them, and not top-down restructuring, not reform just based on striking through a few advisories and shoving them under umbrellas to make them look less. There has been deep offence dealt by this process, starting with comments made at the opening meetings about if you can't get quorum, you must be a bad leader, and other comments on the staff report that came under the name of the superintendent's report, initially proposing changes to advisories that made us seem like a financial burden, a time burden. Please know that our finances and our time takes a huge hit to do what we do. And I applaud the task force for bringing to the fore the things we've said for a long time. We want to work with you to make improvements and use this as an opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mary Ferdig.
Thank you. I think that our speakers did a great job. I just want to emphasize a few things that they said. I've been involved in many advisories for a very long time, but until we focused in on this material and reading every policy at the same time and pulling minutes of meetings and many of the other things that we did, I really had no idea when I listened to you in March that talking about the number of committees, that what we would find would be the number of that really it's so much of how those committees are structured and what's happening that needs to be fixed. So I know Cynthia said this, and I just want to reiterate that our group was very confident with the first option, which leaves the committees intact, but with a lot of recommendations for how to make those committees more effective, starting with the fact that some are just too big, and looking at the fact that they have to achieve a certain number for quorum, which is not currently happening. Even within some of those meetings, there's so much in this report. A lot of thought was given to it. I do want to say that in the option 2, A and B things, there is not a single advisory that we're recommending go away. We're simply recommending that they be kind of aligned to discussion groups, and that by nature is going to involve more meetings. So one of the first things we did was print off the calendar for the year of meetings, and what you find in there, not surprisingly in a district with over 200,000 students, that you're going to have a lot of committees. One of the things I liked best about being on this committee was getting exposure to groups that I might not have heard much about. I'm going to single out Multilingual, the work they do. I think that they are a very valuable committee, and I see in the future more committees like that are focused on a single subject, but are appealing to the parents in that group and are going to help us draw parents into our school system because we give them a forum. So I can't cover everything in 3 minutes. They did a wonderful job, but I would encourage you not to create a system that's going to add meetings and involve tons of policy changes just because you think you might have fewer on paper groups, but you actually end up having more. And if you look at many of the bylaws of these groups, you'll see that they already have subcommittees and other things that are functioning. So just calling something a subcommittee doesn't end meetings either. I think you have a good structure. If you would follow some of these other recommendations, I think you'd see a change in what's happening at your meetings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is Aaron Gould.
I yield my time. Thank you.
Okay, Cynthia Dominique.
The only thing I would say is, so much is happening at the area levels, and in previous reports at workshops, the areas haven't been able to provide a report, and it's very hard to represent 75 plus schools in each area and do that with just DAC in 5 minutes. So we definitely support elevating the areas to be able to provide reports to the board.
Thank you. Brooke, Brody.
I'll just say thank you for the opportunity to serve. Two of the best things that came out of this was how much I learned about our district. I took it as a learning opportunity despite all the work. And the other best thing that came out of it were the individuals that I worked with. The dedication is off the charts. And I look forward to serving the district further and working with these amazing individuals. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is Nancy Fry.
Hello again. Good afternoon. Nancy Fry, task force member. Just really quick, I wanted to touch on one thing from option 2A that speaks to a broader concept that was coming up a lot during our task force meetings, and it's about being a little more imaginative with what we're looking at and not necessarily sticking with the status quo even in a new structure. Specifically, it was discussed and we had a debate back and forth about the visibility of our disadvantaged groups, specifically ESE and ESOL. And the reason we came up with the 2A and the 2B was there was a difference of opinion on which would constitute more visibility, having them as a standalone committee or having them underneath DAC. There was of one mind that if they are under DAC, that they would be hidden from view more. There was another view that they're falling through the cracks right now from what they've expressed, and that having them under an umbrella of a larger group would help them uplift their voice with additional support. So that I just wanted to clarify that we're not trying to put anyone under or mask anyone or hide anyone, that there was just of two minds what would be the best way to elevate those voices. And that just spoke to the larger concept of just because something is a certain way now doesn't mean that it has to continue that way. And one of the concerns that had been raised in that specific example with 2A versus 2B is that there was a concern that, they won't be on the district website because they would be under DAC, and currently committees under DAC aren't showing up on the district website. Obviously, that does not have to stay the same, and I just encourage some creativity when we're looking at these different options and any other changes that might come about, to remember that there's other changes that can be made to support our committees and make sure that they're getting the resources that they need inside whatever structure comes about, and to not just stick with things because that's the way they've always been. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is Trudy Jurvanovich.
Trudy Jurvanovich. Oops. Well, that's a first. As I often do, I want to make sure you read the written comments and say that some people had difficulty signing in, so that needs some work. I also want to commend the task force on an amazing feat. They created a body of work which should be used as a guide for future changes. By the board placing the meetings on Beacon, I've learned that much about committee structure and on the school board, and we know what should be available to the public. I believe that committee chairpersons should be given the needed equipment to submit a good video of their meetings so that more people could view all of the committee meetings on their own schedule. Just an observation. Although the task force was given multiple scenarios, I wholeheartedly think you should keep the one you've already got. Don't change something that isn't perfect, but it's working. Also, I do not believe you should replace the committee chairpersons every 2 years. Learning to run the committee takes so much time. and the 4-year limit with the extra 2/3 vote to possibly retain an officer past the point should remain the same. That said, I want to propose one more committee. In about 1980, this district had 2 different committees for technology. One was mainly for infrastructure, which is what we have now. The other was composed of teachers and school-based administrators who were using the newly emerging technology at the time. I believe that this cannot occur with the way it's structured now. Teachers can't come to these. It's hard to get a TDA. It's hard to get a substitute. So you need to set up something that's more like a friendly get-together of the teachers and with the parents on what's happening with technology. And you can, any school-based administrator should be included in that. But I don't believe districts should be included in that. I think you need to go from the bottom up in this case. And you need to say, okay, these are our ideas for how AI should be used. These are our ideas of how we use textbooks and so on. So just an idea, but so one more committee. But I strongly believe that the board should allow the task force to continue their work so they can flesh out the training manuals and other issues they have identified. The task force has done an amazing job, but there's still more work to do. Thank you.
Thank you. We had one other public speaker, that was Kim Mohorn, but she is not here anymore. So that concludes public speaking. We'll go to board discussion. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair, so much. I love this puzzle. You know, these are not Wordles. You try and do them in 5 minutes or less. These are kind of big, hairy puzzles about how do you take the energy that's created out of Broward County's 2 million residents, many, many, many of whom would like schools to get better, would like to be in schools, with schools, here, doing things. And how do you, in essence, take all that energy that exists in Broward County and funnel it in an effective and efficient way toward improving our school district? We've had a lot of dreams that we've discussed with the superintendent here about raising copious amounts of money, because there is copious amount of money in Broward County, and very little of it gets donated to Broward County, unlike other districts. We've had passionate conversations about how do you vector volunteers in a way that allow for an army of volunteers to be in working in our schools. And we've watched COVID and horrific violent events in our county erect very, very large walls, both physically and otherwise, that prevent people from coming visiting our schools, separating them from our communities. And we have to deal with that, right? But the work that's being done here is really kind of within a system of systems, because we have a whole bunch of other groups that provide community and parent input. We have the PTAs and the SACs, we have the Parent Community Involvement Task Force, and what we have in this big hairy problem is how do we create or recreate or modify a system so that the most passionate, most engaged people who want to actually serve on an advisory committee can give this board their greatest advice. It's important how many committees we have. It really is. It's important to make process improvements. The idea, for example, about having a sign-up for people that want to serve, brilliant idea. But I would agree wholeheartedly that the number of committees doesn't produce success. You can have 3 and be wildly successful, and you can have 17 as wildly successful. But I have a couple of quick questions for you. Did the task force chair, Dominique, consider aligning advisory councils with the 8 cabinet members who work for the superintendent? And just briefly, I don't want my colleagues here to cut my knees off in the back room, but briefly, did they do it? And just yes or no, was it supported or not?
We strongly considered it. We had conversations with the superintendent about it, but he felt that it wouldn't be something that he could support.
Terrific. And did the task force distinguish between advisory committees and task forces?
Yes and no. Obviously, task forces are temporary, meant to identify and work on temporary problems, and our view was that these standing committees would be there to really fill the gap of ongoing problems, and that's potentially why we felt like there needed to be a few more to be able to broaden the scope of some, so that we wouldn't have to keep creating more, right? There would already be a space for them.
And last question to you, Chair of the task force, not Chair of the school board. Did your task force consider an annual meeting with each advisory council or task force with the school board to set goals and agenda for the advisory council or advisory committee or task force for say a 12-month window?
We did.
And did they support it or not?
It was supported. And
Terrific.
It's in here.
Yeah.
We might have glossed over
I just note that there's a lot of conversations about liaisons and staff and getting things, and I didn't hear anything about coming here and saying, hey, I'm the chair of Advisory Committee 7, and what are you guys perplexed about? What would you like to learn about? Like, Ms. Aladeth, what would you like some advice on in green technology? That conversation, I believe, at the beginning of the year could really, really improve the cooperation, both in terms of selecting things in and also selecting some things out that we actually don't want advice on. Like, we're solid on what we're doing in this area. What we're not solid on is, we just need to learn more about it. Let me just finish up real quick. I'm really impressed with the reduction in size for these committees. I cannot believe when I look at the evidence that we have committees with 63 and 75 members. At Amazon, there's a 2-pizza rule, colleagues. Ms. Thompson, you know what the 2-pizza rule is? I know with all your reading about business matters that you know this. 7 people or less on any work. If you can't feed them with 2 pizzas, it's too big. Think about that. Just think about that. Even on something like a diversity committee, 19 sounds like a lot to try. Can you imagine 19 people going through and trying to see a school? Even that's a lot. 63 is a lot. 73 is way too many. 75, excuse me. But if Amazon won't let people have a meeting with more than 7 people in their invitations, we have to just think a little bit about how we do it. Lastly, the people that did not come to your task force are also important. I've mentioned this several times, and do not take this personally. It's not about anybody that's in this room. But I have had people that I've gone to and said, my Lord, look at how smart you are in this field. Would you come work on my task force? And they just objectively say no. I have nominated people to committees who called me back and said, I thought we were friends. So I believe we need to change things. I love the work that's been done. It informs how we're going to rebuild this ecosystem. But I actually believe we've got to change things because we're not organized in a way so that all of that energy is being put into students and schools. And that's what I want to help design. How many committees, how many process changes, how many rules? I get the rules. They're all fine. But what's interesting to me is how do we get the people who are the most committed people, like the 3 sitting here and the 10 behind them and the 100 that show up at school board meetings, how do we get all of those people and their energies focused on working on the same things that we try and work on so that we get advice? One thing I'm perplexed by is why people are confused about advisory councils or committees. I think they're called advisory committees, right? Isn't their job, Ms. Gold, to give advice? Like, that's the central convening authority for all of these boards. And so if there's some confusion about why we have them, just look at the name. The name is to give this board advice. Talking to us about where we'd like advice might be very helpful. Keeping the size reasonable. Making the meetings exciting. Having people come and talk about it, and it makes sense. I love the idea about technology every other meeting or whatever, it makes sense. We have people that beam into school board meetings. Why can't you guys have the technology that you need to pull this stuff together? Thank you for volunteering. Thank you for the hard work. There's a lot of great information in this. I'm going to lean toward the Amazon model. I just think 7 is a lot, not in terms of the number of committees, but in terms of membership. We just have to get to a smaller number of people on some of these very, very populated committees, and we need to focus on how do we get great advice from the community that wants to spend all their time doing it. And I don't ever want to go to somebody again in Broward County that's brilliant in mental health and say, can you come and serve on our mental health advisory committee? And they go watch a mental health advisory committee. I picked one that doesn't exist, by the way. And they said, what, are you kidding? I'm not there for that. I am actually there for the kids. How do we get that energy all moving in the same direction so that we get to a better place? And I'm looking forward to more conversations about that. Chair, when do we bring in, what's the next step in this so that we're aware of what we do with all this great research?
Dr. Hepburn.
Well, we're waiting on feedback or consensus for the board about specific next step of what the committee makeup will be. As Mrs. Sullivan detailed early on, the 1070 policy will come August 22nd, August 12th.
August 12th.
12th. Oh, you're here.
Yes, sir.
Turn it over to Mrs. Sullivan. Go ahead.
John is always here. I would make a suggestion, Chair, just so one is out there. I think we need to absorb this. There's a lot in the printed material. I read all that, but there's more in the presentation and the passion in the presentation. I would like to come back to a workshop one more time and talk about it. I don't think we can do the policy on August 12th because things that we decide about the advisory structure and the policies and practice, all these things you've recommended need to be codified in the policy. And so if we put the policy before we've made decisions about the advisory boards, we're just going to have to bring it back again. So I would recommend we have another, full school board discussion about where we want to go with advisory committees, and then maybe that's August 12th, and then when possible, bring that to the next school board meeting for decisions, and then bring back policy 1070. Because when I read 1070, there's just too much in there that would have to be changed around depending on the decisions that we make around advisory committees and task forces. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the task force for all your hard work. I really love the idea of the database for volunteers because I think it is extremely difficult to find people, especially on my side of the world, that can drive to KCW or other locations. I also want to just address the virtual meeting and get some input from our general counsel. The reason that we can't have virtual meetings is because you guys have to follow the same state statutes that Florida does. So is there any way around that, Ms. Batista?
Madam Chair. Thank you. So yes, there is no way around that. Yeah. So the answer to that is no. However, I know many committees do have virtual meetings, which are more fact-finding processes, as opposed to where they're making decisions, and they're able to do that.
Thank you. Go ahead.
If I may, and that's exactly what this task force did. We met virtually when we weren't conducting business, when we were just reviewing documents and sort of mulling over ideas. Additionally, that was the reason for one of our recommendations was to utilize some of the existing platforms that we already have. What we found was that Gifted said that many of their meetings were informational. They were providing information to parents. They weren't actually conducting business. So as opposed to having people drive to this location, sign in, try to make quorum, we have Parent University. That platform should be available to all the committees where they can say, hey, you know what, we'd like to have this information session on this particular topic. And that would certainly ease the burden of volunteers and parents driving all around. Additionally, in terms of allowing people to know that these committees exist, we had a recommendation to parent link. We parent link everything. Parent link the committees that exist at the beginning of the year and throughout the year and say, hey, parents, we need you. Here are opportunities in which you can serve or, Broward schools.
Yes, I think that'd be helpful. And as far as the structure, I am still in favor. I would probably, of the models you suggested, lean more towards 2B. I hear that you guys think it's mainly a communication issue. However, I think for us to get the best information, for us to really make good decisions from this, I just feel like a reduction would help streamline that information. But I know there's been a lot of back and forth, and I'm open to keeping it as it is, depending on what my colleagues say as well, but there's still issues, and I feel like it's not just the board is not taking the information, which I feel like some of the feedback has been, well, the board's not listening or the board's not doing that. Not just from this presentation, in general. And just because, and I want to say one more thing and then I'll yield my time because we're past, just because we don't pick up an item doesn't mean it's not important. It means that each of us have initiatives. We represent around 200,000 residents, each of our districts. Our chair and our other at-large person represents the entire county. So we're all kind of trying to get as much positive work done as possible. So I just wanted to reiterate, and I didn't speak during the other part, is just because something doesn't get taken up doesn't mean it's not important. It just might not be in our focal range for that time, and or maybe it needs to be hashed out with the community as well. And I also want to say, just because we don't necessarily talk with committees doesn't mean we're not talking to the community. I'm a strong advocate where there's a lot of ways we can get information, we can get feedback, and especially as, again, from someone who's the southwest opposite side of this, I have my own little focus groups that I talk to. And so just because the board is trying to reduce or trying to restructure, it doesn't mean everyone's voices aren't important or the community's voices aren't important. We just might be seeking other avenues to do that. But I'm interested to see what my colleagues want. I just want to thank you guys again for changing your vacations, for keeping up with our schedules as well. And I just really appreciate every single one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I respond to Ms. Thompson, Chair?
Sure.
We absolutely agree with you in that just because the board doesn't pick something up doesn't mean it's not important. Because oftentimes what we found was not everything is coming to the board because there are problems or possibilities that exist that committees talk to staff member and it's resolved. And that's why we think that it's so important to not judge the effectiveness of a committee based by what comes before the board, because we truly have amazing staff working in the district, and sometimes it's just a conversation. We've made numerous improvements just with conversations with staff.
Thank you. Just as a quick note to my colleagues, the superintendent would like a little direction. So it's been suggested that we don't give options for, what committee structure options we wanted until August 12th. We could give him the suggestions now and then have the August 12th workshop the way it is, or we could wait and give him the options then. So we kind of need to have a consensus as we go around and talk, whether you're ready to tell him which structure you appreciate or would like him to pursue now, or would you rather wait and have more dialogue on the 12th? So when it's your turn to talk, if you could weigh in on those things. Mrs. Alhuda, you said 2B.
Thank you. So the way I understood this was, well, first, thank you to the committee, and especially thank you to District 4, Danielle Hoffman. Shout out, greatly appreciate your service on this committee and everybody's hard work and the plethora of hours that you've put into this. It's really amazing, great recommendations. So this is the superintendent's committee. So the way that I understood it, the board's going to give feedback on the options today, and then the superintendent is going to take all the recommendations and then bring back to the board to vote on the recommendations and options and create the policy with these recommendations. So my first comment is in regards to option number 1. On page 7, there was certain committees that were inactive. So my question is in regards to option number 1, are those inactive committees represented in option number 1, or they're pulled out?
Great question. So that was a struggle for us as well, because we have all of these other committees that exist in, as you see on slide 7, but we were tasked with reviewing the 13 mention. So any of our options really focus on the 13 mention. But what we felt strongly about was we really should be reviewing all of the committees that exist because, for example, if we're creating an academic, let's say there's an academic committee, well, we have a Policy 4000 work group that meets with representation from numerous committees. We have the Wellness Committee. There are all of these other committees that exist that when we look at the 13 in a vacuum, it really doesn't allow us to see where we can potentially consolidate more of them and be more effective in some ways, or potentially create something that would encompass other areas or issues that we'd like to address.
Okay, so on page 7, we have our committees that are legally required, so we have to keep them. And then the 13 that you are tasked with, so I guess my ask for the superintendent is then, will you be working with the committee to vet out these other groups and to see, like, regardless of what option the board chooses, where these other committees would potentially, you know, if they're inactive, maybe you're going to decide that they're done with, and or maybe they're not. So how is that going to work?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yeah, first, if I can get Ms. Batista to weigh in on what's the committees that are actually legally required, just so, because my understanding is there's only really one.
Ms. Batista.
Well, I mean, the
as far as district, I know there's maybe some school-specific things, but district.
Right. So from a district level, it would be the audit, the auditor selection committee. It's the one committee that it's not a standing committee, but it's a committee that is necessary when you're choosing. Yeah, it's there.
And then for the other part of the question that Ms. Aladev just answered, we will review the inactive. The only committees and advisories that I'm familiar with are the ones that are on the org chart that I'm familiar with since we started here. The other ones I've never seen on our planning calendar, have any meetings or anything like that. So if they've been inactive for quite some time, I don't see the purpose of bringing them back. It seems like they probably served the purpose in the past that's not adequate right currently or in the future. And then we'll look at it like that and see if there's a clear purpose for them right now. If not, we'll just continue to keep them inactive and figure out how we sunset.
Okay, so Ms. Batista, on page 7, legally required, there's 7 of them that are in the green boxes.
Right, but the superintendent asked me only for like district-wide.
But they're legally required.
Yes, so I mean, so that would be like the district advisory, there's district advisory committees that are required, by law to exist. And then the ones that are listed on page 7.
So the ones in green on page 7 are legally required committees?
That is correct.
In the green boxes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, light green.
Okay, thank you. My other comment is on the delays in board approval of bylaws that are hindering timely action and limiting committee effectiveness. So, I mean, how do we make this come to the board faster? Because this shouldn't be happening.
Dr. Hepburn.
No, we agree. I think for the issue we have is that staff has asked some committees that have not turned in bylaws to turn in their bylaws over time, and those bylaws still have not been submitted. So I don't know how we alleviate that, if that's something that we put in policy, but we've asked that question before this whole process. And Mr. Hill or Mr. Sullivan can be specific if there's any specific details they want to add, but that's been the concern from the team that I'm aware of, that they've asked for bylaws repeatedly over time. And some of those bylaws, some have been turned in, but some have not. And I think those are the ones that are probably have not come to the board because they haven't been received
So
from the
if-
committee by staff.
So if they haven't turned in their bylaws, how are they then to be able to function?
That is an excellent question.
Okay,
Yes.
so
So I think committees that haven't turned in bylaws and that have been requested to turn in bylaws that are still functioning are probably just functioning based on past practice.
I think the committee wants.
Can I comment?
Yes.
So we actually did a search of the school board website to look at past meetings to see if we can pull bylaws, because if they were presented to the school board and were approved when we searched the agendas in past minutes, then we should be able to locate those documents, and we were not able to do that. So if district staff is having difficulty finding those things, then it's going to be even more so for volunteers who don't necessarily have access. Additionally, the bylaws that we're speaking of are revisions. There was a bylaws template that was approved when the policy 1.7 work group did their work. And one of the questions we had as a task force was, if the committee revises their bylaws and it conforms to the template, is there a need for it to come to the board for approval, or could it automatically be approved? And that was a question we had asked for legal, but it wasn't answered.
Or Ms. Batista?
So the only requirement to have the bylaws approved are through the policy right now, the existing policy that the district has. The only thing that I would say about not having the bylaws approved is that hypothetically, then if they're not approved by the board, you could follow the template but change, the scope or some section of the bylaws and then completely change a committee.
Okay, so would the policy 1070 be able to speak to this as far as you have to have bylaws at the start of the year to be able to then have your meetings?
It does, yes.
It does now?
Yes.
Okay, so then if it does now and there's committees without bylaws, they would not be able to have their meetings.
Ms. Batista?
Right. The policy requires every committee to have a bylaw and for the bylaws to be approved by the board. So they should not be functioning without bylaws.
Okay, so can the board get a list of committees that do not have approved bylaws?
Yes. I think Mr. Hill probably has that readily available because we've been requesting that probably for the past 2 years.
Can we just clarify something? There absolutely are committees that have submitted their bylaws that haven't had them approved that are, just in the audience right here, there are a couple more than a year. So there are definitely, I can't speak for all the committees, but there are definitely several that have gone through the process of updating and submitting, but they haven't been revised. And one other thing to note, our recommendation in 1070 is to synchronize the bylaw revision process so that all committees are doing it at the same time and doing it every 5 years instead of 2. So we've made recommendations that speak to exactly streamlining this particular issue.
Okay, and also in that follow-up, if you can give us a list of the committees that already submitted their bylaws, which have not been approved by the board. Why are students that are on committees, their vote doesn't count?
That's a good question. The few committees that do have student representation is diversity. And again, we had this discussion as a task force. We want their vote to count, but I don't know if it's to maintain impartiality or to protect the students. I really don't know why, but if they're, and maybe the student advisors can opine on how they feel about that. But we certainly felt that if they're making the time to attend, then they should be able to count their vote. But we also don't want there to be any retaliation potentially against students if they vote on something that maybe is opposite of what their school or leadership might.
I think their vote should count. Is there a legal reason, Ms. Batista, why their vote can't count?
Ms. Batista?
I mean, they're minors. So normally, that would be an impediment to a vote.
Maybe, maybe not. I mean, if they're 18, can they vote? Yes.
Right.
Okay, so Dr. Harper, if you can look into that piece of it, because I think their vote should count if they're legally able to vote 18 or older.
We got it.
I did really like, my colleagues mentioned it, I like the application portal idea for board appointees to go onto committees. That was an excellent idea. And and just one other comment, I think a lot of these things just falls down to communication, whether it's communicating to board members, to superintendent, to staff. And then my other thought is when we're having this and trying to get volunteers in the community engaged and involved, do these committees have a social media presence like Facebook or Instagram?
So some of them do. I know North Area, ESC Advisory has one. North Area, we created ours in the last 3 years. And we get teachers that engage on the platform, parents that engage on the platform. We're always mindful, though, of members who serve on a committee to not engage in conversations that might come before the committee. But it certainly has been a great tool to disseminate information to the public. We also used to live stream our meetings for those who couldn't come in. But some committees don't necessarily have the bandwidth to do that, or they've had pages that there isn't consistency in being able to access the account. I don't know if the district has appetite to create those spaces, but those committees might want to maintain them independently. But certainly, I do think that it's a great tool, because how we engage from one generation to the next is very different. Some might want you to get out there and do a TikTok dance to get them to a meeting.
Yeah, I think it's a great tool for social media for us to be using. And then if you can communicate what those handles are, so we can follow them and be more engaged and understanding of what you're doing within your meetings.
So we had a conversation with the IT department a couple years back when they had the discussions about the committee web pages, and we asked them, would you be able to link to or put a committee's social media link on there? And the answer was no. So I'm not sure if there are rules that stop that from happening.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yeah, great insight on that, Ms. Aladeff, with the social media handles. I would, if they don't have one, but if they do have one, as an extension of the board, our staff need to have the information for those social media handles. Chairs and vice chairs would transition over time, and that handle needs to stay with the district. So we can talk offline with those who already have that. If I can go backwards for the student vote, I just want to make sure I capture the follow-up correctly. Are we talking about all students or students who are 18 and over?
Well, we were told they have to be 18 or older for their vote to count.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
If that's legal, like if that's a requirement.
I mean, potentially that's the reason that their vote does not count. I would suspect is because of their minority of age.
Can we have
hold on, Landon.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Through the chair, Landon Spellberg, student advisor to the school board. The student advisors appoint to three committees. The district advisory, there's an at-large spot and then a spot for each area. The students also sit on the area, and there's 2 students that are in technology, and I believe 3 or 4 students that are on diversity. Diversity is the only committee where students do not vote. I want to just throw into the conversation that the majority of students serving on committees are not 18. because that would only be really our students who are in the second semester of their senior year, and not even all students in the second semester of their senior year are 18. So I just want to add that to the conversation, and I'm sure we can do some follow-up. But yeah, those are the diversity is the only committee where the students sit and do not have a vote.
And the other committees do vote, you're saying?
Yes, the students that are on the district and the area advisories vote, and on technology they vote. And then there's a student that sits on the wellness committee that has a vote.
Okay, so if we could just work that out, I think everybody should be able to vote, regardless of their age. And it seems like they're already voting on some committees and not others, so we just need to be consistent.
Yes, and we go through a very thorough process of appointment. There's very limited spots, and we do interviews with each student before they're appointed to make sure that they're the right fit for the committee.
Sure, thank you. So again, appreciate everything you've done, this great work, and my pick is for option number 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. And I also want to thank the task force. I think what really stuck out to me was the number of unique people that you got involved in this process. I think that was really, really wonderful. So thank you. And I want to acknowledge the important work, once again, that our committees do. They do a lot of constituent services that like our offices would do. They bring forward important work and motions for this board to consider. So I'm glad that we can move forward in trying to amplify and make more efficient what our committees do. I wanted to touch briefly just on some things that have come up. So with the bylaws, there seems to be, again, some confusion about like why bylaws haven't come to the board for approval. So I would just say that I think this could maybe be resolved quickly if we just reach out to the committees, ask if they need bylaws to be approved. If they do, just close that communication gap. So I don't think that there needs to be like all sorts of follow-ups. I just think just check with the committees. Do you have bylaws that are waiting to get approved? If so, bring them to the board. If not, cool. And then I would really like to get some clarity from legal on the student appointments. I agree that students should be able to have a vote on the committees that they're sitting on, regardless of their age. So I guess I'm wondering, like, I've appointed students to committees before. I was never aware of an 18 in age requirement for voting. So that needs to be made more clear. If that is the case. So if we could get follow-up on that, I would really like a definitive answer, not just like speculation. In terms of the recommendations, I do support option 1. I think that, and I will be asking some things of the committees as well. But I do want to go through some of the asks of the district. So using district channels to get people involved in the advisories, having some sort of bank of people that board members can choose from, I support. In terms of technology support, email addresses for chairs, website, Teams access, that makes sense to me. Training for liaisons and onboarding for committee members, having some sort of manual. I would also, I know a lot of our chiefs are very good about this, meeting with our committees, but maybe having like a regular cadence of a quarterly or biannual meeting where a chief goes to a respective committee that applies to them. I would ask that, and I think it would be very important that the committees go back and review their bylaws for adjusting membership to under 30. Reviewing the meeting cadence, like I support the idea of, maybe every committee doesn't have to meet every month. Maybe they would like to have a virtual informational meeting. And I think what might also be helpful is to go through some like advocacy best practices with your members. So, what kinds of things are effective in communicating with the board or with staff and with the superintendent. And maybe, amplifying those tactics. And I'll leave it at that. I think, I generally support the recommendations that were brought forward. and I look forward to the committees going back and doing some reflection on adjusting their membership and the meeting cadence. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman?
Oh, can I make a comment? Regarding reducing the number of members, there are committees in which that won't necessarily be possible, specifically the area advisories, because they have a school advisory forum chair representative from every single school. So those committees would retain their large membership because they're meant to bring information from the schools to the areas and then funnel up. But we certainly agree with you. And we also, as a task force, agree with the quarterly meetings. That was something that we discussed as well with the chiefs and committees.
Ms. Batista?
Yeah. So there is no legal requirement that a committee member be 18 and over, and there is no legal requirement that they have to be 18 to vote in a committee. I speculated that the reason they were not voting was because perhaps of the majority of age, because I did not know what other reason there could be for someone not to vote that is, in a committee of the school board.
Can I just comment? I believe, and it would be beneficial to talk with the diversity chair and past chair. I believe there was something with the specific subject matter that would be voted on was the reason why diversity specifically didn't have student voting members. So just as, but there was a reason there. We just aren't aware of exactly the specifics.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody. First of all, I want to know who actually made the presentation.
We all did.
You all? Okay. Because I was so impressed by the way that this was put together and how logical it was and easy to read. So congratulations on that.
We're offering
really a work of art.
PowerPoint training
Clearly.
courses in the future.
I always, give that to my kids. I don't know how to do it, so I'm always impressed by these things. But I think you guys did an amazing job with the presentation and really breaking it down so that we could pretty easily see what you've been working on. So I really appreciate that. And like my colleagues, I'm really impressed by the dedication, the time that you've all put into it, the enthusiasm, obviously your commitment to our students into the district. It only works when we're all working together. So, and I think that that's really showing in this exercise that we're all partaking in. And the recommendations, I really appreciate. Particularly, like my colleagues have said, I think that the application portal is a great idea because, we all are tasked with appointing people, and it's difficult sometimes to identify someone that has that expertise that's actually willing to show up. I mean, there's a lot of different criteria there that you don't necessarily know, especially when you get thrown in originally and you're not really sure, what everyone's supposed to be doing. So I think that will make it easier for each of us to do what we're supposed to do and actually have people that want to be there. So I appreciate that. And also to that end, the technology, like the website and having a way to communicate, having been on the staff for many years and looking at the 1995 website that they have when I'm trying to figure out when there's a meeting, I definitely think we could upgrade that for communication purposes. So I appreciate that as well. In terms of the bylaws, and I know we have a model bylaw policy, I would just go to the PTA model bylaws. They really dumb it down. I don't know if that's what ours I'd have to look at it again. But when you limit things to choice A and choice B, or there's a maximum number of years or a maximum number of people, and you just fill in 3 blanks and sign it, that would probably make everyone's life a lot easier. And then we may not have to approve the bylaws. We could just file them because if they conform, I don't know. I'm just thinking that might be an easier process if we have the form that the board agrees on, and then we go from there. So you can just fill it out because everyone doesn't need to be working a long time on their corporate structure. And then just I think you know, the original purpose of the task force and even bringing this item was to figure out how we can kind of bridge that gap and really work together so that you guys are out there in your areas of expertise with other parents, with other community members, and then have the ability to come back and advise us. And I really hope that in doing this exercise that we can bridge that gap and that we have that communication, and a positive communication, because I know you guys are working really hard, you're volunteering your time. I know the staff is working really hard. A lot of times when we're at meetings here for 10 hours, they're at an event after. So I'm always impressed that they're, you know, when I'm feeling sorry for myself, they're all there too. So, you know, we're all working as hard as we can to do that. So I hope that we can all, moving forward, appreciate what each person is trying to contribute and know that none of this is being done with a malintent, or, you know, the communication can improve, because we are relying on you to advise us for these particular purposes. And so and that being said, even though it's kind of circular, I would also think that I also like option one. I wasn't coming here today putting baby in a corner and having ESE in a box somewhere else, because I know that wasn't going to go over too well. So I think option one speaks to that. I also have really I appreciate, you know, compartmentalizing things and streamlining it. I don't think that's a bad idea with option 2B. But, you know, we've gotten a lot of great work out of some of the other committees that stand alone. And so I from your presentation and your work, that has convinced me, because I didn't come into this thinking that that's how I was going to see it. So I appreciate that. So anyway, that's my opinion, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Not me. No. Hi. Thank you, Madam Chair. We English teachers call this foreshadowing. I'm going to start by saying that because I wrote this way before I came to the meeting, and it'll make sense when I say what I wrote yesterday. Committees amplify community voice and foster connection with our students, families, and communities. We need to utilize the voices as partnerships. We don't have to talk to our committees. It should be a natural relationship where we are sharing best practices, ideas, opportunities for improvement, and it shouldn't be an adversarial relationship. So pretty funny that we have a meeting today, which I think turned itself around, and I'm very sorry for that whole process there, but sometimes doing business in the sunshine is not so attractive, but I believe in having that voice. One of the things I was really surprised about, to look at the PowerPoint and to go through the policy, was that there were so many internal committees that, you know, weren't mentioned. So, and the fact that you were directed to look at 13, I think that was the number. So that was definitely not my intent. So I guess I didn't make myself very clear. I thought it was a clearinghouse, and then it was going to be funneled by the group, not limited, and then, you know, to be diminutive at the end. So I actually think this process needs to be continued. I've often said that our parents, especially our very active parents and our active committees, they're a right fit for talking about repurposing our schools, a new policy. Those are natural conversations that are could be adversarial at times, but if you've got that communication and that relationship going already, everything flows easier. So when it comes down to my comments, I was very impressed that your recommendations were to invest in training. That makes absolute sense. Improve communication and transparency. And one thing I thought was really interesting, and I'm reading, I think it's page 14 under general recommendations, the third bullet point, which is utilize committees to their full functional capacity. And I just mentioned that you're instrumental in gathering and distributing that information, but also other committees can provide that productive input. But what I thought was interesting was that we as a board get annoyed at times when we're not given the answers that we've asked for repeatedly. And we hear you, because we have the same situation. So that definitely needs to be communicated better and to be streamlined, because for me, I can't do my job as a school board member without community involvement, because I don't sit for anything in my house or my, I actually represent my street, of course, but it's not exactly, rephrase that. We need to actually, work together and to make sure that things are helpful. And if we're not there in the community and we're not listening to each other, we might miss a whole lot of other things. And plus the fact that happy parents, happy students, happy community, happy school, more enrollment, better communication, better grades, it's a whole thing that we're actually working for. So I think sometimes just coming back to that is extremely important to know, that if you have that in your heart, that helps moving the process forward. And I do appreciate my colleagues sharing that same opinion about how important voice is, and how very important that you guys were, and I believe still are. I would like to see this continued. I know we've been, you guys will continue through the fall, I believe. If not, then I recommend that. And also, when it comes down to which one, it was hands down policy, group 1 for me. And I don't think I need to explain myself why on that. It just fits better from my standpoint with the community and voice, and our students first. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness, are you on the line?
Chair?
Yes.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I agree with the suggestion for a training manual for the liaisons, as well as onboard training for new members. I am very grateful to see that the committee task force has these wonderful recommendations. So I would certainly support training for the members as well as the liaison. I do have a couple of questions for Dr. Hepburn. When I looked at option 2B, some of these committees are sort of being suggested to be under specific committees and condensing the number of committees. So I wanted to find out from the superintendent, as we look at option 2B, the suggestions and recommendations made here for some committees to be under one umbrella, for example, the infrastructure being facilities, technology, and the green committee, and there are other suggestions here. I would like to get the superintendent's input on this. If he feels that these subcommittees should to be passed, or should we recommend to be, would fit, well under the suggested umbrella committee that's in 2B.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, thank you for the question, Dr. Holness. Honestly, any option laid out here, the staff can readily work with the groups to assist us in the priorities and initiatives that we have for the district as we move forward. So just to be transparent, we're just waiting on board consensus and recommendation of how we move forward, and then we will adjust our work in collaboration with whatever structure is decided as we move forward with the priorities and initiatives we have for the district.
Okay, so I know Ms. Luscombe had mentioned as far as the importance of the ESC committee being independent and being a committee of its own, and I see that option 2B would accommodate that, as well as the ESOL committee. And there are other committees like academics and curriculum that would put multilingual as well as gifted and innovative CTE magnet programs under. So this seems to be a structure that appears that it would work. So I don't know if there's any objection or if there's something that I'm missing as to any concerns with option 2B. But option 2B seems to have certain committees like ESC and District Advisory Council, as well as diversity, that requires its own independence because of the magnitude of concerns and work that's needed. But there are other committees, such as academics and curriculum, that seem to be able to absorb some of the subcommittees that are mentioned here in option 2B. So just wanted to see if you know, there's anyone that would want to weigh in on that, or any of the committee chairs that are here that would want to elaborate on as to why creating subcommittees under these umbrella committees would not be a good option in terms of option 2B.
Dr. Hepburn.
Well, he was, I think Dr. Hollis is asking for any feedback from any of the task force committee.
Right. So if you look at the next page, it lists the cons of 2B. And in our discussions, for example, let's look at the academics and curriculum. There was an openness to multilingual and gifted to combine with a particular group. And if they were combined, they felt that this option would be the best, because oftentimes what those parents are looking for are in line with the structure that we have here. One of the cons is that I know Multilingual brought this to their group. They felt like if there was a consolidation, parents wouldn't want to sit through a general meeting where they had to listen to all these things that they weren't really concerned about. But certainly dual language is an innovative program. But those are just some of the cons that were listed by the committee members.
And can I just
go
can
ahead.
I just clarify? So as we were envisioning them here, these aren't subcommittees per se, and I know it sounds like that's just semantics, but we were envisioning that these committees would be intact committees, but it was more for alignment, an alignment with what Dr. Zeman mentioned earlier and Ms. Leonardi about making sure that there were regular meetings with the chiefs that were relevant for those committees, et cetera, but they would still be allowed to report at board meetings. They would still elect their executive boards. We were imagining these as intact committees underneath these more umbrella-based committees.
Okay, so to clarify that, the umbrella-based committees will be independent committees of its own, and then also the intact committees that are under these umbrella committees will be meeting separately with their own meetings and reporting independently?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. So I think my concern is, I think one of the reasons, among many reasons that we were looking at the committees, is to see how we can reduce the number of committees and to look at committees that may be absorbed by others, and also to look at committees that may no longer be needed. I'm not sure, and I do appreciate option 1. I'm not sure if it addresses that concern. So I was hoping that we would have an option that would show a reduction in the number of committees on significant level, and whereby the district can still be functional, and the key committees like ESC and diversity and DAC would still be intact. So option 2B was actually appealing to me, because my assumption was the committees that are below the umbrella committees would be absorbed by those committees, and it would be one reporting entity. But I guess that's not the case, so I misread that. So I am not prepared to suggest an option, but I would prefer to suggest a guide that the superintendent look at committees that could be absorbed in the item that's presented in the future, and also committees that may no longer be needed, that we could sunset. So that would be my comment. I'm not sure if any of these options address that fully.
Yes.
Yeah. Can I respond? You know, we had all of these discussions, Dr. Holness. For example, even with green, we considered having a representative that was green oriented on facilities as well as green oriented on technology. And that would ensure that whenever conversations about facilities or technology were occurring, you would have someone that is environmentally and climate focused. But what we heard overwhelmingly was from watching board meeting was that there was this appetite to really focus on this green initiative, and that was the reason why we opted to sort of maintain it separately. In addition to there's an education piece of green, we considered, well, that could potentially go into the academics and curriculum umbrella, where they can ensure that that educational piece is occurring. But this was a culmination of really listening to what we were hearing at board meetings, what the community were saying, what the committees were saying, and trying to find a balanced option.
Understand. So I would then say I do like option 2B, and I would also like for further discussion to take place or further consideration by the superintendent, by the committees, to see if any of these suggested committees under the umbrella committee could be absorbed by the umbrella committee. And but I think option 2B would be the choice that I would prefer.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Severa, what we're looking for is a selection of an option, or as Dr. Zeman had suggested, that there's not enough information to make an option today, that you would like to have a second workshop. So that's kind of the answer we're looking for.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I share the requested answer, I do want to acknowledge Ms. Bordy, Ms. Gohl, and Ms. Dominique for your presentation today, your time and your effort as members. And I know that a lot of time went into this, a lot of volunteer time, as we've been reminded. And Ms. Bordy, I'm sorry you are going to be late for your vacation. Hopefully you'll be able to catch up with the family in a couple hours and enjoy some time off. Madam Chair, at this point, I would like some more information, and I would request a second workshop on this. I'm not prepared to issue an opinion on any of the options that have been presented thus far.
Thank you. So that leaves me. I thank you again very much for all of the time and effort and all of the recommendations. They are clearly very well thought out with a lot of information on there, and you know, we appreciate that you were tasked with something and you were given a time frame and you did it within the time frame. So I personally prefer option 1. And I would like to just say something about, I appreciate all of the recommendations. I agree with all of them. One is interesting, and I've seen it in all of the options, where it says districts should provide relevant committees with departments' annual goals to ensure alignment. And I think that's important because sometimes district committees go off on their own tangents, and I think if we could be focused on what are the topics that the district's looking for input on, that could maybe also guide those discussions a little better. So I think that's a great way to be able to do that. I do also agree that everyone doesn't have to meet every month. I'm sure when you went through that, every committee doesn't meet every month. There are some that meet every couple of months. So the cadence should really be up to the committee and what work they're doing, maybe based on what those goals are for the department they're attached to and what it is they're looking at. Maybe sometimes they need to meet more and then sometimes less. And so I really appreciate all of the different recommendations. I agree with the training for the chairs, the training for the liaisons, the fact that there should be one place where all the district committee information is, so that it's not so difficult. It's like Fort Knox trying to find information on our website. I know we're getting a new website, so hopefully that will be easier. I do take a little offense to the idea that the board is holding up bylaws, and I know it didn't come across that way, but I think all of us were like, what the heck? We approve just about everything that comes before us. So I know there's a disconnect here on, are there bylaws or they're not bylaws? So I look forward to solidifying that, shaking it out, and being able to move forward, because the board does get accused a lot of things like we're taking a long time, but honestly, I think probably 95% of our items pass unanimously with no discussion. So I just want you to know that it's not the board holding up those bylaws getting passed. They just haven't, for some reason, whichever ones have not come to us. I also appreciate the suggestion of reducing some of the membership, because as you've mentioned, 60 people to get, there's 9 of us, to get us to agree on things sometimes is difficult. So you need what you need to get the work done, but you want to be efficient. So I appreciate that you looked at that and gave some suggestions in areas where we can do a better job. So thank you again for all of this. I look forward to, as we continue on how we can make 1070 better for everybody and make our committee structures function in a way that works for the board and also for the community, because we are in a partnership. We appreciate all the time and effort, and we want to just build on the partnership that we have, so we appreciate all of that. So looking at what everybody has said, it seems to me the majority would not like a second workshop. The majority has picked an option. So Superintendent, do you have what you need from us to move forward?
If we can be specific on that option that was chosen.
Okay, the majority of the board selected option 1.
Thank you, Chair.
All righty. Thank you again.
Chair.
Oh, Dr. Zeman, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Go ahead.
I understand the accounting today was more for option 1. One of the things that we did not discuss, and I wish we had been able to come back and talk about this again, is all of this in view of the superintendent's recommendations, which we've just completely blown past today. Superintendent had his own set of recommendations with its own set of pros and cons. It could have been merged with the great ideas that came up about training and process and tenure and things like that. If we had come back and talked about this again, we could have talked about even following Disney World's example. For those of you that are Disney freaks, you'll know that Disney doesn't add a theme park ride without taking one away. And there's real value in having a finite number of committees to staff and to pay attention to and to provide meetings for, and staff liaisons and the like. And I think that the third thing we didn't talk about today, which is critically important, is that there's a great need for advice for some new task forces or new committees. I would argue that powered by AI is the classic case. We would love advice for how we become powered by AI. We're committed to it. We have a world-class CIO. We have a really very powerful and technically gifted staff here in Broward County, but it would be great to learn more about what that means. I think we need help on mental health, but we don't have an advisory committee on mental health. And if I had to pick 10, if I picked the superintendent's recommendations, which I do believe is better than options 1, 2A, or 2B, I would have sought to have a fixed number of advisory committees, like 10, And any year, if the committee wanted to say, no, now we need a new one on powered by AI or mental health, or maybe even one about government efficiency, it would be amazing to have outside people come in and look at the way we spend money and say, why do you spend so much on this when you can do it a better way? We would have been kind of practicing what I believe to be as good government, which is really spending other people's money in a way that is highly effective, in ways in which they would be proud of. So to my understanding, Chair, what we are directing the superintendent to bring back is an action related to adoption of option 1.
Dr. Hepburn, can you explain to us what you understand?
Yes, that's my understanding, to bring back the option that's related, the recommendation related to option 1.
Terrific. And Chair, by my count, Chair of the task force, not Chair of the school board, there's about 40 different things you recommended, from training to liaisons to potentially coming and talking to the school board at the beginning of every year and those things. Chair, do you think the superintendent has enough direction on which of those 40 recommendations that came from the task force that he's going to put in his item that he's going to bring back to this school board?
I'm not sure.
Chair Hickson, sorry.
I think I think the superintendent will have to speak for himself, but just based on the discussion that we had here, everybody kind of spoke to recommendations that they appreciated, that they agreed with. So my hope is that the superintendent was listening, or will go back and listen again to hear which one of those recommendations, or the recommendations that we as a board all agreed should be coming back.
With all due respect, I believe fast is slow and slow is fast sometimes, and we're going way too fast. The superintendent has no clue what to bring back to us at the next school board meeting. He's going to put one together and make guesses about 2 or 3 of us talking about the 40 different items, and he's going to have to wing it if we do this fast. If we can go to a workshop and talk about these things and come up with a system that works, we would be doing the right thing for this advisory committee structure. It's a big, hairy thing, and it's got lots of facets to it. We have not gotten consensus from the board about anything other than options 1. We didn't even consider the superintendent's proposal. Then we had options 1, 2A, and 2B from this task force, the Advisory Council Task Force. And then there's roughly 40 different things that came from the task force for which we have no consensus. So I think we just extended this out where we're going to get an action, and then Adam and I are going to fight about the 7th thing, and Ms. Aladoff and Ms. Leonardi might fight about the 12th thing, and that's good. That's why we're here, to try and get it right. But there's no system proposal in what the task force does, and there's no consensus from us that was even solicited about the 40 things. So if we go fast, I think we're going to just go real slow, and we're going to spend 6 hours debating whatever the superintendent brings, because we have not debated this to the detail that would allow him to bring an action.
Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Dr. Zeman in part. So my understanding here is we are choosing an option that we want to pursue, not that it's all wrapped up in a bow and we all agreed on all the details. I mean, there's a major detail here that I think is very important for us to understand, which is the cost and the time with the, like the recommendations for staff involvement, for liaisons, for training. We have to look at that and see what's really feasible before we commit to what we're going to do with that component. So I think another workshop would be appropriate. I just don't know that we need to have another workshop to discuss what option we want. I think we need another workshop to work out the details and look at what the task force has presented us.
And Dr. Hepburn, that is the plan, yes. And August 12th, that workshop would be 1070 along with those other pieces.
That would be specific for 1070 and the components of that policy. From as far as the option that we would bring.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
So as far as the option, we would bring back the option based on consensus from the board today, all the logistical things that have to happen to have a better functioning and collaborative process for advisories, committees with the board and with staff. Those are components we're already discussing to create updates because we have to. Things haven't been updated in a very long time. So certainly we can have a discussion about those moving forward, but we're kind of already moving forward anyway. In some of these aspects, as we bring on a new website, district website online, making sure we have the right pages, making sure we're onboarding correctly. Those are already conversations that this board has already had in the past, this spring, and we've listened wholeheartedly to that, and we've already started to put some things in motion of how we're going to execute some of those things.
So can I make a suggestion? On the 12th, before we get to 1070, can we have an update on what you've done and then a discussion of what other pieces of the recommendation?
Yep.
So it's a compromise. We would still have a workshop to look at the recommendations that we're not having a deeper dive into today, and then have the 1070 right after that.
Not to prolong the discussion since we're so behind, but option one is really status quo.
We don't need
the other recommendations are really procedural manual that is really operations, so that the SOUP would develop a procedural manual. Doesn't really have to come back to the board, but option one is really status quo. You really don't have to change much at option one.
Yeah, there's.
That's how I read it. Option one looks very much status quo.
I totally agree. I was going to bring up the point that option one is today. This is what we have. So an action on that's not required. I disagree wholeheartedly that the decisions that this task force has come up with are operational. These are our advisors, and they're asking the school board, do we want to do any of these 40 things? It isn't operations running a school or running a transportation network. This is our operation. This is how the school board can have an advisory council system that gives us the advice that we need. So I think there's some action that has to happen after this for us to say yes or no to all these ideas that they came up with.
If the board wants to vote on a procedural manual for advisors, we can present that.
So can we do that along with 1070 on the 12th?
We'll try it 6 weeks.
Mrs. Bowman.
While we are keeping the committee names the same, I think that there's changes that are being suggested that would potentially change the character of how we're operating, and how the purpose of this is so that the board is getting appropriate advice from our community. So to slap a policy manual on it and call it a day, I think doesn't really speak to what the work that's been done here. And again, I think that, they're asking for things that are reasonable. We have to determine whether or not it's reasonable that we can provide it. I think there's got to be other discussions about how we can streamline this, because I would love to come to a meeting and have a pleasant discourse in our board meeting where it doesn't feel so adversarial and that we're actually working together to move the district forward. So I think that if we can take anything out of this exercise, it would be that, and there's a little work that we still need to do on that.
Dr. Hepburn.
No, we can bring something back for workshop, as Mr. Sullivan said, 6 weeks. We'll try.
Unknown participant is now.
Yeah, but I completely understand what Ms. Bowman and also Dr. Zeman talking about. There's operational, logistical things that have to happen: exchange of information and onboarding and access and how you can efficiently do the work for your advisory. But there's also rules of engagement, right? And I think that's what we're talking about. What are the rules of engagement? What's important? What's the priority? What's the initiatives? What's going to drive the discussion? So I think from my takeaway, those are the components that you're talking about that you want to have a more robust discussion about.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Dominique, we're going to end with you.
I guess what I would love from board members is what was missing, right? What were you anticipating that you didn't see? We do have that task force email, if you're able to email that. Is there a committee that you would have liked to see created that you didn't see here? because I do believe that we have opportunities, and we've proven that we're going to do the work, right? We want to do the work. We want to do it right. We want to create a system and mechanisms by which we have stakeholder engagement that are successful and are efficient. So, we did get that extension to continue meeting into the fall. These are some of the items mentioned here we absolutely can continue to work on to refine. And additionally, I can always meet with the superintendent to be able to provide additional information on anything he requires to finalize a recommendation, if any. And, we serve the board. We are the superintendent's task force, so we serve the superintendent. We're at the will of the superintendent, but we're working on committees that serve the board. So we certainly want to hear from you all if there's anything that you found that was lacking or that you'd want to see, so that we can continue to do that work.
Okay, thanks so much. And that concludes this item. So we are going to move to the next item, which is a facilities condition assessment and space utilization study. I think we need a brief, 2 minutes, 2-minute recess for staff to move on.
Unknown.
Thank you, and welcome back to the school board workshop. We will have a presentation by staff for facilities condition assessment and space utilization study.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn it over to the staff to proceed with the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sonia Coley, Task Assigned Executive Director, Office of Capital Programs. We have here with us today our vendor, Bureau Veritas, to present the facility condition assessment overview and where we are.
Very good. Thank you for having us. Jeff Fox, Senior Vice President within the Asset Management Division of Bureau Veritas. So with that, we'll get right into the couple slides that we have. Bureau Veritas, they are a global entity, 85,000 people, right? The people that you're dealing with, which is a much smaller, much more focused group within the Asset Management Division of Bureau Veritas. So we make up about 300 people of those 85,000 people globally within Bureau Veritas. Next slide. The next thing I want to say is we have experience doing this. You know, the RFP was put out. We were selected. Bureau Veritas, Broward County is the 6th largest school district in the country, right? We have Chicago Public Schools. We've worked with New York schools, Los Angeles Unified California schools. There are 4 clients or school districts that are, you know, about the same size as Broward County Public Schools. We also pulled from things like State of Maryland, which was well over 100 million square feet of schools and over 1,600 schools. So we have experienced large school districts, and thank you for the opportunity to provide facility condition assessment. With that, I'll introduce Dr. Bill Champion, who is the program manager for the facility condition assessment.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill. I would like to walk you through the process that we followed to deliver the facility condition assessment with space utilization and basically asset inventory. So our process started with a pre-survey. We went through a phase where we collected existing data. We asked building engineers, people that were working in the school, what they had, what they were experiencing throughout the year, what the conditions were, what capital projects were completed, what was coming up and expected. We polled the administrators with the post-occupancy online survey. We requested additional documentation on prior reports that were completed, and we worked through a process of logistics and scheduling. We all got badged, and our 50 assessors moved through the field appropriately. We conducted a pilot study back in December 16th of William Dandy Middle School, and we used that to verify, validate the format and content of the work, and we put that out amongst the team for review and approval. In the assessment phase, we moved through with engineers, architects, building professionals, and collected data. So as noted in the board meeting, this is condition assessment, and it is asset inventory. We're setting up a list of assets for all the buildings and their systems. And we moved through, collected the data, we made repair, replace recommendations. And we
Unknown participant is now exiting.
We provided cost estimates for all the corrective actions we experienced. In the phase we're in now, that's the deliverable phase. We are moving through and delivering reports on each of the assessments. We're providing data as rolled up for each building at every school. We're calling the schools campuses because there are several buildings at each school. We're performing a task of portfolio prioritization, and we're delivering FCI, Facility Condition Index scores, on each of the buildings. Beyond that, we are helping to stand up the Maximo integration. We're putting the assets that we found and collected, make, model, and serial number, into the Maximo database. This is a slide just showing our data flow. I won't spend a lot of time on it, but essentially we've gathered data from you. We've uploaded it onto our data collection platform for field verification and validation. We've applied assessment, condition, make, model, serial number, remaining useful lives. I'll mention that a few times. And then we're pushing that data back into your system. We're delivering capital reports, and we've got a database where we're housing a repository of all the existing data. In order for us to get out to the field and capture the massive amount of data in such a short time, we deployed our data collection platform. It allows us to comprehensively, accurately, and with consistency move through the field and capture data in a structured format. You can see here we're moving through the schools, and we're being prompted. Each assessor is making sure that they capture each one of the building systems, structural, facade, roof. They've got to capture them all. They're prompted with data, basically feedback that makes sure everything is captured thoroughly, and we've got all fields collected. They're also armed with a condition guidebook. So here is one for roofing. You can see the level of detail. The remaining useful life, the RUL here, is captured for each asset that we identify and observe. This allows each engineer, architect to remain consistent with their findings, and this exists for each one of the assets in the field. At the asset detail level, you can see that here's where we capture not only condition, good, fair, poor, excellent, failed, but we've got plan types, things that are failing in performance integrity, things that are an accessible issue, a performance or a modernization requirement. That's listed here. And again, for each piece of equipment, we're capturing make, model, serial number. For the Maximo database, its location, and again, its remaining useful life. There are a few other data points that we collected as part of our analysis. They're the functional deficiencies. There are some educational adequacy items that were collected. We've updated the fish diagrams, and we're preparing planned maintenance schedules. Optional services to be provided later as needed are energy audits and CAD services. But again, there are a lot of data there, and as we move forward with other work that's been captured by your team, by the roof analysis by Bluefin, or the structural analysis by WJE. Those are incorporated into our findings. So where we are in terms of status right now, we've finished our assessment phase, so we've been to all schools, all campuses. All draft data was submitted as of June 15th and is in review with the team. The team is actually going through data now, reporting, and we're wrapping up that phase sometime the 1st of August. For the deliverables that we're showing here and we're working on in this phase are a sample report, or you can see a sample of the report there. There's a report for every campus. In this report, it's a overview, FCI tables, facility condition index tables, and basically systematic conditions for each. We're taking those reports, we're rolling them up into a final list portfolio view, and here you can see just by school the needs year over year for the next 20 year. In the individual building level, you can see the assets, pretty small here, but for each one of those line items, you'll find the conditions in the school, whether it be windows, exterior doors, roofs, boilers, chillers. There's a line item for each of them, and there's a cost estimate and their remaining useful life. When we think you're going to have to invest capital in those items, one thing to note here that these are the costs for the individual assets. We've gone through the schools and we've barcoded more than 41,000 items. This is part of your asset inventory. You can see here, this is a rooftop exhaust fan, and it's got your BCPS barcode on it. It allows you to click, highlight, scan that item. It'll take you right to it in the Maximo database and track and manage that asset. We've geolocated more than 18,000 assets. These are the things outside. You'll see the playgrounds. You'll see the exterior assets. There are benches, fields, pole lighting. We're storing this data right now in our database, so that helps us provide the team with cuts, slices, and dices of the actual assessment data. If someone is asking, let's see all the roofs that we've done or need to do in the next 5 years, we go to this database, and this is how we manage the data. In each of the reports, we've got key findings, and what's important on this page is that we're showing you the priority score. So for all the items that we've captured, we identify, we classify them. For those engineers, architects here, we use uniformat, so if it's heating or cooling, it's a little bit more important than the finishes. If it's something that's due earlier on, then we raise the priority of that, as opposed to something that's a life cycle renewal. For each one of the buildings, we've got an FCI, a Facility Condition Index chart, that talks about the individual health of that building compared to the others. So we're showing the FCI table, which is just the need in that building over the replacement cost of that building. We've got an analysis of all the needs of buildings and schools by system and their dollar amounts and when they need to be addressed. And in conclusion, we've got a massive amount of data. With the team, the data's in. We're refining the data. We're in the review phase right now. We've completed the assessment of all the buildings, so we're working through refining the data, incorporating other findings, other key data sources, and we're reviewing the reports for all the schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any public comments on this item?
No comments.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhuda.
Thank you. This is very exciting. My first question is on page 9 in regards to the roofs. I see in the corner there, to me it looks blurry, but I see there's different layers of the roof. And when you're assessing, are you actually pulling up and looking at these different layers, or you're just visually looking at the top, I don't know, with the drone or something?
Great. I'll answer that. It's a 2-point answer. It's a visual assessment on our behalf. However, the district has gone a step further and has employed their own roofing contractor who is doing some of that, and we're incorporating those findings.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, I'm just concerned because when we did this assessment years ago, we made the mistake at not looking at these different layers, which I see in the picture on page 9 in the bottom left-hand corner. I don't want to repeat history. I don't want to make the same mistakes that we did in the past. So what are we doing to make sure that we're going through those layers to make sure that it's being properly assessed?
Yes, great question.
Dr. Hepburn, if I
go ahead,
can
Ms.
turn,
Paul.
Because I'm in the back, and so that's a great question. And the reason it's a great question is because we have learned from the past mistakes, and that's why we have a separate company that's going in and looking at the different layers. And that information at Bluefin, which is the name of the company, has been collecting over time, is going into their report. So they're doing a visual, they're looking at it, but we have that extra layer where Bluefin is going in and actually doing some of that, peeling back the layers and looking at those things.
Wonderful. Well, I appreciate, because it's so important that we learn from the past and we don't repeat mistakes moving forward. And then my next question is, and then I believe are we integrating, once you get these reports, they're going to be integrated in the BCPS Maximo?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
Yes, and I believe that the previous presentation highlighted that point, that all of the information that they're collecting can be put into Maximo. And that's one of the reasons it was so critical to get an improved version of Maximo. So it will be put in Maximo, to answer your question.
Great. And I just want to make sure that we are using Maximo with fidelity and are using all the different components of Maximo. And if Dr. Hepburn, there is a piece of Maximo that we should be using, but we don't have that piece of Maximo, like, please let the board, proactively let the board know about that, because I don't want to hear, a year from now, oh, we can't do this because that wasn't part of the piece that we had needed for Maximo.
No, absolutely. That's our intent, is to ensure that we use every component of it with fidelity. As with any software or any software that we found that hasn't been used to its full potential, either sunset or use it to its full potential.
And if I may add to that, Dr. Hepburn, one of the reasons when I first got here, Maximo was kind of in limbo. And that's one of the reasons we moved and we pushed so hard to work with our technology department to make sure that this relaunch of Maximo and then upgraded version happened successfully. And so that, this will guide the district for many years to come. And so that's why it's so important that we do it the right way.
Thank you. And then the life safety and security, when you give this report out, is that going to be redacted?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
So we'll look at the different levels and what's necessary. Certain things, obviously, we would not want to put out, but if it's something like if we want to have increased fencing or something like that, which we do as a routine basis, that would probably be listed on the report. But anything that's overly sensitive, of course, we would not put that out.
Okay, great. And then in regards to the facilities condition assessments, are you going to prioritize by a level of, I don't know, high, medium, low, point system? How does that work?
We use a point system. It's a 4-point system. It's called our priority score. And the first point, the first factor in it is the uniformat code. So HVAC, heating, cooling equipment is a little bit higher priority than finishes, unless there's a life safety item. It's also a factor of the building. If it is a classroom instruction building, it gets a higher priority than the shed. Things that are due or needed earlier get a higher priority than things that are later, and then things that are immediate and not grandfathered get a higher priority than those in the general life cycle renewal.
Okay, so 4 points is the highest number of points you can get, and
100 points.
Oh, 100 points.
Yes.
Okay. Well, when you come back with the report, if you could just clearly explain the point system, because I think the points are going to be really important for the board, because when we are going into the redefining conversation, this is going to be a very important report that we're going to go back and reflect on when we're making these decisions.
Understood.
Based on the values and the points.
Understood.
And then I thought that was great with the tagging of assets. I think that it is sad that, I mean, we've never done this before. It's,
I think the value of tagging the assets too is that it gives you access to the warranty information and everything that's associated with that. So,
yep.
I'm sorry. No. I just saw your hand. So, but yeah, so that gives us that historical information we need, and yeah, we do have inventory, but not like this.
Yeah.
This takes it to a whole nother level.
Yeah, that's great. And the tagging of the assets, and then the warranty information, and then being in compliance with the warranty, like air conditioners with the filters. Well, if we're not changing the filters X amount of time per year, we're going to invalidate our warranty. So it's a chain reaction. So I think that's wonderful that we're finally tagging our assets. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rhodes.
Yeah, I apologize for interrupting. She kind of answered my question. I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on. So when you're tagging the assets, if somebody scans that, they would be able to know, for example, this isn't just an air handler or a chiller. This is an air handler or a chiller that's under warranty. That's what I wanted to clarify, and she answered that before I got to ask the question.
No, that's exactly right. That scanning that points to a record in the Maximo database. They will be able to pull up all the items, make, model, serial number, what it is. One of the things that comes in the future is that it's exactly as you mentioned. When you scan that item, it's going to say in 6 months, I've got to change the filter. in 3 months I have to lubricate, and it's 7 years old, I probably should think about replacing it, at some point. So there will be preventative maintenance data, and it does help in planning your work and being more proactive rather than reactive.
Excellent. Thank you. Dr. Seaman.
Thanks so much. If this was a meeting with different decorum, Ms. Paul, I'd run back and give you a big high five.
I prefer a hug, but okay.
I will give you, right after this item, ma'am, I'm coming. This is a big deal. For those of you that were on the board, there were people disinvited from this board, and for whatever reason, but the cited reason is that they weren't paying attention to what was going on in one of the most critical pieces of education, which is are you really refreshing and understanding the refresh of your facilities? They didn't have these data. Some of the data they gathered for roofs, for example, were provided by principals and custodial staff who would walk up to the roof and look at it and go, yep, needs to be repaired. Not qualified to do it. And the board actually tried to save money by not hiring engineers to do what you just did. Ms. Paul came, and Ms. Carlson said, by end of next June, we'll have an FCA. And by God, we got an FCA by the end of June. And that is very, very exciting. When you contrast not too long ago with what is happening today, it is night and day. And I just want to point out, I'm always excited about data, so I'll get a little excited about FCA anyway. But just in terms of the functioning of this board and the ability to take care of our facilities, this is incredible. I want to follow on from what Ms. Aladeff said, though. The point system you use for priority, is it specific? Would it be the same if these were commercial buildings instead of school buildings?
So it would be different only in what I used as the second factor. So the school, the type of property, that would be in the second factor. The things that the life of the assets, we follow BOMA life, they're pretty much the same. Just based on where you are, of course, you're going to use, AC a little bit more than, let's say, in the north. But those things are the same. The lives are the same. But the property type is handled in the second variable, which is the type of building. It's a school building, and you probably want your school, especially when you're providing instruction, to be higher or a bigger priority by itself than the shed or the storage spaces.
And how about a building, for example, that isn't being used right now for instruction? I've got 5 buildings on my campus, but I'm only 70% full. So one of these is actually not being used for instruction. Would those assets be prioritized lower?
That's a good question, Dr. Seaman.
I know I've done this before.
Yeah,
friend.
we would rank those the same. The fact that you're not using them, the fact that you're not, we're using them for their design purpose. Now,
Sure.
We're not, saying based on your enrollment, you'll never need those buildings and saying, don't worry about them. We're telling you that this is a classroom building. It was designed as a classroom building. Here are the things you need to do to make it a functioning classroom building again. You'll have to tell me.
To Ms. Aladeff's point, though, it's like you go to a store and you're buying wine because you got guests coming to town. You look at the points on the little neck and it says, oh, this is a good wine. So I'm not a wine guy. And so I need those points, right? We're going to use those points from the FCA when someone says, I need this building at this school replaced now. We're going to look at the points and we're going to say, oh, is it above 90%? Or is it a life safety issue, which we always do regardless of the priority? So these scores are going to be incredibly important to the extent that our staff can help us understand the priority number plus things like, but it's a building we're not using, or, something else, Castaldi designations and things like that. There's a whole bunch of other things that will go in to making decisions about this. I'm fascinated, though, that you have a cost estimate in every line item. Is that the cost estimate of the purchase price or the repair price or the current value?
So it is the labor, installation, and cost of material, labor, and equipment for that one item.
So if I look at your first one and it has a City Hall electrical vault, 50 kilovolts, I think.
Yeah.
Again, it's not my field, but it says 31.8 and a 98 points priority. 100 is highest priority.
Yes.
Is that highest priority for utility or to be replaced?
To be replaced. It's the highest priority that you have at that building.
So this is an old piece of equipment and it's highly important for instruction and all those things, and it's like, please replace me now.
That's very
And
good.
the rough cost for that one item is 31.8.
That's right.
And that's
Now,
all in.
That's just for the replacement of that item.
All right, so tell us something we are dying to know. In 2014, Ms. Rupert was the only person I think that was on the board. She was told that we had, I'm afraid of being fact-checked here, but I think it was $3 billion in backlog. Wasn't it $3 billion? Yeah, got one right. So what's the total of ours?
So I can't tell you that. So
I waited a year, man.
I would love to come in here and tell you that, this is what you're looking at right now. So the first issue, and I guess we're all, we've done our homework and we've studied and we've all heard what went wrong before. So we give a cost just to replace that one item. That is not the project cost. That doesn't include collateral damage. That doesn't include redesign of that piece of equipment. So that comes later. That will be on top of the number that we provide.
Does not include project management?
That's right.
Doesn't include risk management, if there's any of that?
It does not include the soft cost
Not
associated
only
with the project.
soft cost, but the unitization of a project.
That's right.
Because
It's
you
a
look at
single
these
line item,
individual
right.
items, but then
Exactly.
you go, yeah, but if we're going to, New River Middle School to repair that, we might as well
do these other
seven
things
things all at once. It's cheaper, better, faster, all that stuff, right? I
exactly.
get that.
Exactly.
So that's pretty exciting. Have you identified the safety hazards or other areas of concerns in this FCA?
So safety hazards, we would report on within 48 days. You'd probably 48 hours. You wouldn't see them in the report. We'd probably address them before it even got there. When we're talking the life safety issues, there are really things like fences, additional cameras, lighting, removing obstacles to get on the roof, those kinds of things. So not too many life safety items. We've got some places where we're looking at things like sprinklers, but no life safety items keeping school closed or presenting any immediate danger.
Can you tell me what company you work for?
Bureau Veritas.
Who do you work for?
Bureau Veritas.
I just want us to remember that. You guys came through for us. You said it would take 12 months and you got it done, but at this table, that's rare.
Thank you, Dr. Seaman. We saw the board meeting and we knew that was important to you.
No, but you had to mobilize, you had to get the people here, you had to get through all the securities and all that stuff to get this done. Projects are always bigger than you think they are from the get-go. And I know that our staff has been leading this effort really well as well. Sonia, Ms. Paul, and everybody in the team. But to deliver this in 12 months is huge. I wish someone would hit the calculate button and tell us what our for the things that you did look at, because you looked at every building in the county, right?
Yes.
So at some point, you looked at repairs. You didn't look at value.
Yeah.
So you can't tell us how much value we have at 239 campuses. But if someone summed up all these cost estimates, you could tell us today how much it would cost to fix the parts, absent soft cost and absent unitization.
Yes.
But at least it would be
Yeah.
Can we call it a baseline cost to replace the things that need to be replaced?
Baseline for individual, yeah.
Yeah, and can you put a timestamp on those things so you could say, look, it's $8 billion now, and this stuff needs to be done over the next 5 years, or can we get to that point?
Yep, we would have it year by year. Yeah. So we'd have year 2025 through 2040, and of course there are things that are longer life cycle, so they're in the database, and as the time rolls by, they would show up.
Let me go back to Ms. Aladef earlier, because she brought up some people were removed from this board for things related to this. On the other side, this board's also gone to the community and asked for bond after bond after bond. This community has yet to say no to Broward County Schools for a bond. This kind of information, though, allows us to go to them and say, in your city, in this district, in this county, here's some very specific engineering data about how much we need to get our schools back, to where we want them for our children and for our staff.
Yeah.
So this is not just helpful at avoiding problems, it's also going to help us go out and communicate how much we need to get our facilities to where we think they should be. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. Great work. I'm excited.
Thank you.
But I do have a question. It's on page 18. We talked about campuses, buildings, but what about campuses? So did we look at fields and parks that are attached to our school as well? Because those are also PPO type issues, I believe. So. I don't know who would answer.
Dr. Hepburn. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Paul, you wanted to say something.
So, yes. So we looked at our property, our fields, the things that are Broward County schools. We looked at that. The other thing I wanted to point out is that we have them for 3 years. So our contract, I believe, and I keep reminding them, is that it's for 3 years. And so with that, we are, as I said before, learning from the past and trying to make sure that we establish this foundation. So every 5 years, we go and we do a refresh of this so that our information is continuously updated. That's one protocol I would like to set up. And then also the reality is that when we add up all the numbers and throw in inflation and all of that, that it's going to be a staggering number. So this is not a one bond and done thing. This is something that, especially a district this size, we would have to plan for over the next 20 years. Right? But this is absolutely an opportunity to do a reset and to make sure that we build that foundation to establish that protocol going forward. And then even with all of the data that we're going to collect and the facility condition index that kind of tells us if we need to replace our school or does it make sense to put money in the school because of the cost of repair, there are decisions that the board is going to have to make. So we'll have all this data, the number will be big, and it'll be in terms of what do we prioritize. Redefining definitely is a major factor in making those choices. But I think this is a great foundation. I think the fact that we are taking the time we need to do it the right way, and I think the fact that we have a very engaged partner with Bureau of Veritas, or Veritas, as they say. I say Veritas, but Veritas. And they've been with us every step of the way. So I think it's a good start. And this is not the only presentation you're going to get. So throughout this whole process, up to and leading to the next bond, you'll know where we are.
Thank you. And I'm also very happy that we'll be the life safety issues, IAQ, generators, et cetera, et cetera. So all those things that make it a safe working place as well as a safe school for our students and the community. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I'll end with a quick question. And first of all, thank you. This is all very important. We've been waiting anxiously for this information. I was a little disappointed not in the work that you had, but that it wasn't what we are looking for in terms of the list of schools and the prioritization and all of that. And so my question really is, when can we expect that part of this? Dr. Hepburn.
Staff.
Ms. Paul. So one of the things we're doing is making sure that, number one, and I think it was a slide that talked about the process. So we have information, but we're still providing or we're getting inputs into that information. So, I would say I think 1 August is the date that's listed in the slide. But, one of the things I want to make sure we do is that we don't rush the process, that we do it with fidelity. But 1 August is kind of our target date to have most of this wrapped up. The other part that I want to emphasize, too, is that we have Bureau of Veritas for 3 years. So we're going to continue to work with them to make sure that if there are any gaps or anything, we're able to recognize those and fill them. But I think Ashley had something to say, too.
Thank you. Ashley Carpenter with Atkins Realis. So while the reports are starting to be finalized and hopefully the data coming out of Asset Calc, which is Bureau of Veritas's system, will hopefully be finalized around August. There's that second layer that Dr. Zeman was talking about of taking those costs that are in their system, which are more, if somebody from PPO was to go out and fix the thing, not if we're putting out a project that has to be designed and managed and constructed by a general contractor with their markups and all of those things in a project. So that component my team is working on, and it's big, as Mrs. Paul mentioned. So there is a lot that goes into that, and I don't want to, while we may be able to say, order of magnitude, rough order of magnitude, how much that's going to be, I don't think we're going to have the detailed estimates supporting those numbers. Well, we definitely won't have them in August, but that's going to take some months after that to be able to have full final data.
Another factor that we absolutely have to look at in terms of a program, a bond lasting normally 5 to 6 years, is you have to factor in inflation. And so that's one of the things that I asked Ashley and the team to go back and look over the course of whenever the decision is made to go out for the next bond. What does the market look like for over the next 5 years? Because your money can be eaten up very quickly. You saw this with the 2014 bond that took 10 years. And so we need to make sure that we have adequate resources built into the plan so that we can deliver on the promises we make to the community.
And I appreciate that, but that's a bigger scale of bond. I think what a lot of us were looking for on the condition assessment was moving forward with our redefining in terms, and we're going to start talking about that in July. And as we had a conversation in budget, when we were talking about budget today, we're going to have to consolidate some schools. And we need that data behind what you're finding out and what schools. Does it make sense if there's 3 in the area and they're all under enrolled? How do we pick which one we're going to be combining? And some of that, as we've been saying to the public, is going to be based on the facilities assessment. So that's really the information I'm hoping to see sooner. I get all the other parts of it in bonds and inflation, but we really need part of this to be able to have our redefining conversation, which is going to start in July. So I'm just wondering how that all is going to fit in, because I don't want to get to July and start having the conversation about redefining and keep saying, well, it's coming, because it feels like we've been saying that for a little bit of time now.
Well, I think it's important, and I know Dr. Hepburn has the answer to this, because he's said it to me, and we've had numerous conversations about it. We'll move, we're working with redefining and strategy and innovation, as well as the future master planner, to look at those schools that may be affected by consolidation. Let's just say consolidation. And so we'll have the data for those schools. We'll move those to the top of the priority to make sure we have that data so the board can make those kind of decisions. And I think I've said that in the past, that we'll move those as a priority to make sure that we work with Bureau Veritas to have that information.
And just to add, just like Ms. Paul said, they're working closely with Stratton Innovation, and the data hasn't changed since we've talked to the board about redefining in the first phase, right? Those same clusters of schools are the same clusters of schools of concern that continuously are under-enrolled. So it's not discovery of new schools within our district that are under-enrolled. That data has pretty much stayed the same for those clusters of schools. So it makes it an easier process where we're not chasing around trying to figure out what schools. We already know what those clusters of schools are.
So in July, when we start to have this conversation, those schools that are in the clusters you're going to bring to us will have some of the facility assessment information.
We'll have that in early August. We're going to go over those clusters of schools of concern.
Okay.
Right. And so over time in early fall, then we can have more conversations about, hey, here's what we need to consider for consolidation. The amount of dollars that has to be dedicated for deferred maintenance to renovate or upkeep the school outweighs keeping it open.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. So I just want to make the point, I know we want to move forward and this information is extremely important. However, I just don't want it to be rushed. Whatever that cadence is and the time that you need to do it properly and thoroughly, you need to take that time and we'll wait until we get that information, those reports. My question is in regards to, and I don't know if you can analyze this situation, but we had the Rickards Middle School roof collapse. You know, that was an unforeseen thing, but when you're doing this assessment, do you analyze the walls, the roof, to be able to determine or give some type of analyzing that this is a situation that could occur?
Dr. Hepburn.
You can go ahead.
Oh, yeah, the assessment, of course, is limited. It's a visual assessment, but we do analyze structure, the facade, doors, building, windows, HVAC, electrical, mechanical, plumbing. So really taking the building apart, looking at its component pieces. Structure, of course, is always difficult because, you know, we have to access those places where we can evaluate, see, view the structure. We look for water infiltration, any structural degradation, any, you know, possibility of settlement in any of those places. And then when we're looking at structure specifically, age becomes a factor. So that's probably the, you know, probably the biggest building system component that we're like, well, you know, can't see what's inside or basically in the substructure, but age is absolutely a bigger factor in those cases.
Okay, so just to confirm, you are not looking at the structure?
We are looking at, yeah, we're looking at the structure. Yep, but we're using more data points when we get to the structure because we're not taking the structure apart and doing any testing. It's a visual assessment.
So, if I may, it's as if you can't see behind the walls, but there are certain indications if a structure is failing, whether it's cracks or if it's, you know, as they say, data points where you can look at certain things that will give you an indication that the structure is failing.
So they will identify that in the
Yes,
report?
yes, that is a major part of the
every structural item has a remaining useful life, and we've got an assessment of every structural component.
Thank you.
And just to add to that, we do have another vendor, WJE, who's also doing an assessment on about 50 schools, which will be incorporated into the FCA.
What 50 schools are you speaking about?
I can get the list for you.
Oh, is it based on the age of the school?
I'm not sure what the factors are, but I can get you that information.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Zeman.
I just want a quick point, Chair. The connection of this to repurposing is so important. To have current, accurate data so we can look at a cluster of schools and be informed by that. Unfortunately, it's not just the schools, though, that are potentially being repurposed or closed. It's the ones where the students would go as well. And so it's, you know, if somebody talks about closing 11 schools in 1 year, it's 35 or 40 schools that are potentially gaining in population or needing an extra building in order to swell the capacity that they have over time. And so there's a little bit more than you know, if Dr. Hepburn's team is down selecting from 20 to 11, say. There's 20 like candidates been around for a long time, and he's down selecting to 11 to bring to us. There's still 30 or 40 that have to be looked at that are gaining students. And those decisions are really important for us because that's kind of a top three in terms of long-term cost of educating the students. Is there a Rickards Middle School that's about to collapse? We're more likely to close that one than the school we built 12 years ago because the one before it collapsed. And so look forward to having, you know, the best possible data on that as well.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation and all of the hard work. We're looking forward to looking forward to the next presentation. So thank you so much for your time today. Next item is the draft policy 4900 audio and video recording of self-contained ESE classrooms. We're going to take a 1 minute. They're just walking in, and then we're going to start. So don't go. Thank you. Welcome back to the school board workshop. We are now discussing the draft policy 4900, audio and video recording of self-contained ESE classrooms. And we are going to go straight to board questions. We appreciate the presentation that you had and the policy that's before us, and all the work that you did. So, yes, first we're going to go to public comment. Ms. Luscombe.
There's 3 board members here. Are there some outside, or have they left?
No, they're here. We don't need quorum. We're just trying to move along.
Could I just wait for them? This is important. They're out. I
We're
don't think they're
trying.
listening if they're talking,
They
and
are.
I get
They
it
can
if they
hear
need
you.
time to talk. But
They can hear you in
but they're
the back.
talking. This is important.
I hear you, but we're
Yeah, I
trying
know,
to-
I know, but I shouldn't be rushed off
Your
because
time
for
is
convenience.
ticking. Go ahead. Most of them are here.
So Jackie Luscombe, ESE Advisory Chair. Could I have my time back? Thank you. So this new iteration of the proposed policy 4900 bypassed ESE advisory. So I'm a little concerned about time today because of all the extra things that have been added in or taken out or changed, the impacts that we have, that those will have, and the knock-on effects that do need to be flagged, and things that wording has been changed again since the February 11th workshop. So I have laid out the list that I need to go through here, but I don't know how we're going to go through it. My lovely assistant here is handing them out. We were left out of this revised version, and that came despite my many pleas, as many of you will know, over many weeks for collaboration and dialogue. Those requests were variously met with silence and evasion and a lack of urgency and an inexplicable veil of secrecy. I'm just concerned that the presentation from staff suggests that this was possibly discussed on June the 5th with us at a work group meeting. It wasn't. I did ask to see it at that meeting. We were told it wasn't kind of part of that meeting, but it was put up for about 2 minutes. So there's not been feedback. On June the 4th, Board Chair Mrs. Hickson told me, I met with the team yesterday and they assured me that we will be able to have the available cameras, so that's the 300 existing cameras from the pilot program that expired last year, turned on for the first day of school if the policy is approved on July the 22nd. This was in response to my repeated concerns that this is too late a timeline, a June 24th workshop and July 22nd meeting. There does not seem to have been a clear understanding that it's not just a question of passing policy. There is a whole ton of work to be done still on the outreach materials, on the communications, on the protocols, procedures, the implementation manual, the site training, and so on. It was only on June the 5th at a work group meeting that I'd been pushing for there to be, that we were told by the IT project manager when I asked who was on that team, were you part of that team, were IT voices in that making that assurance that this would be implemented by first day of school. And she told us, in my professional opinion, given the timeline, no, we wouldn't be ready for the first day of school. I'm just going to be transparent. This is why I have been agitating for a sooner timeline. I'd like to make these suggestions. We've got a whole ton of them that I'm going to need to go through on here, but we need recognition that going forward, ESE advisory needs to be included meaningfully. We are a year advisory. 3 minutes at the mic here, I can't go through those changes, but they're important. There are still critical areas of this draft that need addressing, and the board needs to find a way, please, to make space for our voice at the table too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Anna Corjigo.
Well, she's not here. Carujo, our vice
Carujo.
chair. There was a number of folks that were going to be here with me. I'm all alone, so that's why I've crystallized all our feedback into one, because people have given up after this long because of the delay.
Thank you. Felicia Schumann, is she here? I don't believe that's an item today. Oh, we're not to that yet. Did you sign up to speak? Okay, when we get to that item, we're on item, I think it's 5.
Thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So we'll go to board discussion. I have a number of things. So I actually just want to, I don't normally start, but I'm going to start today. So this has been something that I know it's important to all of us, but I did ask for this to come initially. I think we have an opportunity to be a beacon in the state. We had a pilot that was successful, and then it, as you know, sunsetted. And so we discussed it as a board to continue it, and then it kind of got put to the shelf because we were waiting to see if a state statute was going to be passed that would better direct what we were doing, and it didn't. So we're coming back to our policy. So I have a couple of suggestions and questions. So in the policy that's here, and the question is to the general counsel, and she's not going to be surprised that I'm asking this. One of the issues is that the general counsel has determined that we have to have parent opt-in because it's no longer a pilot that is state statute, and so the Parent Bill of Rights applies, which applies everywhere. But when you look at the title, what is it? Well, the Parent Bill of Rights. So under item I, it says the right to consent in writing before the state or any of its political subdivisions makes a video or voice recording of his or her minor child, unless recordings is made during or as part of a court proceeding or is made as part of a forensic interview in a criminal or Department of Children and Families investigation, or is to be used solely for the following purposes, and it lists 5. One is a safety demonstration. The second one is a purpose related to a legitimate academic or extracurricular activity. 3 is a purpose related to regular classroom instruction. 4 is security or surveillance of buildings or grounds, and 5 is a photo identification. So I'd like to ask Ms. Batista, because in her judgment, this doesn't serve as a security, but to me, to the superintendent and other people, the classroom cameras do act as security, just like cameras we have on the buses, cameras we have in the hallways. So I don't know why the Parent Bill of Rights would keep us from being able to put a camera in a classroom if every single parent didn't opt in. So Ms. Batista, could you explain why you are, that's your interpretation of this law?
I'll be happy to, and I also have here Susan Hofstetter from my office, and I'll turn to her to have anything that she may want to add. So the surveillance recordings that, as I read it in the statute that you just read from, are about protecting the facility and general safety. They are not considered education records unless they're, part of their use for discipline. The special education classroom recordings are about protecting students' rights and their well-being, and are is something not contemplated by that statute. It's something different than what is listed there. I don't know if Susan Hofstetter has anything else to add.
Yes, Assistant General Counsel Susan Hofstetter. Yes, I think the statutory citation that you just read, Ms. Hickson, dovetails with Chapter 119, which specifically exempts the requirement for parents to have to consent for recording, because there's a safety and security plan exemption for recording of buildings for security purposes. So the statutory language you read from, security or surveillance of buildings or grounds, dovetails with Chapter 119. What we're trying to do is to record children in a specific classroom. And parental rights requires us now to obtain specific written consent from a parent should we wish to do that.
So I appreciate that. I did try to get some answers, because the intent of what the law is makes it pretty clear. They don't want you, we would need consent to record if we were doing marketing or if we were putting something on Facebook, but this is solely about the safety and security of a student, and we weren't required to follow that when we were running the pilot. So I did ask Mr. Mayerson, who's our Executive Director of Broward Legislative Delegation, to see if he could get some information on this, and he reached out to those that wrote the original pilot program and asked if, because it had sunsetted, if we would have to fall under another statute. And the answer from Chris Sanchez, who's the policy chief for Florida House of Representatives, says, you are correct in that the pilot program has sunsetted. Should Broward schools choose to continue the pilot program, there is nothing in law that would prohibit them from doing so. There would be no statute that applies rather than the school board's policy on the program is what would apply for operationalization and administering of the program. So I know that that's not a lawyer. It is a policymaker who wrote those policies, and I don't think the intent is to make putting the cameras in a classroom for the safety and protection of students who can't speak for themselves. I still think that falls under security, or at the very least, a purpose regulated to regular classroom instruction, which is also something that's listed where you wouldn't need to have parental consent. So I just want to throw that out there, that I know we have legal counsel giving us some advice on here, but as a school board member, I think we're making this harder than it needs to be. And I would suggest that we don't have in number 1 where it says of the students in classrooms that have provided written consent for audio and video recording. I don't think we need them to opt in. I think it's just an opt out.
And if I may, Mrs. Hickson.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to clarify that we, the district, through this policy, is not continuing the statutory pilot program that was in place.
Yes.
This is different.
Yes.
So if the response from Mr. Sanchez and whoever else was, you can continue the pilot program and you don't need, certain things, that's, that I would be concerned as to the whatever question was asked of him that gave rise to that response. Additionally, I very strongly believe that the Parental Bill of Rights does apply to this statute. It applies to what the district is trying to do. And there potentially could be liability if you do not consent or get the consent of the parents, and the child is recorded and the parent then comes after the district because they did not give their permission for that recording to exist.
So I have one more question, and then I have another suggestion about changing something on here. So we have cameras on the buses, and they run, and if there's a disciplinary action, a parent can ask to see the video. Does that require parents to opt in for the cameras that are on the bus? And how does it make this different? Because we're going to be putting cameras in all the classrooms that are self-contained.
So that would be, again, the bus cameras are there for surveillance and to protect the facility, the bus itself, and for general safety. Again, I find that different from a special education classroom recording and audio recording as well, because for the classroom it's both.
Does the bus not have audio and visual?
I've never seen any one of them that has audio.
Do you know?
I'm not sure. I know in past districts that had audio and also visual on cameras of the bus. Is Ms. Paul's back there? I can't see. I have to always turn back around to see who's back there.
I'm sorry. So I think we're in a process of doing a pilot program to put cameras on, to start the process of putting cameras on all of our buses. Right now, we have, as I recall, some cameras, but it's not throughout the fleet.
And I think the question is, are they just video, or are they audio or video?
I believe just video.
Okay, thank you. And so I would just go back and say, and I'd be interested to hear my colleagues, but I don't think cameras on a bus is any different than a camera in a classroom. And I just think we're making it too difficult to do the right thing here. And if there's someone who wants to opt out, for sure, they can, we can have that. But again, you can't opt out of cameras in the hallway. You can't opt out on cameras in the school bus. I'm not sure why we don't look at this as a safety concern, because that's really the whole purpose of it being here.
I think Ms. Hofstadter would like to.
Yes, to address your specific concern about the buses, there has been case law on that, and it's been determined by case law that the video on buses are part of our security plan, so it has been brought within that ambit.
So what would we have to do to have the same thing for videos in the classroom?
Have the legislature change.
Right, we'd have to change the law.
So, okay. I would love to hear my colleagues on this, but I have one more thing I want to. In section 5, it says within 7 school days after receiving a request, the school may. I think that should say shall, as Mrs. Al-Hadefa said before, words matter. And
If I can interject, Chair, I don't know if this is going to change what you're going to say, but I just want to make sure Ms. Paul wanted to correct something.
Okay.
We have visual and audio on some buses, but it's not on every bus.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to correct that.
Thank you. So in section 5, where it says may, I think it should say shall. And also where it says, the last line is underlined, policy, if an incident, I think it should say if an alleged incident occurred.
Where is that, Chair?
I'm sorry, page 2, section 5, within 7 days after receiving a request to review a video recording, the school, instead of may, I'm saying it should be shall, allow the following individuals to view a video recording made under this policy if an alleged incident.
Good catch.
Thank you, because it says alleged beyond there. And I think, I don't think it should be up to the principal to decide if an incident happened. If a student comes home and they have a bruise and the parent calls and says, Johnny came home with a bruise, I'm not sure how it got there, I want to see the classroom video so that I can determine it. It may be that he bumped into the chair and that's how he got the bruise. It may be that another student, they had an incident with it. For a principal to say, well, we didn't see anybody touching Johnny, so there's no incident. I don't think that that's the intent or the spirit of what I am looking for in this video policy. It is a parent has a concern. I'll give a quick thing. Corey came home with bruises on his arm. And he speaks, he's very chatty. But as soon as I asked him why he had bruises on his arm, he said, I don't know. So I'm thinking, what the heck happened? Like someone had to be in his face to get the bruises. So I immediately thought something happened at school. So I called his school and I said, Corey has these bruises. I don't understand where he got them. And they went and did a little investigation, and it turns out that Corey was mean to the really big kid because he wasn't paying attention to the teacher, and he wrestled with him, and the kid grabbed his arm and shook him. So even verbal students who don't want to get themselves in trouble with their parents because they did something wrong won't answer it. And so had there been a video there where I said, Corey came home with bruises, I'd like to see what happened, then we could have seen that was something that was a scuffle between two students. I mean, scuffle's not the right word, but, you know, they were having a disagreement. So for a principal to say, well, the teacher didn't touch him and there's no incident, that doesn't resolve the problem. So I would like to take that piece out of it, which means number 5 would go away completely, because if a parent asked to view a video, we would allow them to view that segment, and we wouldn't need to have any kind of appeals, because we would allow them to do it. And if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Batista, in the pilot program, we did have some decision that came down that said that we were not following the spirit of the pilot program by limiting who could view the video. Am I correct in that?
I would like to defer to Ms. Hofstadter.
Yes, there was a state complaint filed, and the Department of Education recommended to us that would in our best interest to just allow the parents to watch upon request.
Right, and I agree with that. So that would mean we didn't need number 5 at all, and where it said, so we wouldn't have, if no incident was captured, no review shall occur. In number 3, a parental review of the incident may include up to 30 minutes before and after the incident, period. So I would suggest getting rid of section number 5. And those are my comments. And I am glad to see this come forward, and I appreciate all the hard work everybody has put into doing it.
Chair, can you help us understand what you're recommending on 5? Because
Sure.
did you want
Just get
part
rid
of it taken out or the
No,
whole thing?
You won't need an appeal process, because any parent that asked to review a video would be granted the ability.
But isn't that what it says in the beginning of 5? That's where it says
No,
they
it says
shall allow.
appeals to review. Oh, I'm sorry, so V5 and then number 5 down.
The
Yeah,
Arabic
appeals
number
part.
5.
Yes, I'm
Not the
sorry.
Roman numeral 5.
Right, yes.
Phew.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, I wanted to make sure we're clear. So the Persian number 5 on page 2, and do you need C, D, and E below that?
Right, so, yes, those could still stay, because that's specific to who can view the video other than the parents.
Anyway, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, I think it's important to realize that this statute has in fact lapsed, right? And of course, I'm talking about 1003.574, the pilot program for these video cameras in public schools and classrooms. And I think it's important for the public to understand that the district, the county, is opting to continue with these cameras, which, by the way, I am in favor of. And I think it's important to recognize that other counties, perhaps every other county, I don't want to speak for the entire state, doesn't have these or has no obligation to it, yet Broward County is stepping up and implementing this program. So I do think that is important, that we are somewhat of trailblazers, dare I say, with this, in the idea of us keeping it. I do agree with Ms. Batista. I do think the Parental Bill of Rights does apply here, and I would follow her instruction on getting the required opt-in versus opt-out. I don't think this falls into the same category as the bus cameras, and incidentally, I think there's been some federal case law, if I'm not mistaken, from the Middle District discussing the privacy issues with the bus cameras and what that falls into. So I do believe that we are bound by the 1014.04, the parental rights, when seeking the permission slips, if you will, from the parents. I also, Chair, if I can, I'd like to piggyback on what you were saying in regards to whether or not an incident occurred. When I was going through this and the notes I was taking to share with the group today, my concern was the overall, I think, one of the overall purposes of this is to show transparency, right? What's going on in the classroom. And we don't want situations where we're going through all these lengths and expenses, because, I mean, we got to pay to maintain and put up these cameras, right? To claim that, look how transparent we are. We want all of our parents to be able to see what's going on in the classroom. And then, you know, little Johnny comes home with a black eye, and the parent starts asking some questions, and somebody at the school reviews whatever, and then they determine by themselves that there's no incident, and then all of a sudden we can't get the tape, right? So I like your idea of getting rid of the subsections that you referenced, or if that's too much of a drastic measure for my colleagues on the board, I would suggest coming up with something or some mechanism in which the parents can be involved in determining whether or not that was an incident, whether it be through, I almost hate to say this, but a committee of outside parents who maybe are tasked with looking at things outside of the principal. But certainly they need to be involved in making that determination. I'm not comfortable with just having a principal of a school looking at, and we love our principals, but I'm not comfortable for something like this having one person looking at it and deciding, okay, there's no incident, right? And then the parent's like, well, good luck with the appeal process if you decide to start that. So I think for the sake of transparency, we should either follow what the chair is recommending and just remove those subsections altogether, or find some way to allow the parents to be involved in the process in determining whether or not there was an incident. That being said, I do have just some basic questions on this through the chair. Who's responsible for housing the DVR boxes, the digital video recorders, where all this footage is being stored?
Dr. Hepburn.
That would be us, the district. We'll have to house that on our servers, or I hate to have to turn around. Mr. Davis is here. He can kind of explain how we would save that information.
I got your six, sir. Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. Yeah, I'm actually going to defer to Manny because I know he's waiting to discuss this, but it's fortunately it's not tapes, so, and it's server side and archived. So, and we also think rolls as well from a security standpoint. So I'm going to let you take over, Manny, on that.
Thank you for that, Mr. Davis. Yes, Mr. Davis is right. We don't use physical tapes anymore, but we have servers at each of the schools that are storing this information. The way the information is generally stored is there is a retention period where that information is just kept for a certain amount of time. And of course, the longer the retention period, the more storage that you need, more powerful servers. Now, once a video is isolated, it can be extracted from that server and placed into or tagged in a safe location, so then it can be retained for however long it needs to be retained in case there's an active incident or issue. But yes, it's all digital storage, all within our environment. We're using a system, I believe the servers are Avigilon servers, if I'm not mistaken, but I can confirm that.
Thank you for that. I guess my question was a bit more pointed. I think the term is DVR. I'm not a tech guy, but I think the term is a digital video recorder, right? DVR. Is that physically housed at each school which has these cameras, or is there a centralized location where the DVR is housed?
I believe that the individual servers are housed at the school sites where the cameras are located. However, the video, once an incident is identified, can be transferred or moved to a centralized location.
Do we know how it was been done in the past?
That's very similar, or exactly how we currently handle surveillance type videos.
Okay, so because I'm not the smartest individual when it comes to technology, unfortunately. So I know in my house with my home security system, right, I have a box that sits on my entertainment center, and it records continuously for like 6 days all of the activity in and around my property, right? And I can go into that box and I can watch it, or I can burn it onto a memory stick, okay? I know, though, because the security people tell me that you don't need to do that if you choose not to. You can have ADT monitor your videos and have everything recorded on their sites without having a physical box at your house. So I'm trying to figure out, is the digital video recorder physically housed at the school, or is it somewhere in a district office?
I think the analogy you brought up is actually pretty astute, and that's how it works. These boxes are at the school. However, when an incident is recorded, because you did mention that retention period, so let's say 30 days, that video is being recorded and the 30 days are continuous. And then the oldest recording is burned out, and then new space is made for the new one if nothing was tagged. Once something is tagged, then that video can be retained and moved to a cloud location or another server where it can be centralized and kept for a much longer period of time. But you are correct, those boxes are housed at school sites.
And the reason I ask that, it's my understanding if the data is stored in the cloud or in this centralized location, any individual at a school lacks the ability to go on and physically delete anything, or even if they did, it would still be recorded at the centralized location. Is that how our electronic setup is done in our schools?
Well, any access to the video systems would all be based on authentication or based on security access, so it would really be immaterial whether the video is stored on a local box or on a cloud box. If an individual has the security credentials, they could theoretically go into either one. Similar to in your situation at your house, if you happen to have an account that can log into the cloud server where your videos are recorded, you could theoretically go in and do something there.
So I just want to make 100% make sure I'm 100% clear on this. Okay, so going back to my condo, right? If I delete the back porch portion of the video, it's gone. Presumably nobody knows that it's going to be gone, right? It's my understanding though, if I pay for a certain service with ADT, they will house the footage, and even if I delete it, I subscribe to their service, I can still call them and they can recover that data, right? What I want to make sure here is if some footage is accidentally, or hopefully not purposely, accidentally deleted at a school, is it also at some other centralized location that a parent can go to or a district official can go to and retrieve it? Or if it's just stored at the school and if it's removed or it's lost, are we out of luck?
It's just stored at the school. You do ask an interesting question that I can follow up on. I believe there's auditing controls where if someone were to go into the server at the school and delete something, it is logged and tracked. But that I'm going to confirm to make sure that that's how our systems are currently set up. So if that's okay, I'll take that as a follow-up.
So I can jump in there as well. And no, one thing we're talking about here is permissions, and with regards to off-site storage and archiving as well. So it's not like a consumer-grade device, where let's say you own that device and you can go in and just delete the video because maybe you want to save some space. So the reality is here we have that, you think span of control and so forth. You think of permissions. So let's say an administrator says, something shouldn't have happened. I just want to delete that. Can't do that. That's not how it works. It's not configured that way. So we have a little bit more. We have more internal control than that. At the same time, we also look at redundancy from a standpoint of whether that video is available just locally. For processing purposes, it's not uncommon to have a server device there to expedite or accelerate the processing of it. But then to archive it centrally for evidentiary purposes, right, is critical. So I think the permissions and archiving aspects and that span of control and the role-based access is really critical to know that we have that in place. In other words, someone who may be filmed doing something inappropriate can't just say, that's an easy fix, I'll just go in and delete the video. I just want to make sure that that's clear, okay?
That's where I'm going. And I apologize, I think maybe the technical term I should have used was backing up, right? The video's backed up somewhere, right? So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Seaman.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to point out there's some wonderful changes that are not always substantive on this document from the chair of our ESC, and I would just ask our staff to think about these. This would clean it up. Several of these, probably 60% of them, are cleanup issues, and it's wonderful to get editorial advice. I appreciate you doing that, chair of the committee, not chair of the board. I have two conditions that I'd like the board to think a little bit about, and the first one I'll just make as without objection. That this ought to be cleaned up in our legislative package for this year. I don't trust Bob Mayerson as a lawyer, because he's not a lawyer. I don't trust the guy that wrote the policy, because he's not a lawyer. And I trust our lawyer, because she is a lawyer, and she's our lawyer. And if she tells me, and I then get immunity, right, Counselor, from any liability for doing a decision that your lawyer says is right, that we don't have it. I'm fine with going 1 year with that, but I'd like our legislative priority to include the language from the pilot so that we don't have to ask this in the future. This is at its very basic safety and security. It's safety and security for the kids we really need to protect. And so if we can condition this by the time it comes to the board with adding the right language that came out of the pilot into regular statute, I think that that would be a wise move. And I can't imagine the legislature not putting that in a report or the appropriate bill and getting it through. Second conditioning is that I really would like something else that I forgot. This is my senior moment. I'll come back to it, but I have a second condition. I just forgot what it is.
Okay, well, you're pondering that.
I'm
Ms.
pondering.
Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I would also like to follow the advice given by our general counsel about parental consent. I think that's quite a pickle of a bill, and I would really like us to follow what it's saying us to do. And therefore, I also would like to go back to it being by request and not automatically in every single classroom, because I feel like there are going to be parents that don't want this. I think we also need to consider what happens in our classrooms when one parent says they don't want it, but 3 of the parents say they do. What our procedure is. I'd also like to dive in, once this policy is approved, see a communications plan so that parents do understand that, one, they have to consent to it, and at any point they are able to remove their consent from it, and what that means for everyone else in that classroom, so that the parents in that classroom don't think it's a Broward County decision that the camera was turned off, that, you know, consent was pulled from one of our students, therefore we cannot continue having this camera functional or operating or whatever the word is. So that's what I would really like to see. I'd like it to go back to a request. I also am not in favor of our committee parental review, because I don't think it's fair for a group of parents to be reviewing another child's video, and it's not legal, so that too. However, I do agree with Ms. Hickson's suggestion that parents should be able to request, and it not being determined only by the principal. And then also, is there a cost associated for saving the video 30 days versus 90 days?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, there is an associated cost. I think the board response for that was just sent today. I don't know if Mr. Castaneda or Mr. Davis has that specific number on top of their head, but I will search for it, and if we can move on, and I'll search for it and give you that cost, because I saw the email go through today.
Okay, so my understanding of storage, specifically cloud storage, which I think I might have a little bit more on Mr. Severo there, but it's a significant cost to store data, especially an audio visual for every single school or the 300 plus cameras we have. I personally do not see the rationale for it to be 90 days if our security's footage is 30 days. That seems fine with me. However, I do know when I talk to staff that there has been incidents of suspected abuse that was reported 33 days, I think you guys said. So maybe whatever that word is. It's been a long meeting, guys. With the not a consensus, something like 60 days instead of 90 days, depending. Compromise. Thank you. Depending on that cost, because again, it is, at least on my understanding of cloud storage, a pretty substantial difference to pay for 30 days worth of storage versus 90 days. So my preference would be 30, but I would be okay with 60. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go on, Ms. Rupert is next. We're coming to the 8-hour time stop for today, so I would need consensus to be able to continue the meeting. So is there anyone who is not okay with continuing the meeting?
Not okay.
Not okay. And how long were you proposing? I mean, I definitely would like to get to the item for which we have a public speaker who has come and talk about it. I don't want to disrespect them.
We were thinking 6:30.
Also, even our
I can't do 6:30.
I know, but according
8
to
hours is
our
4:40.
lawyer, it's 4:40. So my thought is at the very least 6, because we did all think we were staying here until 5:45 based on the agenda. So, okay. Do we have a majority of people that say yes? I think we have the majority is yes. So, okay, so we'll extend to at least 6. Okay.
And also, Chair, Mr. Castaneda has those numbers.
These are numbers for what it would cost, assuming that we're going to have a total of 1,300 cameras. That's basically one camera for each ESE self-contained classroom as far. For 30-day retention, it would be $2,027,951. For 60-day retention, same number of cameras, it would be $2,227,823. For 90-day retention, it would be $2,426,013. And you are exactly correct, Ms. Thompson. It is the result of additional storage that would have to be installed on the servers to be able to handle the additional load.
Can you repeat the numbers again, please, the 30 and 60?
30 is $2,027,951. 60-day would be $2,227,823. 90-day would be $2,426,013.
So $200,000.
About, yes.
Chair, has our board approved the purchase of 1,300 cameras?
Dr. Hepburn.
No.
Okay. Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I'll be succinct. I am actually support all the items that Debbie Hickson said, so I'm good to add, to reduce,
Thank you. Mrs. Alhadeff.
Yes, so first I'd like to understand the total financial impact of just doing this. I understand this is the policy, but, we're just given some information based on 30, 60, 90 days. I mean, we have to do it a school year, so that would be important to have. What is the cost of the cameras? And I think it's important for the board to understand all of this information before even approving this policy.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yeah, so we currently have 300 cameras already available and that were used for the pilot. Just like Ms. Castaneda said, if every self-contained classroom were to have a request and everybody consented to using or consented to having the cameras used in those classrooms, all parents, that would be 1,300 cameras, so roughly about 1,000 more cameras. Mr. Castaneda, I don't know if you have the costs for the additional 1,000 cameras.
Yes, and I can break those down. The numbers that I provided included, and I'm sorry if I wasn't specific, included the cost of the cameras, the cost of the associated additional servers, storage, and installation. So those are all inclusive in those numbers. And if we need fewer cameras, I can adjust we have a spreadsheet we designed that we can adjust and give you those numbers of what it would be for fewer cameras.
Could you give me the total cost for the school year?
So the first number, and this is a question for you, Ms. Castaneda, just to confirm. The first number you gave would be the cost annually for a school year, all 1,300 classrooms equipped with a camera for 30 days of server space. And that cost was?
$2,027,000. I don't believe it's an annual cost, though. That is just the cost of purchasing the additional cameras and servers, installing them. Once the servers are installed, what I did not account is, let's say, maintenance costs that might accrue if something breaks or something needs to be replaced. I mean, you could go down to the level of utilities if you want to as to what it costs to run the power, but these are one-time costs for just setting up the cameras. The existing cameras I did want to mention that we have, the 300, They are currently equipped with the servers that are connected to them to be able to do 30, 60, or 90-day retention without purchasing any additional servers or storage.
So beyond just the hypothetical, if all self-contained classrooms were to get a request, parental consent for all of those classrooms, it would be a one-time cost of roughly $2 million. And then after that first year, the only cost would be if something breaks or some maintenance of a server.
Correct.
Okay, so it's $2 million for the school year. I'm just getting hung up on this 30, 60, 90-day thing you keep saying.
I'm just trying to help clarify, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Castaneda. So to add additional space for 60 to 90 days are roughly about $200,000 for the first year. And after that, we won't have a reoccurring cost for that additional space for the server.
Mrs. Al-Hadeb, it's about storage. So could they store a video for 30 days? Could they store it for 60? Or could they store it for 90? So it's the size of the server, basically. But it's not every 30 days. And that's once you buy it, it's like your air conditioner at home. Can it heat? Can it cool down 3 rooms or 6 rooms? You're going to buy a bigger air conditioner in the beginning, and then it's just going to work how it's supposed to until you need to repair it.
Okay, so the extra cameras, though, that we need is how much money?
The cost that I mentioned for, let's assume, it's everything. It's basically 1,000 cameras and the installation and the server costs all rolled up.
So if I could chime in really quickly too, because I want to make sure everyone's clear. The 1.9 million that you may have remembered from a previous presentation that represented the cost of the additional cameras. The number that you're hearing here from Mr. Castaneda, thanks to his team's due diligence, is the updated quote from that period. So there's been an increase in the cost of those cameras, but the cost that he gave you includes the camera as well as the fixed storage amount and the servers to accommodate.
Okay, so it's $2 million for everything for the year? Correct. Okay.
30 days.
Okay. So in regards to Ms. Batista's interpretation with the parental consent, one of the options that the board has is to ask the Florida Attorney General's office for a legal opinion on that. So I'm just throwing that out there to the board if they want to do that. And then my next question, I guess the answer is yes, but if, let's say there's 10 kids in a class and one parent doesn't opt in, then no camera, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Jasir?
Yes, Jasir Leon, alternate student advisor for Broward County Public Schools. Our job as student advisor is to voice the opinion of our Broward County students, and that's including our ESE students. So I just want to reiterate that I did speak to a resource behavior specialist, and she actually kind of opened my eyes on the fact that there are a lot of things that goes on in our ESE classes that actually takes a toll on our ESE students when they get home, behavior-wise, academic-wise, as a whole. So I do highly ask the board to support in the fact that we do need these cameras inside of these classrooms, because there's a lot of things that goes on that we don't know. So I really am very adamant about that. So please support.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I support the proposals that you brought forward, Chair Hickson.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman?
Just a quick question. The policy references alleged incident. Is there any definition for that? I'm just wondering, I don't want to narrow anybody's access to checking on what happened to their child, but at the same time, I wouldn't want to open it up for abuse. does there have to be some kind of an injury, some kind of emotional distress demonstrated, a complaint by the kid? I don't know the answer to that, but I was just weighing the balance of people asking. What?
In Section 8.
Is it?
Defines incident.
Oh my God, you should have said me.
Roman numeral 8. 8A.
A is about limiting access of a parent or student.
But it says 2 at the bottom of all of them. It's 8A. Two everywhere. Page 2.
There's 2 8s.
Every page is 2.
Did you notice there's a Roman numeral 8 and then a Roman numeral 8?
The second 8.
The second 8.
Squared.
You didn't catch that one, Jackie. I know. You did. You already did. Are you okay with that?
I mean, yeah, right. I mean, I understand. I guess I understand what the alleged incident is. I guess there's no. You don't have to present anything further. You just complain of an incident. So with no evidence.
That's why we were saying alleged incident, because they have a concern. They contact the principal. And if we get rid of the principal deciding if it's an incident or not, then when a parent calls, they can view the video.
Okay.
Thank you. I would just, I'm sorry.
Is there a limit to how many times a parent can request to watch a video? So if a parent doesn't like the teaching style or something, could they come every single day and request to watch the entire day?
It would have to be an incident.
But if they say that there's been a behavioral change in their child, if, they came home acting different.
I would have to look at the.
I think that's what Ms. Bowman might have been maybe getting towards or not, but that's kind of like at what point, or is there a point that we would say you watched a video every day for 2 weeks and nothing's happening?
Dr. Hepburn. Hollingsworth.
Ms. Hollingsworth.
Good afternoon, Simone Hollingsworth. That was never in the original pilot, and so that verbiage was not put in there. There was not a limit or an amount that, a parent could request.
So I'll finish off. I appreciate, Mrs. Al-Hadef, that you asked about the Attorney General, because I did ask that. There's also a committee now for the Board of Education that's specifically about the Parents' Right Bill, and I did ask if we could ask them, and the answer I got was, as we know, we often don't get an answer, and most of the times they refer back to what your general counsel has decided. So I again have concerns, as you mentioned there, that we're making this harder. Whatever it is that my colleagues agree with, I just think that it should be an opt-out as opposed to an opt-in. But we can ask that. If the board agrees to do that, we could ask Ms. Batista. But just keep in mind that we would like this policy to be implemented soon, and there's a good chance we won't get an answer back. So, Mrs. Bowman.
I like the idea of making it a legislative priority to make an exception. Unfortunately, I think sometimes in the law, you don't like the answer because people didn't think 3 steps ahead and how this is going to adversely affect different things, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't apply right now the way it's currently written. So I think that's probably where we'd have to focus, unless we wanted to do like I don't know, never mind. I'm not even going to go there. That's too much work.
It's fine. Mrs. Al-Hadef.
On a kind of a different point, in regards to these cameras, are these cameras different from like our Vigilon cameras?
I'm not the camera expert, Mr. Castaneda.
Yes, these were specifically chosen for the ESC pilot. I believe it's because they record both audio and video, although I can confirm the exact differences in the cameras if that's required with a follow-up.
Well, my comment is in regards to if we are able to have law enforcement in an emergency situation to be able to have access to pull up these cameras like they do our other cameras, and only in an emergency situation. You know, it could be helpful in a medical emergency or something worse.
We will have to follow up on the capabilities of the cameras to be able to do that.
And I think Dr. Zeman mentioned it, but we did get some suggestions which are cleaning up. And a big one that I think is important is that we say audio visual recordings as opposed to video recordings, because as we just heard, that's really, but it doesn't say it throughout the policy. So I think it needs to say, like in number 2, it says a video camera. So it should be consistent, because we just had this discussion about school buses and if there's audio and visual. So it should be clear throughout the policy that it is an audio visual camera that's being put in the classrooms. Superintendent and staff, do you have everything that you need to move forward to bring this back to us?
If I may, just to make sure, so we are going to remove section 5.5 in regards to the appeals process. Obviously, we're going to clean up the 2s and the 2/8. Thank you. I just got this because I didn't get it. Well, I'm just addressing with the board of what it is, and then we'll take these back and we'll work with legal so that there's no substantial changes other than some errors to clean up and bring it back on the 22nd for a vote. Correct?
Correct.
Yes.
All right.
I did want to make sure, though, that since Simone did mention it, none of this would constitute a substantial change to initiate rulemaking again, that we can make these changes and bring it to the July 22nd?
Grammatical.
Yes, that's correct.
Just making sure.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you again for all your time and effort, and we're looking forward. We have to move on.
I'm sorry, I don't wish to be rude. There is a couple of really important points.
I'm sorry, Jackie, we
Have to
can't.
move on. Thank you.
We have to move on.
The next item is the Rural Development Policies and Human Resources Handbook. I will turn it over to staff for a very brief. We don't need what? Oh, good. Okay, no recess. Thank goodness.
And they're ready to answer questions.
And we're not going to have they're not going to give a presentation. We're going to go straight to public comment. Any public comment on rural development policies and human resources? Okay, great. Any board member discussion? Nope. Okay, you did a great job. Thank you. The next item is capital budget workshop. So I will again turn it over to staff for a brief presentation. Oh, sure. Okay, 2 minutes. Welcome back to the school board workshop. The next item is the capital budget workshop. I will now turn it over to staff for a very brief presentation.
Hey, Chair, can I just offer that maybe very brief is probably too quick? I mean, this is several $1 billion of total money that we're spending, and I wouldn't want the public to think that we just gloss over this just because in the interest of time.
Well, my point in the presentation part is brief so that we could have a more robust discussion. So take your time.
I'll turn it over to the capital budget staff.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, and Mr. Superintendent. I'll go very quickly through these slides. The second slide, I don't see it up there. If you can go to slide 2. This is basically our revenue and appropriations, which we've updated. And you can see the difference, the comparison in the box below shows the comparison between what's in our adopted plan and what the adjustments that were made. Slide 3 essentially shows our appropriations, and this is what was in the adopted plan, the plan that was adopted in September, that's been adjusted for the next year. It includes all the items that were approved in that plan with adjustments throughout the year, things like raises or adjustments in our debt service because we approved a refinancing or whatever's been approved, we made adjustments to that. So this is really our adjusted appropriations. The next slide, 4. This is to help describe what is in the plan, and it shows you that things like security items such as video surveillance equipment, intercoms, and athletics with new turf fields, baseball netting, and athletic courts. It also includes funding for computer refresh, transportation funds with buses and white fleet replacement, and school furniture and custodial equipment replacement is also already funded, as well as there's funding for maintenance to sustain the levels of maintenance over the past few years is already included in that plan that's shown on slide 3. And then that column on the right that says required funding are things that are not included. So of course, we don't have funding for the outer years of PMOR, and also any additional construction projects on top of what's already been approved. We didn't have funding in there for the redefining schools that were approved for the next grade levels. So that's something that we were looking at. Also, we knew that there was a shortfall for replacement of music equipment. So we knew that there were some things that we needed to look at. We met with district staff to review these needs and recommendations. But the next slide, on slide 5, provides really what the difference between the updated revenues and the updated appropriation shows, and also to make sure our capital reserves meet an appropriate level, and some of that's defined in our policy. And the remaining dollars at the very bottom line are funds that are available for new appropriations. Slide 6. This slide I wanted to show shows the potential for financing. That even though that's not included as far as our COPS financing isn't included in here, the last time we did a COPS was in 2022. And that included Stranahan and Markham and Blanche Ely and some district-wide projects. As you can see, our debt drops off in 2030. So there is a potential for financing for future references. Slide 7. This provides sort of an overview, and we'll get into more details of the projects that are being recommended in this plan. And it shows the available funding from the previous slides that when compared to the requests and an additional transfer to the general fund of $10 million on top of what we already transferred this year. So the remaining lines below show sort of where we're at right now. Now, this isn't a balanced plan right now, and we still have to go through year end. There are still some refinements in our revenues because we still get our July estimates for the property appraisers, so there could be some adjustments there. But we felt this was pretty close and that we could work on and get some feedback from the board as to what's being recommended in the appendix and further on in this presentation. So if you go to the next slide, is another overview of some of the things that are being requested. So you can see each area that we met with had recommendations, and the details of those recommendations are provided in the appendix. Slide 9 really is the highlights of that. So you can see, for facilities, the replacement of Bethune at $16.1 million. Also, it includes the PMOR costs for managing construction projects, district-wide roofing, $15 million, and then Northeast High School to upgrade the fire alarms. There's additional funding for PPO for $11.7 million, mostly for HVAC and painting and beautification. Details of that are all in the appendix. And you can read through the rest of those. And again, those are highlights with a lot more detail provided in the following pages in the appendix. And that's basically it. I'd like to give the board an opportunity to ask some questions.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Leonardi?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And first, I have to say this is the first year where I've seen the DEFP really align with the needs I hear about or I see when I'm doing school visits. So kudos to staff. That includes some HVAC improvements at Bennett, surface water management at Croissant Park Elementary, painting at VSY, drainage system at Westwood Heights. So I just really want to thank staff. I send these emails and I don't always know that they're read or heard, but it's clear that they are. So thank you. I had a few questions about a few other schools though. On page 20 of the DFP Appendix A revised, it says that Sunrise, or the way I'm reading it is that Sunrise Middle School is scheduled for painting in 2027, 2028. Is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'm pulling up and squinting to see the document right now.
Yes, that's
Yes.
correct.
Yes, that is correct. That's
Yeah. So I guess my concern is I had requested a follow-up on a few different schools scheduled for exterior painting back in February, and that follow-up said that it would be scheduled for this fall. And originally it was supposed to take place in Q4 of 23-24. So I'm wondering why this keeps getting pushed back.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul or Mr. Shim?
That would be something I would need to look into, the history of it, quite honestly.
Okay.
This is an attempt to establish. This is an attempt to establish a paint program that many of you have asked for to help with the beautification of our campuses. So I can definitely look into that, Ms. Leonardi, and see the rationale for putting it in that particular year group.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing to see, like, we got this, I'm looking at the follow-up from February 5th, and it says is delayed and redirected to other schools who had their GOB roofs completed and have older paint than Sunrise. We can schedule this school for fall of 2025.
If I may, one of the things that we're very, and I've talked to Mr. Dorsett about this, is if we're doing a roofing job, then we should not paint the exterior of a building until the roofing job is done. So I just need to look and see kind of what the cadence is of the school to see if it was oversight on our part.
Thank you. And just to that point, again, it was supposed to take place in 2020. So it's supposed to take place last year. So then it's going to get delayed again to 2027, 2028. I hope it doesn't, but it is disappointing to hear that, if that is in fact the case. And I don't know why that's changed from February to today. And I encourage my colleagues to go look at Sunrise Middle, that this is a need for it to be painted. I'm not saying to paint it before, any roofing work is complete or anything like that. I'm not asking us to do something that doesn't make sense, but I am asking for us to do what we committed to doing. So for Northside Elementary, I had emailed, and we've talked a lot about the playground plan. Funding for that playground is needed, but it's slated. So the playground plan has it slated for 2027, 2028, according to a follow-up that we got. But it's not on the DEFP, so I'm wondering why that is.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul, can you repeat the school too, Ms. Leonardi?
Northside Elementary.
Omar, you can answer that. You got your hand up.
Appendix A is only new funding, which is on top of what's already in the 5-year plan. And Northside Elementary is already funded for a replacement in the current 5-year capital plan.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then I just wanted to flag some other issues. At Oakland Park Elementary, there is an elevator in Building 13 that I don't know if it needs to be replaced, but there is a continuing issue with that elevator. And then with Stephen Foster Elementary, and some of our other schools, obviously. Actually, I will speak about that offline. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Zeman.
Chair, just want to point everybody to one slide with 3 points to make. Slide number 5. Chair, how much do we have in our capital fund bank account today?
Mr. Shim.
Are you specifically talking about our reserve or carryover, or?
I would like to know how much money is in our capital fund bank account.
Overall, in our carryover, I think it's approximately, the last time we brought an amendment, I think you said it was around $700 million, and that includes funding for projects that are ongoing, as well as our reserves.
I totally understand that. Help me understand then, if when we as a board approve a list of things, and in general the things take longer to finish and get invoiced to come back, why do we set a capital reserve of $50 million? Because if we take our $592.3 million and we allocate it right now, and we can't do that, it's a workshop, but in the end we approve the DEFP plan, we know we're not going to execute that $592.3 million next year. It's just, we don't do that. It takes multiple years, in some cases 6 or 7 or 8 years to kind of get done. My understanding about reserves on the operating side is that things happen. FTE is less than you thought. Third calc is different. Prices go crazy. FP&L bill goes through the roof. Gas is $5 a gallon. You need that because there's shocks to it. This account executes slower than 1 year at a time. And some districts, just so my colleagues are aware, fund design, then they fund a kind of an intermediate phase, and then they fund construction. So they lay out the money in the year in which it's actually going to get done. We don't do that. But we still, I feel like, have this big reserve which prevents us from doing more. And like the superintendent, I recognize that when people pull up to our buildings, whether it's Sunrise Middle School, which is desperate for paint, or it's a whole bunch of schools that I visit where the front looks like it should be the back, it's a strange situation we have in Broward County Schools, that we don't like plan the front of buildings so that people actually want to go in them. And that's just a general feeling that I have about our schools. And then we say, no, we're going to take $50 million on top of not spending the money in the year in which we appropriated it, and we're going to hold back 50 plus we know this is going to take time. So help us please understand why the capital reserve exists when we know the money is going to go slowly. And if you don't mind, can you give us some advice on whether you think we ought to shift to, like other districts do, and allocate in phases so that we line up our execution more with when we actually are going to do work?
Mr. Shim.
Thank you. That is a very good question. And I think by and large, the carryover has sort of been skewed by a lot of the bond projects. And because the bond projects took longer to execute and they have been funded, the carryover does include a large portion that is already committed in contracts and things like that. And so those are ongoing projects that are in the carryover. And in fact, this year we'll see a large reduction in that carryover because we have spent a lot of those dollars. I was just looking at year end, and they're preliminary numbers, but I mean it's below $500 million now. So you can see a big drop in those numbers as we spend down those commitments that we've made. As far as the reserve. Again, at the beginning of this year, we had a much, when I say the beginning, I mean when we adopted the 5-year plan, the current 5-year plan, we had a much larger reserve, and before that our reserve was much larger, and that's because we were exposed to a lot more risk in terms of projects that weren't on their contract, that when they did come to contract, they came at a much higher amount than we anticipated. The amount of our reserve currently, I believe, is reasonable for the amount of risk we're exposed to in projects like that in the future. So we don't have to take balances from projects that are ongoing. It's a reasonable amount to put that amount in reserve to preserve the stability of the program.
And would you give us your thoughts about phased funding rather than funding huge projects all at once?
Sorry, yes, I should have answered that. Yes, in the past we have, and I believe in the future, it is something that we should do. When we anticipate, a design that will take a year, we should allocate the funding for the design and then execute, and then allocate the funding for the construction in a year. We plan to at least, maybe not spend it, but at least engage in the contract. That way the funds are set aside for the contract to be executed. Capital projects do take longer than operating, and sometimes they can span multiple years. So we always do expect to carry over more dollars in capital than we would in general fund.
And could you help my colleagues understand, and me, what has to happen so that our capital bank account goes from $700 million to $500 million? Just in terms of round numbers, $200 million reduction in the amount of money we have because?
We are spending down project balances.
We're actually finishing projects.
Correct.
And because we're finishing projects, we got to pay for them, right? And so the great news, and again, this is new. This is in the last year. We've started burning through $200 million a year of finished projects. And in years past, we've been in the $50 to $60 million thing. So $200 million is great. We still have $500 million, though. And, you know, to me, the risk profile is very, very conservative to hold back $50 million. And I look forward to thinking about phased projects in the future, largely because it helps us with cost estimating. If we do the planning for 1 year, by the time they come back, they know more about pre-existing conditions. They know whether we can reuse models and all those things that have a big factor. I don't want to repeat what we did at Coral Glades with the auditorium, where we wished something would cost $20 million and we knew it wasn't going to cost $20 million, and I think it's at the $34, $35 million range now. Had we planned that and then come back with more informed, I think we would have been all right. The second is, I don't know how the will of the board is reflected. Ms. Leonardi made a really great point, which is there's a lot of communication that goes between the board and the staff about things that matter. But when I look at a brief like this, my reaction is, great, somebody decided what the priorities ought to be for Broward County, but I think that's our job. So where does the school board come in to slide 8? Because to my knowledge, other than Ms. Leonardi and other people doing the right job about advocating and pointing out things for which we need to have done, it must go through some prioritization mill countywide for this list to come together. I don't think school board members are involved in that prioritization. Am I correct on slide 8?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you. We are aware that there's a facility condition assessment that's occurring that will engage the board in a process of prioritizing and identifying projects. In this exercise, we basically didn't have the benefit of that information. So we engaged the departments to provide items that we didn't think would conflict with the facility condition assessment. And we're providing to you what's there. This is not a balanced plan, and we're asking the board for their input into this to help to balance the plan and to provide us with any information as far as what your priorities are so that we can take that back and formulate our plan.
There's a couple priorities that I would ask us to think a little bit about then, because I understand it'd be great to do $25 million. Is that per year, by the way, or is that over the 5 years, the $25 million? You have $25 million here for PMOR support, projected PMOR costs $25 million?
Yes, that's per year.
Per year. So in the DEFP before us, we have $125 million additional PMOR cost in addition to the $16 million a year that's already in there?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that's something we should probably think hard about. District-wide roofing, $15 million. That's not going to get much done, but it's great to kind of move forward. Bethune's replacement building, we voted on that in the past. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. And same, Northeast Fire Alarm, we know about that. That's a must-do thing because we didn't get it exactly right, and we can't operate a building without it. My concern is that we're about to go through a big discussion this summer and this early fall on repurposing, and there may be some really, really brilliant ideas that cost $10 or $20 million to rebuild something on the receiving end. And right now, this DEFP ties our hands on all the available funds, if I'm not correct. We had $76 million left over in year one, and you have $96 million worth of new requirements. So we're in the whole $20 million plus $10 million going to school bus drivers out of the capital fund for something in the past that was covered by operating. And then after that, in years in which we're not focused on making decisions, there's a little bit of money left over. But I am concerned that the school board's priorities are not reflected in these. The school board needs to get through understanding the project lumping of FCA requirements, needs to understand kind of what repurposing is going to look like, and then needs to make sure that what we're doing throughout this plan is kind of a reflection of what we believe to be the priorities. Not one school at a time. It's always great to know what a school needs, but really in terms of kind of some of the big muscle movement things. And I just worry that the plan doesn't reflect that. The other thing I wanted to point out on slide 5 is where is the money that that this effort has generated that would help us win back students?
Mr. Shim, and if you can be specific, Dr. Zeman, when you say win back students as far as the DEFP.
My point is, like, this board wants to either not lose any more students or gain students. We're doing everything we can to be the best schools in Florida, best schools in the United States so that people come here. Part of that, though, is a capital effort to improve something about our facilities, right? I mean, there's certainly got to be some facilities that parents want. And are we doing anything in this DEFP plan to fulfill the will of the board to win back students?
You can go ahead, Mr. Shim, but I'm assuming you're talking about beautification, facades, things like that.
You know,
and painting.
athletic facilities, yes. I don't know what they all want, but I know they want stuff. And I know that when I drive up to our average school, it doesn't say, come on in and take a tour.
Yes, there's some effort in this plan to provide some beautification in the PPO section, the maintenance section. There were some additional things in there, and additional funding asks for exterior painting and other beautification projects that are being recommended in here. And I think, you know, it's difficult to talk about, you know, things that are developing in the facility condition assessment and the redefining effort until we get to the specifics of what those recommendations are and the will of the board. I made an effort in here to highlight that there is potential financing available, and that is additional resources that could be utilized in engaging the beginning of sort of like a landing strip for the additional needs that could be out there. Again, the last time we utilized that vehicle was to finance a few large projects, and so if that comes up, we have that ability to do that.
And go ahead, Ms. Paul, you've got something to add.
So first of all, Dr. Zeman, this represents a drop in the bucket on the true needs of the district. Mm-hmm. Okay, so when you talk about beautification of our schools, this is our attempt to come up with a paint program and those kind of things that have been a concern of the board. But the true data that we're going to get from the FCA will help guide us better. This is a representation of how we've done it in the past, but going forward, there will be those prioritizations. They exist in this, and that safety and security issues trump everything. So there's money in there for safety and security. But to be fully transparent, there are so many things that we need in this district that's not going to be reflective of the DEFP. This represents basically failure maintenance. You know, the fact that we don't have the money to do the true things that we need to do, replacing more roofs than we are. $15 million is a drop in the bucket of what the true needs are of the district. And so when you say, when you speak to representation from the board and what's important to board members in their particular communities, we take all of that in as part of it. But the reality and where we are right now is the limitations on funding restricts us from doing the many things that we need to do in this district. And it's a result of having a bond program that ran over 10 years. And so this is a reflection of our best estimate of what we can do realistically, But the FCA, when we get that information, it'll drill down more into the absolute needs of the district.
I appreciate that, and I'll just point out 3 other opportunities we have. One, $50 million is a risk-adjusted reserve. We might choose still to spend money and go lower than that. 2, if we repurpose some schools and sell them, or if we decide to sell some land, that's a capital asset we could put together. The third big one, and I'll tell you what LA Unified School District is going out. They're floating a $12 billion bond. We just floated a $0.8 billion bond in 2014, like less than $1 billion. And LA Unified said, we got $30 billion worth of needs, we got to have 12 or 9. I forget what their final number was, but their first number out the gate was 12. And one of the things that this points out to me, and I can't wait for the FCA to hit the big calculate button, is what is the unmet need for facilities in Broward County schools? We contribute more to the wealth and to the well-being of Broward County than any other institution. And when we go to the public and we make the case with good data, they've been very generous with us in the past. I hope they are again in the future. But I just don't want Mr. Cervera to join the board and he reads Florida statute that says that he's responsible for writing the budget, and here you go, Mr. Cervera, here's a $3 billion budget, you got no wiggle room to do anything. That can't be the way it is. And there is room in this for us still to make decisions about things that are critical. But what it appears to be is in year one, there's $20 million deficit because the staff has found $86 million worth of requirements with $76 million of resource. I just don't want that to be kind of the literal understanding that Mr. Cervera and everybody else on this board takes away. I think there's still room to do critical things if we run into them. Is that correct? Thank you very much.
Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Dr. Zeman for that. I wasn't aware of what was going on in Los Angeles with that bond, so I appreciate that. I just have one point that I want to make on this, or maybe a question. I'm looking at slide 9 of 11. Are we really going to spend $1.3 million on vape detectors?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, we've been piloting in about 2 or 3 schools. It's been a priority for the board in the past. I think the nomenclature of saying vape detector, it's the capabilities of these systems are way beyond that. They keep our schools safer beyond just vaping.
Okay, so let me ask the necessary and perhaps stupid follow-up question. A traditional smoke detector will not be able to detect a student who's vaping?
No.
Okay. And other than detecting the student who's vaping with the detector, what other security measures are provided by this $1.3 million configuration?
Yes, I'll let Dr. Lozano expound on that, but it's a lot of capabilities that I've learned over time, too. Go ahead, Dr. Lozano.
And they're, again, Ernie Lozano, pretty soon they're going to stop calling it vaping detection because that's only one small component of what these detection devices do. Again, they'll monitor how long an object, which we would call a student, is in a restroom and alert. So if Ernie's in the restroom for 20 minutes, it'll send an alert set by that device. If all of a sudden 20 students gravitate into that bathroom, it'll send an alert. So if you can program the device to pick up certain words, so certain words that may constitute 2 students are ready to engage in a fight, it would send an alert. So there are many opportunities moving forward with technology with these devices. I can tell you the $1.3 million that we have added in this line will just cover our middle schools. So we're looking at that, and it's not necessarily the device, but it's all the wiring, again, to connect to the servers and make that an integrated piece of equipment, which will easily spend the $1.3 million.
And Mr. Lozano, can you also, is that money coming from the lawsuit that we won? Or Ms. Batista, can you address that?
The Jules settlement, I think that's what Mrs. Hickson is referring to.
So right now, this allocation is part of our capital funding.
Well, I mean, all the money from, well, I think it went to the reserve.
Correct.
Yes, correct.
Right.
It's all in the same bucket. Yeah, it's all in the same bucket.
If you could just elaborate that, because Mr. Severo was not here.
And I wasn't here during that moment either, but there was just like other large school districts participated in a what would you call it, class action lawsuit against Jules for producing vapes that entice kids to use them, different flavors, packaging, and things like that. And the school districts won that class action lawsuit. And just like other school districts, we receive roughly about, what, $5 million, I would say, for $14 million, for the use for vape detectors, educating students, and the like.
We won or we settled for $14 million? Okay. So perhaps the title here is a bit misleading, because what I'm hearing from staff here is that this sounds more like a security system, which I'm 100% in favor of, as you described. But when I read this and it said vape detection, my initial thought was, maybe that's a little much for a glorified smoke detector. But thank you for the clarification, Ernie.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. So I will keep my comments brief. I think we can all probably point out schools in our district that need some help. Like, I have schools in my district that haven't been painted for over 20 years. So I really want to dive down into how you equitably chose the schools in the years that they are going to get their projects completed. Because I think each one of us that represents a district could come in and be like, well, I think, Silver Palms floods every time I try to get my kids, but they're not slated to get any service things done until 27, 28. So how do we make sure, because and on one aspect, I don't think it's our job as board members to really advocate only for our particular school district. I think we need to be advocating for the good of the entire district. So just what is that thought process that goes in to making sure that we're choosing a timeline that's equitable throughout the district?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, Mr. Shim or Ms. Paul. I know it's a kind of combination of capital budget team and facilities.
So one of the things that the team looked at, obviously, is when the schools were last painted. But let me be clear, this is not going to be equitable because we need paint across the district. And so so this is our, as I said before, this is our attempt to establish a protocol, process for making sure that we paint our schools over a certain period of time. And this is the first attempt to do it. But the reality is that this is, as I said earlier, not to be a fatalist, but a drop in the bucket in terms of what our true needs are.
This is Ms. Johnson. I'd like to add to this. First of all, this is not a very comprehensive plan. We know we have the limited funding, and that's why we got this assessment plan that we're going to be looking at what we need to do, the district as a whole, and it's going to impact enrollment, what we're going to do that's going to impact enrollment going into the future, because it's going to be a comprehensive facility plan, and it's also going to conference capacity, what buildings, facilities we need to close. We are moving towards that direction, how we can go out for funding and all those things going to be part of our comprehensive plan. So this is the first step. This is a plan, but this is a plan and it's subject to change. Based on prioritization, safety issues, we'll bring it back. If we have to change the priority, capital projects always change. It's just as fluid as our operational budget. I just want everyone to know that. So we are going to be working, we're going to be updating, and when that's been updated, we're going to come back before the board and tell you what those updates and the prioritizations through the PPO system as well as our financial piece.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then my only other comment is KCW is being slated to get floor replaced this upcoming year. And I would just my preference would always be that our projects are going into our schools first. Our floor is fine. So unless there is some like safety issue, we're about to fall through the floors of KCW, I think that should be the very last to do, and our schools should be prioritized. That's it.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. You answered my first question. This is a moving target. Just to keep it brief, one thing to go back to the vape detection system, something that was crazy that I heard a couple of years ago, and was that the plumbing costs that we have from people trying to flush vapes down the toilet probably far exceeds $1.3 million to fix. So that alone is worth the investment. And I just wanted to thank everyone for putting Bethune Elementary on this list. When I saw it, I was so excited because the first time I went into the school, the building where the principal and all the admin staff are housed is so awful. And then you would have no idea the beautiful school that's behind it. Like, the first impression is just, it doesn't do justice to what's actually happening at the school. So, and Principal Williams is a very, very laid-back, pleasant person, but I will be happy to visit her in her new office and when this is done. Thank you.
Mrs. Alhada?
Thank you. So on these documents, I think it's important to have some type of asterisk where this is information could be subject to change, because parents, principals, they're looking at this and they're looking at the dates and they're getting excited for whatever change is possibly going to happen. So I think it's really important that we are transparent about that if it is subject to change. Things that I wrote down was painting and playgrounds. I didn't see playgrounds anywhere. Did I miss it?
Like a general, it's just general, not
Yeah.
specific.
General, not specific.
And as Mr. Shim mentioned before, the previous 5-year plan has already budgeted some, whatever, however we're going to renovation or replacement of playgrounds.
Okay. And then Ms. Thompson, I was thinking the same thing you were thinking. I wrote down KCW garage on page 13. It says something about equipment. What equipment are they speaking about? $4 million for equipment?
Dr. Hepburn?
Let me, Mr. Shimmer, Ms. Paul, I know all of us are going to the page 13, you said, Ms. Aliff?
13. Then the second, in the 26-27 school year. Equipment is past its useful life, PPO request. It's the last one.
So I think we've had some structural issues there also. And if it's talking about equipment, I think it's talking about the fans or the exhaust fans that are in there. And I don't know. That's what I know on that.
Yeah, because I know go ahead, Mr. Shim. I know we've had some issues. I don't know the terms as facility folks, so.
There are some issues with the fans in the garage. I believe the garage structure has been giving a lot of problems and maintenance issue. So that's really what I've been told, is that they're towards the end of their life.
We've had people or a company come in and evaluate some of the structural issues there. And so I think it's kind of one of those situations where the can has been kicked over the years. And so this represents the opportunity to repair some of those things. And I can give you specific information as a follow-up.
And then like page 20, it talks about the TSSC annex building, and it says aesthetics. Obviously, like in painting, I would like to see our schools being painted first before we paint the TSSC exterior.
Yeah, so absolutely. And part of the redefining effort is, and I know the superintendent has spoken to this in the past about declaring that surplus at some point, the annex, and that property is surplus.
Right. So why would I'm just reading what it says. 26, 27, painting is going to be, we're going to spend $175,000 on that. And then you take one of our schools and they're bumped to 2029, 2030. So that's something I don't want to see. Like, I don't want to see these not our, like, our schools need to take priority. All the other buildings, like, unless it's an emergency type of situation, like the roof is falling down or something, our schools need to take priority with painting the interior, painting the exterior, or whatever the needs are. And is Twin Lakes, page 21, what is that? Is that a school?
No, that's not a school. That's actually
PPL facility.
Yeah, PPL facility.
Across from Central Transportation.
Okay, so Twin Lakes, they're getting, here again, aesthetics. What are they getting for $450,000? They're getting painting on the exterior. Again, it's not a good look. I get they need to be painted, but our schools need to get painted. That needs to be a priority. Like, bump them to 2030. We need to have our schools to be sooner than later.
We'll make the adjustments.
Yep, we'll make those adjustments. Some of, especially the TSSC, those are surplus.
And then
surplus.
Page 39, in regards to the grounds beautification. I think that obviously that is something we need all of our schools. I know that's district-wide. I don't know if there's ability to bump up some of those 200,000s to, 25, 26, 26, 27, make that more of our priority. And then in regard, on page 45, the intercom project, I was surprised to see that there's no funding in 25, 26, no funding in 26, 27, no funding in 27, 28. Why are we waiting to 28, 29 to put any funding there?
So
Go ahead. No,
So we currently have budgeted funding for those 3 years. Again, as we build the 5-year plan, we wanted to make sure we started securing funding and putting funding on those lines for the last 2 years of this plan, because we know there's a need. Replacing intercoms is an expensive process that involves a lot, so we want to make sure we're starting to allocate the funding for years 4 and 5.
But why did we leave them blank?
There's already money there.
Okay, so, well, then my question would be, all right, well, if there's money other places too, but so blanks mean that there's money there?
Could be.
I mean, it's just, it should be more detailed, that's all. So it's just like not guessing here, because it's also about perception. People who's reading this document, they can't read our minds. I couldn't, I read this and I didn't understand it, so.
Would you like a follow-up with all those numbers added in?
Sure, that would be nice. But I'm just saying, it's important to communicate clearly in regards to when we say we're going to put money somewhere, then the money should be communicated a lot clearer on this document. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, and I'll finish this out. I actually sent a whole bunch of questions, so I'm not going to ask all of them if you'll just do the follow-up on them, but there's a couple I'd like to ask out loud. So on page 449, there are 20 schools that had issues about drainage, which I think also speaks to our flood and heat vulnerability item that we passed, and it says that specifically they need to be addressed because of flooding that could damage the buildings. So, and then also on page 7, there are 14 additional schools that needed surface management system repairs, again due to flooding. So those 34 schools, it's spread out over time. I'm just wondering why, if there's a true flooding issue and if it floods $500,000 per school could, and also put them out of the school while repairs would need to be done, why aren't all of them being addressed in the next school year? the rip the Band-Aid approach we have on other things. I think that this would be very important. So is it possible to
Unknown participant is now joining.
to push all of those into next fiscal year?
Mr. Paul and Ms.
That would be something that we would have to look at and see if we have the capacity to do all those
Okay.
in that time period.
And if not, since they all have the same issue, is there, like, how do you prioritize who goes where? Because as Mrs. Leonardi has said a number of times, the 1,000-year flood happens yearly now. So if these schools are in danger of having buildings damaged and need to have repairs above $500,000, I think that would be under an emergency, an urgent situation. So you're going to get back to us on that. Okay. Then the other one I'll just bring up and then we'll move on is on page 10 of 49, performance contracting. Again, we passed the sustainability plan, and as you read through the DEFP, it looks like we are already doing a lot of the things that were brought up in that. So I appreciate that. But my question is, I thought we were working with a company that replaced the lighting and a lighting efficiency at no cost to us, and then they took a portion of the savings as payment. So I'm not sure why we're spending $17 million each year for 4 years if we are partnered with a company, and there are actually other companies that have asked about participating. So you can get back to me on all these answers, and that's one of them, but I just wanted to ask that out loud. All right. We're done with that item. So thank you so very much. We look forward to seeing the DEFP again.
Thank you for the feedback. We will bring the tentative back with the feedback on July 22nd.
Great, thank you. The next item is Rule Development Policy 3820, Contracts Verification Limited Delegation. I think we're going to go straight to questions.
Yes, we're going to go straight to discussion.
No, she left. Yes, and just.
Oh, you're kidding.
So we think she was in the wrong place because this isn't about recycling. She wanted to be in the county.
No worries. I just want to make sure if
Yes.
someone spent all
Yeah,
day
no,
sitting here that we would.
We tried to explain
listen
it.
to
I
it.
think she figured it out.
Chair, while they're setting up, I can explain a little bit about that lighting thing.
Okay.
The contract is for us to pay for the lighting, and then they give us rebates back as our electricity goes down. So we still pay for it, but then because the electrical use goes down, they guarantee it, then we get the reduction back.
Okay, because there's
Yeah.
another company that does it.
Yeah, they have different ways to structure that.
Okay.
None of it's ever free.
Lighting wasn't free, but.
Pay, get rebate later, or?
Okie dokie. So board discussion on the contract verification, because this came up earlier when we were on our special school board meeting. So board members, anybody have any questions? Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding of this proposed policy is that it's delegating or shifting authority to various individuals from the district to execute certain types of contracts. Is there any financial limitations on that authority? And what I mean by that is if a certain level of authority is delegated under this policy, does that individual or individuals have the authority to sign a $10,000 contract and a $10 million contract? Is there any guardrails in place?
Dr. Hepburn.
That would be an affirmative. There are guardrails in place. Have the team talk about any specificity in specific amounts. And welcome, Mr. Eschenbrenner and Masha.
Good evening. Pete Eschenbrenner, Director of Process Improvement. The specific amounts vary by section. When I say section, I'm talking about type of contract. It depends on how much detail you'd be looking for, but there's not that much information over and above what's already in the proposed policy as far as where those thresholds are. The one that's most comprehensive is really around the first type of contract, which is around goods and services, and it specifies different values, different threshold values, depending on the type of contract, 500,000 being a major one. But we could go more specifically if you're interested. Oh, and thank you. And just to clarify, when it comes to the delegation, it's primarily to the superintendent, as opposed to other folks farther down, with the exception of what is currently 3,800, which has language in it pertaining down to I believe, the Chief Operations and Facilities Officer, as well as the Director of Procurement.
Can you direct me to the portion of the policy that gives the monetary guardrails?
Absolutely. Bear with me 1 second. Yep, Section E, where it says, and that's on page 3 of 7, purchase of commodities or contractual services. You can see in the 4th line there, it says commodities or services below $500,000 and amendments to such contracts. Then, about 6 lines from the bottom, you'll see any predetermined designee being granted contract authority in excess of $20,000 shall be notified by the superintendent of that person's obligations as a reporting individual.
Are there any other provisions that discuss financial caps or financial guidelines, or are we bound by, is this 3E? 1E, I'm sorry.
Yes, I think just about all of them are bound by that. I'm sorry. There's one. Sorry. Thank you. If you look at section, sorry, it has to do with section I. I'm sorry, grant agreements. The threshold has to do with matching funds. You'll see about 6 lines from the bottom. Superintendent is authorized to commit matching funds up to $250,000. So this is where the district is issued a grant, but the district has to match funds for that grant.
Thank you.
Any other board member? Dr. Zeman.
We would be giving the superintendent the authority to renew what seems like virtually all contracts, so that if we have a 3-year contract that we've approved, and we approved the first year and we approved the funding for the first year, that for the next 4 years, the superintendent can approve a contract as long as it's within the yearly contract spend authority for what we administered in the first year. Or help me understand maybe F, because does that require us to give me, if you could, Peter, I'm going to give you an example of a 3-year contract with 2 one-year options, and the board approves the contract for 1 year and the funding for 1 year. Would the superintendent be able to renew the second year if we hadn't approved the funding for the second year?
So there's some nuances there. Part of that depends on where, first, we've been informed by the Office of General Counsel that there are constraints around any type of automatic renewals. As it relates to the superintendent's authority, I believe that we need to, the renewals would need to be, it would need to be addressed as far as the spend authority piece. So in the narrative memo, right now what we currently do is we separate spend authority as a distinct item from contract approval, right? So to your question, you said if the funds weren't approved, if the spend authority wasn't approved, part of what we're proposing in this workshop is that be lifted, meaning the board approves a contract. So yes, I believe the answer to your question is yes, but that is predicated upon the board collective approving the idea of removing the spend authority piece, meaning you vote on the contract with an associated dollar amount. You don't have a separate line that says up to X dollar amount and no more.
So to the General Counsel, why do we only approve contracts 1 year at a time?
Ms. Batista.
Is Mr. Vignola on the line?
Yes, I am. Robert Vignola, Deputy General Counsel. More often than not, our contracts that are approved are for generally a 3-year initial term, and generally there are 2 one-year renewal options after that, and there's also another half-year option.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
There's usually an additional short extension renewal that we can approve in order to get a new RFP or ITB on the street. But it's not normally a 1-year contract.
I'm with you, but to my knowledge, from what I've experienced, in a 3-year contract, we only approve the first year. Is that typically what we do?
It's not my understanding. The original contract term is generally a full 3-year term. Now, bear in mind that most all of our contracts have a termination for convenience clause. So let's say the board has approved a contract that has a 3-year initial term, and yet we decide for whatever reason, we don't have to have a reason, but the board decides it wants to terminate the contract, even though there's a couple of years left on it. It can have an item on a board agenda to terminate for convenience, and you wouldn't have to be obliged for any of the remaining portion of the 3-year initial term.
Terrific. I guess I should just kind of get to the point. I'm not really a big fan of F. It is the board's requirement to approve all contracts and to approve all spending as part of our authority, and to give the superintendent the ability to, with seemingly very little restrictions, to approve contract renewals is a bridge too far for me. I love the paragraph E above, but I do need to know who is the predetermined designee that can grant contracts in excess of $20,000.
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you. So I believe, so it's either going to be the superintendent or someone the superintendent designates, and does so ahead of time, is my understanding.
Robert Vignola, I concur that that's the intent there, is the superintendent has the authority, and he or she may delegate that authority to other members of the school district administration. Part of what I have had on my mind over the years is there ought to be something to where if I'm an administrator, I have been told that this authority has been delegated to me. And if the superintendent delegated contract authority to me, purchase authority under E, how high is my ceiling for spending? For example, the superintendent may give authority to administrative chief at a high level, but a school principal will also be given delegated authority, and I would presume that would be a lower spend cap. So if I were an administrator and just being concerned about my own career, if I were being told, go forth and act as designee or delegate to execute a contract or make a purchase, I want to know there's something in my folder that says, I, Bob Vignola, have been delegated contract authority under policy such and such up to the amount of X. So I know if I take that action, I won't be subject to criticism or discipline.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Vignola. This is a workshop, so we're supposed to share kind of our views on things. I would love for the superintendent to have $500,000 worth of authority to buy those critical things as described here, and I'm not in favor of designating of anybody other than the superintendent. These are rare events, and if someone who works for the superintendent wants to spend $75,000 on something really cool, I think they need to talk the superintendent into executing that contract. So I like that as a board member. Others might like it. I do not like F at all. I don't like renewing contracts. Maybe there's a better way to do it in school board meetings so that it goes through in consent faster or something like that. But I don't think I would be in favor of passing that authority on to anybody else.
Thank you. And we are approaching 6 o'clock, so I'd like to ask if we could continue to 6:30 because everyone should have the opportunity to speak on this that wants to. We have one more rulemaking. We can skip the legislative piece and do that at another time, but we advertise these 2 rulemakings, so we need to get through them. If you have to leave, you can dial in because we're not voting on anything, but we're going to extend till 6:30 unless too many people say no.
I think the policy says we have to vote, it's not a
No, we
consent.
can't vote. It's a,
What does our policy say about extending our length of our meeting?
but we're in a workshop. We can't vote.
What does our policy say about extending a meeting, though?
It says consensus for workshops.
Thank you. All right.
So we have how many? Up, down, through low, most people. Okay. So the majority is yes, so we'll go. If you have to leave, feel free. Okay, Mrs. Bowman.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm looking kind of at the note part versus the actual policy. So I guess when I'm reading this, the first thing that comes to mind is we're delegating authority that we have right now. And so we always have to be careful about that. I understand in the interest of doing business, it makes it easier, but there's checks and balances for a reason, and I don't think we should be dismissive of that. And I also just want to remind everyone, if we designate this authority to Howard Hepburn, we're also designating, if he's not here in the future, we've just designated that authority to somebody else. So while I have all the faith in the world in him, there's consequences that go beyond this day if we decide to do this. So there, just to go through it really quick, I think I probably share some of the same concerns. We've given the $500,000 spending authority to the superintendent previously so that so that we can move things along. I don't necessarily agree with designating anybody else to have that authority. The same with the renewal of existing contracts. What happened this morning, I think, is a good example when we're looking at extensions and things are getting kind of thrown in front of us and you have to look at it. It helps. This is not our money. If we were running a giant corporation and making all the money ourselves, then I would feel more at ease with it, but we are particularly responsible for the taxpayer money, so I think that it is important that we're being as careful as we can with it. The long-term rentals and release of real property, I don't love that one. The short-term lease, I don't have a problem with. And then, let's see what the other ones. Those were my main comments in terms of exceptions that I would take to extending the authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhaza.
I concur with Ms. Bowman.
Okay, thank you. And go ahead.
I concur.
And I have a quick question. So I'll say something similar that I said to the committees about the bylaws. They take a little bit of offense because some of the idea here was that it takes too long to get to the board. And it isn't, again, that the board is not voting on it. We pretty much vote yes to all of these. I think it is a process of it coming to us. So I'd also like, in context of this, to, ask general counsel for, with the contracts, to look at what that process is and why some of the things take as long as they do to come to us. So maybe we'll have a different discussion about timeframes and contracts and what we're looking for in outcomes in that area. But some of these things, if I'm not mistaken, either General Counsel or Dr. Hepburn, already exist in some other policy. Is that correct?
Bob Vignola, that's correct for a few of them.
Okay.
There are some other ones, however, that are not embedded in current policies. We tried to put at least reference to any other areas of delegated authority in here, sort of a one-stop shopping, so you could at least find that they're all listed here. There are some that are, I think, a little less challenging in terms of the board delegating its authority. For example, subletters M as in Mary, N as in Nancy. Those are two types of charter school agreements that I've never seen a board member ask a question about a charter school premium services agreement. That's where we end up being a vendor providing services to a charter school, and there are about 100 of those every year. Charter school articulation agreements, that's between two charter schools and how, let's say, their students in middle school will articulate to a high school charter school. The statute says those articulation agreements have to be approved by the board, but the board really doesn't have any say. You can't really go thumbs down on one of those. So there are some areas, such as those charter ones, where there really isn't a spend or anything like that, that the board could, part of what the project here was, areas where administrative departments are looking at things they're having to run through for board approval that are clogging up the board agenda when the board doesn't really ever ask questions about it. So as a board member, you may wish to look at these subparts, as I'm hearing some of you doing, and seeing the ones where you have, having little or no pain. And then there are a few where you have greater discomfort. What the board chooses, the board's authority to be the contracting party to the district by statute. And the board can delegate that authority. And how much the board is willing to delegate its authority to the administration is purely a call for the administration. So there may be some of these elements that the board is more comfortable with than others. And I think that's part of why we have this here for you to look at and identify some of those areas today.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And, I'll go back to the idea. It isn't, the process is still going through legal before the superintendent can determine whether he wants to do it or not. So the issue isn't, you're not really saving any time, because coming to us, we just approve them. So Dr. Zeman has mentioned before, maybe some of them come to us as consent items, and whatever we have to do to look at policy to change how we define consent and non-consent. But Dr. Hepburn, on F, renewal of existing contracts, because we have two board members that, or some that agreed. You already have in policy, which is policy 3800, the ability to renew existing contracts. What is the limit in that policy?
I don't have that at my fingertip unless the team has the limit. Policy 3800.
Oh, checking.
There's no limit on here, but if it's already in policy, I just want to be clear to my colleagues, he already has the ability to do this. in another policy?
I believe what we're seeing here is that the language in section F is consistent with current policy 3800.
Right, our question is, what is the number? What can he approve existing contracts up to what amount right now under that policy?
So that, go ahead.
Vignola 3800 delegates to the superintendent authority to make purchases of commodities or services up to $500,000.
So it's the same as E? Okay,
It is.
okay.
The idea, I recall in drafting that, was to try to replicate what was already in 3800. I don't think it was really trying to break any new ground here.
That's fine. So I just wanted to make the point because a couple of people didn't like that piece, but it's already in policy. And I'll just end with, I think that I agree with Mrs. Bowman on all of them, but I do think donations, gifts and awards, participation contracts for events, all of those things, I would think that the superintendent should be able to have the authority to do those contracts, so that they don't. The issue again, though, is it has to go through legal, and that is where it spends a lot of time. Any other board members? Yes, ma'am.
Just to clarify for F, paralleling 3800. In F, it says that the contract may be renewed by the superintendent or his or her designee, the director of procurement and warehousing services. I don't see that in 3800. I think that would be an addition, but I haven't really read it. So if anybody knows that off the top of their head, if that's.
Dr. Hepburn.
Oh, no, it does. Okay, sorry. It's a 2B. Okay, I saw it.
Okay. Do you have what you need, staff?
Got what you need, team?
I believe so. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to skip around a little bit and go to the next item will be School Board Policy 5090, Code of Student Conduct. We can go right to questions. Mr. Severe. Oh, do you have comments? I think it's just a change because of the law. Yes, that's all it is. It's not the whole policy. Okay. Board member questions on School Board Policy 5090, Student Code of Conduct? Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to talk quickly in light of the time. On slide 20 of 131 of the red line version of the policy, Roman numeral 5, section 2. I'm sorry, section C, subsection 2, in regards to cell phone, requires that the phones be shut off. I guess this question is to Ms. Batista. Is this contrary to House Bill 1105, which my understanding was signed by the governor a couple months ago?
Ms. Batista.
Ms. Hofstetter? Yes, Assistant General Susan Hofstetter. 1105 is the bill that was just passed.
Well, it's law. It's no longer, yes, it was signed into law. And my understanding of House Bill 1105 is it, quote, bans the use from bell to bell for elementary and middle. But the operative language is it bans the use, whereas this provision in our policy requires that the phones be shut off or turned into airplane mode, which is effectively the same thing. So my question is this contrary to the statute, to the House bill, which only says you can't use the phone from bell to bell, but it doesn't have to be in the off position. And just to kind of cut to the chase here, my concern is if, God forbid there's an emergency, a student needs to, call a parent or God forbid call law enforcement or something like that, and the phone is off. Everybody knows, even with our spiffy iPhones and Androids now, that's still going to take, 2 to 3 minutes. So is this version of the policy more restrictive than the current law?
Ms. Batista.
So you could say so. It is more restrictive in that sense. If you look at turning off the phone as being more restrictive. It's not in conflict with the law in the sense that the district can choose, pursuant to other provisions of the law, to take action that is not prohibited by general law. So that's a choice that the board would have to make.
Can our policies and provisions within the policy be more restrictive than state statute?
Yes.
Section Roman numeral 5 says section C6 on page 21 of the slide. The way I read this is headphones and AirPods and things of that nature are not to be used. They are effectively barred from the classroom. My question is, what if a student needs those for educational purposes? Let's say he has a vision impairment and he has the text-to-speech as part of his IEP. Do we need any kind of carve-outs for this headphone ban?
Ms. Batista.
Ms. Hofstadter.
Yes, that would be either handled in an IEP or a 504 accommodation plan. So we would already make those changes if necessary to provide the child with free appropriate public education.
So this policy would not affect that child's ability to use those headphones?
Correct.
Looking at the discipline matrix that's on the latter portion of the presentation, I was looking specifically at the elementary school kids and grades 3 to 5 and the punishments that are being proposed within this disciplinary matrix. And I came across a couple areas that I had some questions about. Specifically, if you are a kindergartner, an elementary schooler between the 3rd and 5th grade, and you get into a physical fight with one of your students, I think it's what it's defined on page 84 of 131 as a fight medium. If you engage in a fight medium, you will be suspended for 1 to 2 days. If you engage in bullying, you are suspended for 10 days. Incidentally, that 10-day penalty is also if you engage in a sexual assault or rape. The penalty is only 10 days. Are these suspension parameters proportionate? And why the disparity between getting into a physical fight and bullying as between the 1 and 10-day suspension time frame?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Washington.
Good evening, Jody Washington. So for the fights, the consequences that are reflected were a result of the work that we did with the discipline committee last school year. Nothing has changed there from last year's discipline matrix to this year's discipline matrix. That is the same as it relates to bullying. The conversation that was had with the discipline committee is that for behavior to meet the definition of bullying, it has to be repeated over time. There has to be an imbalance of power, and it has to be purposeful. So the conversation that was had is that a student who is intentionally harming someone else repeatedly should not get multiple opportunities to do that before they're assigned to a behavior intervention program. Anytime you see a 10-day suspension, you'll also see either a recommendation for expulsion or a recommendation to attend a behavior intervention program. 10 days is the longest that we suspend a student from their regular school before we take some kind of additional action to assign them to another program. So I think just differentiating between the fighting and the bullying. A fight is like a one-time occurrence. We had our fight, you get your punishment for it. Bullying is rooted deep in, I'm intentionally setting out to hurt you multiple times. So that was the rationale that we worked on with the committee.
Thank you for that. And lastly, before I yield the rest of my time, if a student engages in sexual battery as defined as rape, and this is on page 89 of 131, the punishment is only 10 days. I don't see in that subsection a recommendation for expulsion or a provision for expulsion. if it's the district's policy that the max suspension we can have for 10 days, if that's what the rules are, I guess what the rules are. But clearly, if there is a rape that is committed in one of our schools by one of our students, there's got to be a harsher penalty than a 10-day suspension.
So if you look at sexual battery, rape, each one of the ones that I've looked at, there's like a RB next to it, and it says recommendation for behavior intervention program mandatory. That is removal from their school. It's equivalent to an expulsion, but it doesn't go through the formal expulsion proceedings, but they are assigned away from their home school to a behavior intervention program until they meet criteria to exit the behavior intervention program. So if they enter as a 9th grader and they never meet the criteria to exit, they will then finish their school career there. As opposed to an expulsion is if they engage, they could work their way out within 1 calendar year. If they don't, then it's the remainder of that current school year plus 1 school year, and then they can return. So the recommendation for a behavior intervention program in many instances is a more restrictive assignment, because we are truly trying to modify behavior before we send a student back to their traditional school environment.
So, in your opinion, Ms. Washington, this is the harshest penalty that we can levy for a student who commits a sexual battery or rape at one of our schools?
In my opinion, yes. I also want to let you know that these are reported to law enforcement. And as you know, those cases are taken very seriously by law enforcement, and oftentimes the kids are arrested and in secure detention, so they don't return to our schools. And in those cases, when we do have students who have committed sexual offenses or been arrested for a felony level sexual crime, they actually, their education option in most cases, unless there's a restriction, accommodations we have to meet with our IEP, they're offered an online platform instead of returning to a brick and mortar school.
Thank you for your clarification. Madam Chair, I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. And I think I want to follow that train of thought a little bit more. And maybe it has to do with like how we're communicating about this. But say that there was a sexual assault or a sexual battery rape that took place on one of our campuses. Is it guaranteed that we send them to a behavior intervention program? It says mandatory. I'm assuming, yes, that's.
So the mandatory recommendation for a behavior intervention program is submitted by the school. There are very few exceptions that a student would not then be sent if it's found to be a manifestation of their disability, for example. I don't know how but I just don't want to, I don't want to say 100% absolute, yeah. But 99.9% of the time, yes, they would.
Okay. And then in the scenario that you talked about, it would be possible for that student then, after they've completed their behavior intervention program, to return to the school, correct?
Yes, but we also have a system set up for any infractions that have victimization of violent type incidents, batteries, like simple battery, aggravated battery, sex-related offenses. Once they finish their time in a behavior intervention program, we do bring them before a committee to consider whether they should return to the school where the offense occurred or where there may be a victim, because there's a statute that requires us to protect victims from further victimization to the extent possible. And in those cases, if there is a victim still remaining at that school, we assign the student to another traditional school away from the victim.
Okay, that was going to be my next question, was so then like what happens to the victim on campus if that student does return? So you're saying that if the student that perpetrated those acts would not be returning to the same school that the victim remained at, correct?
Unless there's some other kind of circumstances where the parents have said, no, everything is resolved and we're fine. Right. But we err on the side of protecting the victim in those circumstances.
Okay. Is there a way then, because again, like if just a regular person reading this says sexual battery, rape, out of school suspension, 10 days. That's the first. Like, is there any way we can like clean this up to make it more clear that that's not, that like, we're not just suspending someone for 10 days for raping someone?
Yes. I'm open to any suggestions to make it more clear. We really tried to put in the plain language into the discipline matrix this year instead of just having all the letters that looked like some kind of crazy Morse code. So we tried to put in the plain language there. The behavior intervention program is outlined in the policy to describe what it is. So I think it's just a matter of how verbose we want the discipline matrix to be, because
I'm not thinking like maybe more verbose. I'm thinking maybe like that the recommended behavior
okay.
that goes
first
to the top. Yeah,
got it. We
for
can do
like
that.
for things like sexual assault and sexual battery, because like even when you just look at it, like the punishment for robbery is this. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I got it.
I was going to say probably putting the most intensive intervention consequence first, and then going down to a lesser, so that it shows exactly what's happening with the student and where the student is what's happening. I understand what you're saying.
And then on the other side of that, I don't want to then you guys are the professionals, so I'm just looking at this from like a community perspective. But then I wouldn't want the impact of that then to be like for a more minor offense that like a kid is suspended for 10 days.
No, I think it needs to fit the incident. So I understand what you're saying. It's really making it a little bit more personal, like individualized for what the incident is, so that it matches. We got it.
Thank you. Then I want to go to page 20 and 21 of the red line document. I just want to dive into the cell phone policy a little bit more, or not the policy, but the guidelines. So I want to some clarity. Is our policy and our code of conduct allowed to be more stringent than the state law?
Ms. Batista. Ms. Hofstadter.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So on page 20 in section C2, I noticed there was a change that says we're not allowing elementary and middle school students to use cell phones. Let me back up. We're allowing high school students to use cell phones at the discretion of the teacher. I didn't see that same provision for the elementary and middle school student. Is that because of what the state law says?
Yes.
Okay. I would hope that we communicate that out to especially our middle school teachers, because again, like Debbie and I have both used Kahoot in the classroom. I think that distinction needs to be made clear to our middle schools. On section C3 of page 20, it says each school's principal shall designate locations within the school buildings where a student may use their wireless communication device with the express permission of a school administrator. Can someone explain what that looks like? Why is that in there?
State law.
That's what well, that was going to be my next.
So it's in there because it's in state statute. So what that's going to look like may look different on each campus. We'll have to collaborate with our school-based administrators where they designate a space. Putting on my former school administrator hat, I would probably designate someplace in the front office for it to be used, because it's not intended to be used in a classroom. So it will look different.
Yeah. So, I mean, someone actually suggested this to me last year, and I was like, so that sounds like a smoking room in the airport. So, like, what I fear is going to happen is that, like, there's going to be a classroom of kids, like, that are just on their phones, like, during lunch or you know what I mean? Is that, help me feel more comfortable with that, because I don't feel comfortable with it. Does that have to be in there because of state statute?
So it is expressly written in the statute. Those words are exactly from it.
Mm-hmm.
So I will defer to legal counsel as to whether or not it has to be in there. But what it looks like, again, it's going to be collaboration with the school administrators to determine what's most appropriate on their school campuses. Obviously, we're going to have the conversation about what is the intention of this and how do we define that in Broward. It's not for it to be the smoking room. It's not for it to be the hangout room. It's for it to be, hey, practice time got changed. I need to contact my parent, or, something changed and I can't, for whatever reason, use a school phone. But that will be conversation with the administrators and just explaining what the intention of it is. It's not free time.
Okay. And that needs to be in there because it's in the state statute. Can I get some clarity from legal?
It does say each school's principal shall designate locations.
Okay. Yeah, so I would hope operationally that we do indicate that this is not just like let's set up a cell phone classroom. Like this, I get the idea that, there's in the front office, if you need to let your parent know that practice time changed or something. And then on page 21 of the red line document, I thought that we also had some restrictions on headphones and earbuds, like during passing in the hallways. Am I missing? Is that in the policy?
So in our policy, instructional time is defined as the beginning bell to the end bell. So with it saying that they're prohibited during instructional time, it does cover bell to bell.
Got it. I didn't, okay. Well, because I guess what confuses me a little bit is this says due to school safety concerns, headphones, earbuds, or other accessories are prohibited during instructional time. Is there a way? Could we just?
This isn't a change from last year. If you look at C2. C2 says at the very last sentence of C2 on page 20 says instructional time is defined as time from the beginning bell until the end of the school day.
Okay.
So that's why it's written in there. If there's a different way to write it that brings more clarity, we're happy to make that change.
And then my last, I have two last points, but I echo Mr. Cervera's concern around, like, I see that we have the piece about in Section 4, students with an IEP or Section 504 accommodation plan shall be allowed to use their wireless communication device. I wonder if we need to add in, including like headphones, earbuds, or do you not see that as necessary?
I don't really see that as necessary because that would be accommodated or implemented with an IEP plan or a 504 plan. I mean, those are federal statutes that we have to follow, so I don't see there being really any.
Then why do we need Section 4 in the first place?
That's what our state statute says.
Okay. Okay, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, so we are at 36 seconds, and we have two people still left
be
to
quick.
speak. So, okay, Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. My question is for the general counsel. Do we define instructional time the same way that the state defines instructional time?
Ms. Batista.
Would you like to answer that, Ms. Hofstetter? So the answer is no, we don't. But go ahead. You want me to?
I'm going to ask Jody.
Oh. The state doesn't define instructional time. We, as last year, if you remember, instructional time was defined by the school board, and so that definition didn't change. So I don't know. They don't define it. So.
Okay, good. So that's my point. I think that we should change BCPS's definition of instructional time. Why? Because kids are using their cell phones during lunchtime. We cannot, we're not going to be able to stop them from doing that. We can't discipline them in one school and not discipline them in another. So I think by us changing our definition of instructional time can allow students to use their cell phone during lunchtime. Because it's happening. It's happening because we could say, oh, it shouldn't happen, but it's happening. We're not stopping it from happening. It is happening. So I agree with, obviously it's a state law now, not during educational time, but that the lunchtime is the kids' time, and they're already using their cell phones. Love for Landon to weigh in on this, but want to throw it out there. Thank you.
You need consensus to continue, ma'am.
Do we have consensus to continue the meeting? Now we changed our minds.
How much time?
Can we
So
just finish
7.
this item? Is this the last critical item?
Yes.
Can we just go till we finish this?
Can we just, yes, so we
Thank
don't
you,
have-
Chair.
Thank you. But I'll just jump in, Mrs. Al-Hadef. I believe we had a very robust conversation about just that last year, and there was only a couple of us that agreed that lunchtime shouldn't be included. So I appreciate you bringing that up, but I believe we would have to have a consensus of the board to be able to ask staff to change that. So do people agree? Yes. No, I know, but.
Let's talk about it.
Yes. So, Dr. Zeman, is your point to that, or can you wait until we finish?
Both. I'll comment on that, and then I have separate
Okay.
points to bring up, but happy to hear from my colleagues about Ms. Aladef's recommendation.
And just to add to that, Madam Chair, I believe based on a new state statute, you can only make that change for high school, not for middle or elementary.
Right. Okay. Mrs. Leonardi?
I do not agree with that. And I will say this, we have lots of rules and policies that not everyone follows 100%. So we have an attendance policy, we have tardy policy. Students show up late to school. Students skip school. That doesn't mean we should just get rid of those rules and policies. This board gave direction to staff to implement something. They need to figure out how operationally to carry that out. We've gone over the benefits of not using cell phones during the school day. I'm not going to reiterate those points, but I don't think that just because people are breaking the rules, we get rid of the rules. I have been to schools where kids are walking around in the hallways with earbuds in. That doesn't mean that we're not having the conversation right now. I've been to schools where they really are working hard on not using the cell phones, and I'm not saying that it should take precedent over real safety concerns and things like that, but staff needs to figure out how to make it work. Other school districts have done it. I don't think we get rid of rules because people break the rules.
Ms. Thompson?
So since I've been on the board, I've not agreed with our cell phone ban policy. I would be open to having it at change the instructional time, obviously just for high school, so it follows state statute. I had another point, but I don't remember it at this point.
Thank you. I've been clear from day one that I didn't agree with at lunchtime, and not just because people are breaking the rule. I just don't think that our staff has the bandwidth at lunchtime to be able to monitor that. Plus, we wouldn't ask adults to do that. There's no adults that can't keep looking at the phone. I just fundamentally didn't agree with lunch, and I didn't like making a policy we knew when we made it wouldn't be followed, and I've been very clear from the beginning. So I would not be opposed to changing that. Ms. Rupert?
I agree with Ms. Leonardi. Some of the middle schools that I visited in my district, and I did say middle schools, they were actually having relationships. There were conversations. There was not quiet. There was engagement. And I hadn't seen that in a while in a lunchroom. So I'm holding firm on what our policy is now.
Dr. Zeman?
I'm 1,000% in favor of our current policy. To do anything else would be irresponsible. The evidence of the damage being done to our children with these devices is huge. And so, it doesn't make sense to do this. If you walk into a lot of high schools and look at the things that people are wearing, do you think they follow the dress code? I don't think so. But I love the dress code. It does set a standard for what we think is acceptable to not interrupt, the pursuits of a school. I think this board has to always set policy based on what's right, not whether or not the superintendent staff can wholly enforce it. My experience is also different in schools. I have been in schools where I rarely see a phone. I never see earbuds. What I know to be true, though, is that where there isn't cell phone use and earbud use and traffic in transit time and at middle schools, there are kids talking to each other, there are connections being made, there are activities being followed, there's fewer fights. We're down halfway through the year, we were down 17%. I don't know what the number is at the end of the year. But FAU is about to give us a big report on what the results were for this year, and at a minimum, we ought to wait and see what those results are. But I don't understand the logic, frankly, of because it's not enforced, therefore we should stop doing it. We're supposed to do what's right. And the evidence is overwhelming that 7 hours a day of not using your phone makes you a better person, makes you a better student, it allows you to be better after school, it improves your mental health, reduces hostilities and fights. As I have said many times, if you don't have a phone, you can't get 100 people together for a fight. You can't videotape the fight so you can post it. You can't post it. So at every phase of violence, the cell phone incites more violence, and we just need to stop that. What I don't understand with this policy, I'm sorry, we're just supposed to comment on this one idea?
We're trying to get consensus.
I have other comments later. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Mrs. Bowman, do you want to weigh in? Everybody's gone. You're the ones.
Cell phones at lunchtime.
Yeah, to change the definition of instructional time.
I'm torn on this one, to be honest, because I guess I'd like to ask, can we ask Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, we
could. Not to the issue of enforcement. So you've named a few things here that we really could improve upon: dress code, tardiness, attendance, things of that nature. I mean, I guess the question is where our priorities lie in terms of what we want to focus on. We could have a ton of policies and not enforce any of them. And right now, if we're really not enforcing the lunchroom cell phone ban, are we seeing an improvement overall by not having them in the classrooms and then having them available at lunch if that's the current state of affairs?
So yes, I think there's varied levels of enforcement. Every level there's an attempt. I think execution varies, but I know Dr. Fulton and the regional staff has a task force of principals that have been working on this issue all year. So they've had a year under their belt, to do something different that hasn't been done in a very long time. So they are working with their colleagues to implement different strategies, different ways of enforcing. I think the reluctance of the principals is to not suspend their way through this, right? We don't want kids sitting at home because, right, we're trying to do it in a different way to incentivize students to reconnect with each other, provide other alternative means of interacting with each other besides a cell phone. So that's the difference between us and other school districts. Other school districts either put cell phones in a pouch so they're not available to students at all. I know our reluctance in being Broward County Public Schools in Broward County, that's very difficult for parents to really understand, to gain access to their kids when there is an emergency situation. You got to go run and find somebody to unlock a pouch to get your cell phone out and all those things. And you have school districts that have suspended their way through this, right? And kids are sitting at home and missing instructional time, and that's not the avenue our principals want to take. So that's why we have signs on the road about a mile per hour that you need to go on the road. For the most part, the majority of people follow the speed limit. They probably go like 5, or if you're me, you're going, I calculate 12. And if any officers are listening, please don't hold me accountable to that. But everybody's not speeding. I mean, most of the people are abiding by the rules. And I would say the same for many other campuses that I've also visited too. And do I see a kid in the corner on a cell phone at a high school sometimes? Yes, absolutely. But they're doing that where an administrator doesn't have their eyes on them, isn't right. They're taking advantage of the opportunity to find gaps to do that, which means they know the rule and they're following the rule when an administrator is present or an adult is present and enforcing the rule. So I think there's a difference where we just don't have kids not following the rules wholeheartedly, openly. Right. So I think there's benefits to the policy. I think we're getting better at implementing the policy. I think having a task force of principals who are actually living this every day and coming up with best practices that they can implement with their colleagues.
So I guess my question, and I appreciate that. I mean, there's some things that I happen to know, like you can put a fake phone in a pouch, so you can lock up your fake phone all day long, and that's not particularly helpful either, you know. So. Yeah,
they're going to find a way.
Trap phone.
Right? The ones who want to find a way will find a way.
Right.
Yeah.
So I guess another question would be, if you break the cell phone policy, instead of it being a suspension, could it be a loss privilege to have your cell phone on campus? And if people are following, I guess the question is there a lot of disruption if you have it at lunch? Is there, if you gave people lunch and they're following it the rest of the time, does that disturb how it's being enforced throughout the day? Does that put a greater burden on administration? Because I that's one question, and then the other thing is, like, you want to bring your phone, you want to get your phone out in the classroom, like, okay, you're not bringing it back.
Well, I think for the lunch thing, I think there's several things. Number one, hearing Ms. Rupert talk about going to a school and kids are conversing at lunch. That disappears immediately, right? As soon as you say you can use your cell phones at lunch, I guarantee at least 90% of the kids are going to be. So you lose that immediately. I think the other thing, like Dr. Zeman mentioned, the opportunity not to plan fights, the opportunity not to post. Kids are going to be kids. They're going to make mistakes. So there's going to be an argument in the cafeteria here and there. But now it's not, you're not accelerating that. You're not scaling that out and posting that where everybody can see it and causing a major disruption or perception that's not real for that school or for the kid that was involved in that argument with another student. So there's a lot of things that I see, and that's just my experience as a principal too. Cell phones have been an issue.
A blessing and a curse.
Yes,
I guess,
absolutely.
I'm trying to evolve on this as I would say that I'm generally on the ban the cell phones, but I also have, speaking to our students and other people, trying to stay open-minded in terms of like what the reality of life is right now versus like the idealistic life that I imagine of my childhood, where we didn't have any of this and you didn't have these, it's not the reality. So is there some kind of reasonable compromise that we could make?
I think the compromise is already embedded in this, where they have adults on campus can give permission for students to use their cell phones. They do have that opportunity to give permission for students to use their cell phones in the classroom, or it may be something large going on in the cafeteria where they want kids to engage in a survey right then and there. So that's the compromise. There's a opportunity to provide permission for students to use it.
But that's it. When I'm reading this, that's only high school students.
That's a state law.
That's state law.
That's a state law.
Yeah.
The new law.
Oh, so the middle school can at all?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I see Landon shaking his head a little bit over there, so please.
We're ready.
Well, I first of all, I hate being the difficult one, especially at 6:45, but this is something that's really important to students, and I want to spend some time on it. I would argue that the compromise is allowing the student to have the phone at lunch, and I'll share that for a few reasons. We are implementing right now this school year, I would argue very successfully, a cell phone ban during class time. So the time that you're sitting in front of a teacher, not instructional time, but sitting in front of a teacher. I believe we're doing that very effectively. And we've seen the results. I think when students don't have that device with them during class time, and then if we had a policy revision that allowed them to have it at lunch, they would know that's my 30 minutes that I have it for the day, and when I go back to class, I'm not going to have it anymore. So I'm going to plan things around that 30 minutes to make sure that whatever I need to get done is done. Rather than right now, it's, well, maybe, this teacher's enforcing it, this teacher's not. I know I can really use it at lunch, so they're just using it. Whereas if we put some more structure in it where it's, really implemented, we're not having this all day, and then during lunch, we're going to have it, I think that would be effective. I would ask the question of, well, not literally, but I asked the question, in a maybe philosophical way of why lunch? What are we gaining from students not having a device at lunch? And I hate to disagree with the superintendent because I agree with him 99.9% of the time. But I would disagree that if we put back cell phones, that 90% of students would go on them. I don't think that's true. I think that our students engage. I think that our students talk to each other with or without a cell phone. And that's something that I've experienced, and I think there's certainly data, like Dr. Washington says, there's probably data on both sides to prove whatever the point is. But I don't think that we have this problem that's maybe viewed in here of we have students that are sitting on their cell phones, not engaging with the rest of the world. And I will tell you about what has happened this year for the schools where it has been implemented. For the students who do not have friends, for the students who struggle to engage with the rest of their peers. And I said this in November, I said it when this came back in February, and I'll say it again today, and I said it when the initial policy went in place. What are we doing to help those students get engaged? Because if that's our goal, to get more students talking to one another, then I think we need to put some resources into allowing them to say, hey, this student over here, Mr. Sullivan and Ms. Rupert, you guys should be friends, or putting in those processes to, congrats, your friends. But I think if they had a cell phone or if they didn't have a cell phone, that would happen. So I believe that we need to stay firm on class time. Obviously, that's the statute, and during class transition. I do not think, and I think many students would agree, that students should not be like this, walking through the hallway. But I'm very concerned about the opportunities that we've lost by students not having their devices at lunch. And I think if we revert back to a policy which is allowed for high schools where students have it at lunch, we would see benefits.
Thompson.
And I agree with everything Landon said. We were all supposed to have a survey or something of students' thoughts. What happened to that?
We had one.
Dr. Hepburn.
I have it in front of me, Dr.
Okay, just like saying.
So, there's a lot of data, but I'll read the points, the high points from students. This is students only, is that during lunchtime, to what extent do you agree with the policy? 68% of middle school students strongly disagree, and 84% of high school students strongly disagree. When asked what their security or what their concerns were with the cell phone policy for middle and high school combined, the majority was not being able to communicate with family and losing access to technology for schoolwork. Third being safety. And then for satisfaction with overall implementation, 49% said that they're very dissatisfied in high school, 51% very dissatisfied in middle school.
So I would also just like to point out that our students, I think, are very engaged with each other. Whether you have, even myself, I grew up being able to have a conversation with my phone in my hand. Like, that's just what happens. I also want to say that our students are overwhelmed, and we heard them talk about how they are burnt out. So taking away and structuring the only 30 minutes that they might have during the day where they can unwind, where they can look at Instagram and puppies and like whatever, or it might be banned in schools, but where they can text their friends memes or something, is not detrimental to give them that 30 minutes. And also, I would agree with Dr. Washington, there is evidence on both sides that cell phones are really good, cell phones are really bad. It helps their brain development, it hurts their brain development. So you can pick and choose whatever you want to prove your point, but I think state statute has said one thing, and I would like to align our policy to that, and I would like to give our students, our high school students, the freedom of their 30 minutes where they're not structured by an adult and they can do what they want within like legal parameters. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make a point, and then Mr. Severa came back, so I don't know if you want to weigh in on changing, and not again to throw the superintendent under the bus, but we were at the same school walking through the lunch room, and we saw completely different things, even though we were looking at the same thing, because we walked out and Dr. Fulton and I were like, look at that one, look at that one. And Dr. Hepburn's like, there were no kids on their phone. And I was like, what were you looking at?
He didn't have his eyeglasses, ma'am.
So I think they're doing it more than people see what they want to see, and it isn't to say one principal is trying to enforce it more than the other. I think it's just difficult. In lunchtime, they were engaging even though they had their phones there. Some were charging it, some were doing a variety of things. But we probably will never agree on this debate. But we have to come to a consensus at some point. So everyone except for Mr. Severa's weighed in, so we'll let you do that, and then we'll go to Dr. Zeman.
I didn't weigh in.
To wrap. Oh, you did weigh in.
I did not. I did exactly what you asked me to do, which is you asked me to ask about her motion. I never weighed in.
We're still on the motion of changing the instructional time.
Holy cow, what a wordy group we are.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So, see, at some point you're going to, so believe me. Go ahead.
It's coming back to me.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So is the inquiry that's being impressed upon us is whether or not to allow students in just high school to use cell phones during lunchtime? Okay. Ms. Batista, House Bill 1105, is this silent on what we're proposing?
1105, yes, is silent.
Okay. I think I would be okay with the use of the cell phones only during lunchtime, with the understanding that the phones comply with current policy and or statute when not in lunchtime. The issue of what is it called? Airplane mode. To me, I think airplane mode, and I don't know from a technological standpoint if it's the same thing, but having the phone being off or as opposed to being airplane mode, if there is a requirement or if we are discussing whether or not the phone should be off, I think airplane mode should be equated to being off, because every time I switch it to airplane mode, I can never figure out how to get it back on for like 5 minutes. So it's effectively, in my mind, the same thing. Yeah. So, like, I'm not a tech guy. I cannot be more clear about how ignorant I am with technology. But be that as it may, and joking aside, one of my concerns is in the event of emergency, obviously, if you have to switch the phone on to call law enforcement or a parent or whatever, I think it's a little bit easier to take it off the airplane and then hold it and to turn it on. So, short answer, I think I'm okay during lunch from what I've heard. All other time periods, I think, should be off and or airplane mode.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Seaman.
Thank you. And, for people that want to check on the most comprehensive researcher is available on teenagers and high school use, read anything written by Jonathan Haidt. And if you vote here next week to do what you just suggested you do, and make sure you read Jonathan Haidt one time, and then come back here and do the irresponsible thing and let kids have it. Because cell phones are causing mental health decline. It isn't correlated anymore, it is causing. So what we did is we made a bold move last year. We hired FAU to come and do the research and come tell us what happened. We already have mid-year results, which were very positive. And now, before we even hear from FAU about what happened, we're going to run away and give in on something that actually helps. A few other things to keep in mind. It's very important to teach people positive technology use. We don't do that now, and we should. It's very important to fund positive programs. We know from all the evidence from Rebecca Winthrop that if students are engaged, students do better mentally, they do better academics, they do better socially. But we kind of fooled around a little bit with programs this year, but I think we failed in operation. We are also in the middle of a lawsuit against social media companies. So, Mr. Severa, if you vote for banning at lunchtime, how do you square that in your mind with us suing social media companies for destroying the brains of our children, and then you give them access to social media at the same time? Please help me understand that next week. The last point, we're trying to win students to come to our school. Why do students go to public charter schools and go to private schools? Because it gives them an environment that is good for their academics, good for their mental health, has uniforms almost 100% of the time, has strict enforcement, Mr. Superintendent, of the rules that they have. Why can't we do those things? What is wrong with public education that we can't give parents what they are dying for? Read the books, read the article, come back and vote next week irresponsibly, and I'm fine, and I'll just let you guys do that. But this is not something where there is balanced research on both sides. That is just simply not true. Call anybody that you know that's an expert in the field and talk to them, or read any article or book by Jonathan Haidt. Cell phone use causes mental health problems in this country. Why are we running around trying to fund so much on mental health and giving away a policy that actually works before we even get the evidence back? Is there any time, Chair, between getting the FAU report on this policy and changing this policy, or do we have to change this policy before we get the report?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Dr. Washington. I don't know when we're bringing this back for a vote. I'm assuming the July board meeting.
Yes, it'll come back in the July board meeting.
Well,
and you'll have
time out. It depends what the board decides. If the board decides to change it substantially, which lunchtime I believe would constitute substantially, you would have to do rulemaking again, so you'd have to have another workshop. So you're looking at the July 29th board meeting and then a special on August 12th, the day after the first day of school.
Ms. Batista.
Okay. You don't have to do all the rulemaking all over again. You just have to advertise it for 28 days, and then it comes back for a vote.
We could do a special. I don't think there's 28 days between now and the 22nd. I have to count. There is actually exactly 28 days.
Is it the 28th day or the 29th day? It has
It's
to be
the 29th because you'd advertise tomorrow.
No, we would advertise today.
Okay.
That would be impressive since the paper's already out.
So it can come back.
I asked a different question, by the way. I asked whether or not we need to make this decision before we get the report from the team that we hired at FAU to give us the results of this policy that we tried out for this year.
Dr. Hepburn.
I don't think we need to wait on that. FAU kind of gave us a debrief of their findings. I don't know if they've finished a report yet to publish to us.
Washington can share some of those general findings that she has and nobody on this board has.
The report.
No, she's Miss Washington. She just didn't give us the critical information we needed. Dr. Washington.
Wow. All right.
This is important. I'm sorry.
The quote that I gave a year ago came back to haunt me.
Yep.
Wow. No, the report is ready. It's actually in the routing process, so we were just talking about it. We'll check on it, and hopefully it can be routed to you all tomorrow.
Could I ask for some highlights of the report that you've read?
Sure. Be happy to share them.
It's a big gamble. I was losing this, so this is good.
So do you want me to go straight to the findings? You want me to review the research questions that they did?
Summary of the findings. You know, what happened when we imposed a cell phone ban on use during the day?
All right, so some qualitative responses on finding number one was around policy support. Some qualitative responses, minimizing distractions, increasing academic focus, and improving social interactions. A quote from a teacher, there's definitely an improvement across the board. You can see it in the students. You see it in the energy level, you see it in their communication level, talking to each other. Another policy support, there's a reduction in fights, bathroom recordings, and reduced hallway disruptions. A quote from security staff: notice the kids socialize a little bit more during lunch times, even in the hallway. You don't see too many kids walking around with devices up to their face, not paying attention. Positive impact on school culture and social behavior, increase in student interactions and socialization. A quote from a counselor: contributes to them having better social skills. School leaders stated that students would sit in the lunchroom and just be on their phones. Now they really do have to speak to each other. The phones have taken away a lot of their social skills, and that the policy is helping them learn how to socialize again. Students being more engaged and participating way more than in the past. Again, policy changes in school culture. There were mixed feelings from students. Here's some quotes from students that were part of a student focus group. Student said, "I don't think it will benefit us because we live in a world where technology is advancing and like everything in the world is now being done by technology." Another student said, "kind of supports the policy. It's like half and half." I would tell the district, thank you, because if they didn't put their policy in place, my grades would probably have been horrible right now. Another student said, support it, meaning the policy, because we're able to be more on track to graduate. Finding number 2 was that there were some issues with implementation. Implementation was abrupt, unclear, and had little stakeholder input. There's a bunch of parent comments here, even some comment from security staff. Do you want me to continue to read some of the qualitative? Okay. So the next finding is issues with implementation. Again, some inconsistencies in implementation. Finding number 3 is engagement and device incorporation. 3A, there was some mixed mental health outcomes, some improvement in peer interactions, engagement, and decrease in social media and cyberbullying referrals and student anxiety. There are student concerns from students that rely on devices for emotional regulation, which I think speaks to what Landon was just saying. 3, a quote from a counselor: she doesn't think I've seen much of a difference when it comes to mental health referrals, but feels like that there is a benefit overall mental health and depression, although maybe we don't see it right now. A big impact, we'll see it later on. Teacher said hasn't had a referral about it, cyberbullying, it being cyberbullying yet this year. So that will give you insight. That was a major issue. It was constant having to settle disputes between students. And a school leader said we need to socialize and spend more time educating our students about the purpose of having a connection. There was no empirical correlation to student academic achievement. So they did look at academic achievement over a 2-year period, I believe it was, and there was no significant finding that the cell phone policy impacted student achievement. They looked at PM2 to PM2 because we did not have PM3 results by the time they did the study. Let's see. Student conduct and behavior. Teacher noted that there have been far less issues in our restrooms. We've had considerably lower amounts of fights this year, according to school leaders. There's been a decrease in student disruptions and student interactions. Despite that, when comparing the referral numbers over the course of the 3-year period, or from 2023-2024 school year to the 2024-2025 school year, there was not a significant correlation. The p-value was above 0.05. Finding number 4 was the balancing technology and device usage. Teaching students appropriate ways to incorporate technology, teaching students balance and responsibility. Students don't always comply and still hide their phones. Some students bring multiple devices to school. Some students must access devices for medical needs, and inconsistency in the need to use phones during class. Finding 5 was around safety and communication, and in that there was parents primarily voicing concern about not being able to get in touch with their child in the event of an emergency. And then, those were their findings. Recommendations that you want? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
They're the people we hired.
Which is great, but it's a research study, and I would just rather digest that for
So let me finish my thoughts then. And I can't wait to read the report from FAU. And Ms. Thompson, there were some quotes in there, but there were also some analytic results that they were looking at. The piece that they didn't pick up, which is incredibly important, is in the last year, we picked up 12,000 more students from below grade level to at or above grade level in Broward County schools. Was that because of the cell phone ban by itself? No. Was it related to it? That's for you to decide. I wish we had asked the 30 traditional high school principals how much they thought the cell phone use improved academics, decreased violence, and increased mental health. That would have been a pretty interesting thing to have as well, and I hope that we get that pretty soon, because I trust their on-site evaluations of that. But by and large, we tried something, and it led, I think, in this report to positive outcomes. And I can't wait to read more about it, but I want to continue to do everything that we're doing in Broward County that leads to academic success, trying to arrest the growth in mental health problems, and to improve kind of the just general conditions in general. I want people to come back to Broward County traditional public schools. But to do that, we have to try things that are bold, measure them, and where they succeed, do them again. To do otherwise is to say, wow, we tried something and it worked, but we're going to stop now. And I just don't understand that. I don't understand how an organization to do that. I would, on the other hand, ask our superintendent to enforce the policy. I would say that we gave you a year to try and do it your way. We've had committees, and what we're getting is inconsistent enforcement. I would rather have this policy and real enforcement and continue what the law requires us to do in middle school, which we're no longer allowed to have teachers allow middle school students to use it during the day. Is that correct, Chair?
I believe that's what was said, but Ms. Batista, or General Counsel? No,
that is correct.
The law says instructional time. Oh, yeah, for middle school, they're
Middle
not
school
allowed.
students are not allowed
Right.
to use it during
Or
the school day.
elementary school.
Right,
Or
and,
elementary.
and so just as another kind of quick point, why do we let them bring it then? Like, all they're going to do is break it when they're trying to put it away in the morning and pull it out in the afternoon. If they're not allowed to use it, why do we even let them bring it? There's just things that we can do to make this policy better, but it isn't letting them have it. Read the research. Understand what impact cell phones have had on the brains of these young, impressionable, brain-growing people. I don't ask my kids whether they want to eat vegetables at dinner time. And I enforce that they eat vegetables at dinner time. I hope they like them, but they are going to eat them. It is what allows them to grow up to be good, healthy, strong adults. It's what we do all the time for our children. We don't need to bail just because some kids don't like it. I get that. It's a thing that makes them feel good right now. For every issue there is with people that have social issues, there's another issue positive with not cyberbullying. So this could be tough. I can understand why not everything's a pro and a con, but overwhelmingly, it is clear that cell phones are causing mental health problems in our American youth, not Broward County youth. And overwhelmingly, what we tried has had positive results. I hope as a board we're not irresponsible and go backwards.
Okay, I'll finish this up to say, I think we all agree that the cell phone policy in instructional time has been beneficial to our students. We just, some of us believe they should have their half hour at lunchtime. So staff, did you, from the conversation, get a majority of what the...
So the change fails, 4-4.
I didn't see 4-4.
No, staff is not clear, ma'am.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're not.
So
we're not.
we're just, I don't know how to do this without getting in trouble.
I guess anybody objects to.
Right, those that object to allowing cell phones at lunchtime, who objects?
I strongly object.
Super strongly.
Okay, so there's 3.
Are we giving a consensus to instruct staff on how to present something when we come back and
Yes.
vote on it?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Which, by the way, is not next week. You said that several times. I think it's the 22nd, right? I hope it's not next week. We need a couple weeks off. Okay.
We'll have this conversation again. Okay. Does that answer your question?
No.
I'm not sure what Ms. Bowman's vote was. It was kind of,
It's not a vote.
it's like
We're
a
not-
4-4.
we're not voting.
Or consensus. I don't know who.
Yes, consensus is a general majority. That is what we've done up to now, and we're going to continue to do that.
All right, we'll bring,
People who strongly objected to keeping it
Yes.
not allowed at lunch. 3 people.
Right, but we can't vote.
We're not voting.
If you just counted to 3, we voted, folks. Come on.
All right, so
We're not
we're-
fooling anybody. If you count to 3, we voted.
No, they're coming back with a consensus to fix our policy
So,
or to keep it the same.
Ms. Batista, can the board, when we bring this policy back with the current language in it, can the board vote to make that change
Yes.
when we bring it back? Yes, so I think that's the way to go. That gives everybody,
We'll have this discussion all over again.
and then that gives some people, board members, opportunities to do their own research.
And can we get distributed a copy of this FAU policy that was?
Yes, it will be
I'd
coming
really
to
like,
you.
I would like to read that.
It will be coming to you hopefully tomorrow. There's also a recent longitudinal study that was released. If anybody I can send that to the board too. That followed 4,000 students from the age of 9 all the way up to the age of 15 to 16. And I won't speak about what the results are, but I think that also.
That's incorporated to the FAU
No,
study?
this is a separate study that was just recently released, a longitudinal study.
Can we have that as well?
Yes, I'll send that to the board also.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, 2 things, and we'll finish up. I know that we're passionate about different things, but I think we need to be really cognizant of how we speak and when we're raising our voice. So we want to make sure we're keeping decorum, and it sounded like we were being yelled at a little bit today. So I would hope that we just try to do that better next time. And we're not going to get to the legislative
Hold on a
policy.
sec. Hold on a sec, Chair. If you want to have a conversation about that publicly, that's fine. I was elected to this chair. I have a very strong opinion about something. I'm sharing it with passion, which is how I want to convey my points. I in no way insulted any human being here. I did not make any personal statements to anybody. I am conveying something that I believe very strongly. We have had we have had some behavior on this board in the past that got no verbal reprimands for somebody, and I don't expect one for today. I was expressing my opinion. It's about something I care about deeply that's going to affect lots of kids. But I need to have the authority to do my job in the way that I see fit.
You did call someone out personally, so we'll just leave it at that. Mr. Sullivan is not going to have time to give his legislative update, so he is going to call each of us independently and go over what those are and any questions you might have, and then there are some that are really important, so he is going to discuss them when we bring the redefining back to the board. So at this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring to the board or student successes to share? Mr. Severa.
Congratulations to the District 6 Florida Panthers on winning their 2nd consecutive Stanley Cup championship.
Go Panthers. Great. The scheduled order of business for this school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. He did call out